When you're alive, you're alive. A little sketch for Portal to the Gamescom. By the way, for this campaign, I'm wondering when they're gonna announce the winners. They kind of should announce the winners soon because the timing. Take me home, yeah. Who already have the tickets for Deadpool, by the way? Guys, it was super, super hot this weekend, by the way, here. Today it's raining. Today it's raining the whole time. Let's hope it will stay. Hi, hi, everyone. Hi, hi. What? Hi, hi, everyone. Hi, hi. No one heard anything. What? No one heard anything. I've had my tickets since May due to your radio. Fuck it. So, people, I wanted to watch something. I started everything, but I am here not for this. I wanted to watch something. We are here for the particular cause. Damn lighting everywhere. Oh my gosh. And Spiritborn so sick. I hope for this. Just saying. Just saying. It's gonna be a little bit awesome. Me home, yeah, yeah. Anna, concentrate. Concentrate. I'm going to YouTube because I want to check something, because I want to show you something, guys. But I'm like, just entering the YouTube. I see all the different thumbnails and I'm like, Season 5, buffs and nerfs, Diablo 3, oh, Diablo 4, oh, Spirit, Lord, no, we are here. Because we want to watch something. Because something happened. I'm not touching anything, I'm not touching anything, I'm not touching anything! Rod Fergusson also gave the interview. So, guys, we saw a bunch of interviews over the last week, and I think this is like the conclusion one, the final one. And I'm doing some research work, so I want to see what this dude said. And we are preparing for season 5. We need the final patch notes kind of for the season 5. And let's check out also the Perfect Exile news that dropped last week. And the new Perfect Exile leak is coming on Friday, apparently. Fuck it. And probably we're gonna play today something. We're gonna play today something. This is not Diablo, but maybe. News time. But actually cool one.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Kind of Funny Games cast for Thursday, July 18th, 2024. I'm one of your hosts, Greg Miller, alongside two amazing guests. First, from PureDiablo.com, the Diablo podcast, it's Xanth.
Let's fucking try. We're starting our stream. Could you say hi to our viewers?
Hiya, everybody. It's your girl AI Anna here. Been a while since we've had some chatty action going on, but I'm pumped to catch up with YOLO now. Let's get the stream party started. Game out.
We're still game outing, guys.
Well, hello, everybody. I can actually see myself now, and
You're looking good.
you're welcome.
You're looking good. When we were doing the reaction stream, people were, what is your shirt?
So this is it's the Wu-Tang logo,
Yeah.
but it says Wisconsin. One of my old rugby teammates had a company and made some shirts, and it looks good.
Xanth, of course, you're here because you know everything about Diablo. You're here because when I was so obsessed with Diablo before it came out, I, the person who makes video game podcasts, needed podcasts about Diablo, and I found the Diablo podcast. So thank you for making that show. I listen to it regularly, and I love it.
Wow. If you have not seen, Greg has actually been on my podcast.
It's true.
Here we go.
And it was an amazing experience.
Maybe yeah?
Right.
For me.
For all of us. And he was so complimentary.
I hope it's
He's starting out, he's being so nice. He's complimenting me. He's bumping me up, and I sincerely appreciate it because this is surreal. This is Rod Fergusson.
It's Rod Fergusson, everybody. General manager of all things Diablo. Hello, Rod.
Hey, how's it going? I don't know if I can match your energy today, but I will.
You're doing it. You're
to.
already doing it.
I'm already doing it. Okay.
And look at your shirt, so spirit-born.
I mean, yeah, I thought I brought Nahantu to life today with the spirit-born in the jungle. I mean, why, if you're going to do it real.
Yeah,
congratulations. Of course, we're coming off the live reacts to the Spiritborn reveal. It just went over. We just watched an hour of it. Great presentation. Team was great.
Thank you. Yeah, no, and I mean, I tried to convince Adam not to do live. Like he'll tell you. I think 3 times I ran up that hill going like, dude, live is hard. Live is hard because we do live all the time for campfires. But I'm like, you got the big set. You're at Xbox Studios. Like, just film it. And he was like, no, we need to do it live. I want that energy. I want to be able to react to the questions. And so 3 times I said, don't do it, record it. And he was like, no. And it turned out great. They made the right choice.
Well, we have a lot of questions for you about Spiritborn, about Diablo 4, about everything Diablo, so we want to get to that. But first, I'll remind everybody that this is the Kind of Funny Games cast. I'm sure a lot of you came over from the reveal stream. Thank you so much for the shout-out on it. Of course, we do the Games cast each and every weekday live on youtube.com/kindoffunnygames and twitch.tv/kindoffunnygames. If you love what we do, of course, get the Kind of Funny membership on patreon.com/kindoffunnygames or youtube.com/kindoffunnygames. Of course, you would get all of our shows ad-free, the ability to watch the afternoon podcast live as we record them, and you get the daily multimedia experience known as Greg Way. Today, if you're watching live, you can go to the youtube.com/kindoffunnygames. Super chat there with any amount, and you can get your questions read here. We'll talk to Rod. We'll put them under the old heat lamp, the interrogation.
I could use some color.
Tell us everything. I know you're one of the video game developers hunched in your dark room all the time. Like I said, we just did our live reacts to the stream. If you want to go watch that, Joey was on it with us. After this, we're going to go stream Diablo 4 with Rod Fergusson. I'm very excited.
We're going to try to get you another trophy.
Ladies and gentlemen, there was a chat that went by earlier, and it was iRockster who said, are they going to stream the new Diablo character after this? And iRockster...
I have the attention spam. Guys, I don't know. Like, nowadays, it's super, super hard. I feel my TikTok, even though I do not watch TikTok, but I feel like I have the attention spam 15 seconds, exactly 15 seconds. And I'm forgetting what I'm freaking doing and where I am and what is happening. TikTok brain without watching TikTok. Here we go. Nice to see you. Oh, King Kong, hi. Is it the heat? Kinda, yeah. But I feel like it's the dimension. Nah, it's just overall nowadays that you have so many screens. So many screens to just kind of get so much information. Can we fast forward to season 5? Fucking thank you. I don't know what to do with my life right now. I know I'm right now like more focused on fitness. But yeah, guys, basically I am I spent like 10 minutes just turning on the YouTube stream because I was going on the YouTube or like on the YouTube to start the stream, but I was distracted by the thumbnails on YouTube because all of them were about something, and I'm like, what am I doing here? Now I'm trying to post on the social media that we're live, and I'm literally opening my phone and I'm distracted. What is going on? Are you gonna be playing Path of Exile? Path of Exile League starting this Friday, but apparently we're gonna have like 1 week and 4 days till the beginning of the season 5, guys. And for the Diablo content creator, it's kinda it's quick. I'm playing Diablo 2 Resurrected. I hope I will be playing to do also something else. Maybe. Okay.
Sure, the answer is no.
Sorry.
Other outlets probably would have done that, but I'm Greg Miller, and I'm 6 trophies short of my Diablo Platinum. So these gentlemen are going to pull my level 10 hardcore character to 50, pop that, and then basically it's hit a level 100, take down Uber Lilith. It's done. It's donezo. We're over. We're out of it. Easy peasy.
Yeah. Have you killed 5 people yet?
No, but that's easy. Too.
Okay.
I mean, that's when. I mean, you want to do that today too? We can do that thing. You know what I mean? That's easy.
Not in hardcore though.
No, not in hardcore. No, not in hardcore. We can scam that. That's easy. We'll figure it out.
No, I started
like I
moving
said,
the
that's
head.
after this. And then, of course, thank you to our
I'm taking my
Patreon
phone.
producers for
I'm
making our dreams
posting on the
reality.
social
Carl
media.
Jacobs
I'm
and
just
Delaney
posting on the
Twine.
social
Today's Gregway
media.
is going to be all about how this Diablo stuff came together. And today we're brought to you by Harry's and the Portillo merch line. But we'll tell you about that later. For now, let's start with topic of the show. He listens to the show, everybody. Zayn actually listens to the show.
For the past 3 weeks, I've been just getting giddy to do tots.
But that's
Yeah.
not,
I'm
just posting. I'm just posting. I'm just posting.
I'm gonna get to do it.
A lot of other shows, they wouldn't do it.
Right.
They say, "Oh, we got a guest
I'm
of the
posting.
caliber of Rod. Let's not do the bits." And I say, "No, we still do the bits.
still do the
We
bits.
still do what this all is."
Okay.
Rod Fergusson,
Yes.
Spiritborn finally revealed.
Yes.
Is that a weight off your shoulders, or are you still so in the middle of a marathon? You still have 2 months till Vessel of Hatred. We still don't even really know that much outside of the character of what Vessel of Hatred is. Guys,
I personally think it's the AI, guys. Yeah, you can ask the questions to the AI. I personally think Vessel of Hatred, Spiritborn is so broken. And right now, there is the team who is like trying to fix it, trying to do it. So in terms of, I don't know, like I think like they're on the marathon. They nerf it for sure. They will nerf it. The problem is like when I'm saying broken, I'm saying like between the different spirits, I'll never believe that they are the same, they have the same power, or they're on the same level or something like this. I think they are quite broken. And right now, Bjorn, they are fighting super hardcore.
talking about this in the stream.
Right.
We just did an hour-long stream about just the class.
Right.
Not about the world, not about the map, not about the side quests, not about the activities, nothing
Right.
like that.
Yeah. I mean, we have lots more to come. I mean, it's a journey. We're not at the destination yet, and you know that destination is October 8th when it comes out. But
Yeah.
you know, as we talked about, Adam talked about sending people to Gamescom. We're going to do hands-on with Spiritborn. Xanth wants to go.
Yeah, he's you win the contest, so he wins. He'd really like to go.
If I did win,
August, yeah?
it would be bad.
Oh, wait.
I'm not going to enter just due to internet
No,
speculation.
I mean,
But
it
we
should
have-
be OP,
yeah, we have lots
guys.
more to-
Don't get me wrong. It's the new class. It should be OP. And the thing is, first of all, it should be OP. This is numero uno. Second of all, it's actually... fuck it. One thought. Let's go. First of all, it should be OP to sell it. Second of all, it's actually like I was right now started thinking, like maybe it shouldn't be super OP because it's so visually pleasing and so visually like it's beautiful. It's really beautiful character. Like visuals gonna sell it a lot, and plus it's gonna be OP. It's gonna be super OP, and they should really kind of fix the other characters now and make the casuals happy to ruin the game. 90% of the player plays super casual, I think.
Reveal. That's the cool thing about doing something the size
of
it.
It's super hard to define casual, blah blah blah, in a professional way. Like, how would you define casuals? How would you not define casuals?
Just one thing, and so it's more than the Neyrel story. It's more than the Spiritborn class. We've got lots more things to talk about. We've alluded to the mercenaries. We'll go really deep on that at Gamescom. There's our sort of co-op endgame mode. That's going to be something we're going to talk about more later. So there's lots of, so today is Spiritborn Day, but we have lots to talk about moving forward.
I referenced it being a marathon right now till October 8th.
Yeah.
However, of course, it's been a marathon since launch, maybe even beyond that. And I thought there was an interesting question that went by when we were live wrapping up the Spiritborn stream. And it came from Duba, 22, who in the chat said, I hope this is a banger of an expansion. Diablo has gained so much momentum back. Is that accurate, do you feel? Like, when you look at what you guys have done in your timeline here, this really, this launch that was so well received, right? And then you're a games as a service. You go on and it is people, I didn't like this season, I don't like this change. What about this? Why'd they do that? Yeah. How do you look so far at the journey of Diablo 4?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of what that momentum is what we've been trying to achieve. When you go back and you look at the history, especially in terms of main game releases, you go, from D2 to D3 was 10 years, right? So for your players, that's obviously a very long time. And then from D3 main game to D4 main game,
everyone
10
who's
years.
in between.
And so this notion of having decades between the sequels is, sucks as a player. And so we don't want to keep doing that. And so that's the notion about us having this momentum around having the live service that we can keep evolving over time, having expansions so we can keep people playing and introducing new classes, all the way to trying to make sure that we're not doing these sort of decade-long beats between games.
And then I feel like that's one of the interesting things I've had conversations with both last week when I went down.
Yeah, we had a break. How do you think, if you would be a game developer and you would be releasing Diablo games, how many years should be between every game in the franchise? I think that was too complicated. If you would be a game developer and you would be releasing Diablo games, how do you think should be between every game in the franchise? Don't hi. A decade plus. Trying to make the AI to answer. Isn't terrible with good expansions. Someone has an easier question, so we would start it. If you would be a game dev, how many years should pass between different games in one franchise?
Good question, Chicken Queen. I think the sweet spot is around 3-5 years between installments, give or take. Enough time for hype to build, new tech to advance, and fresh ideas to spark innovation. But hey, who knows? Maybe 1 year would be crazy awesome too. Gain out.
I just made it work. Chat absolutely agrees with you.
Yes, Chicken Queen, love the unity here. We're all on the same page. Gaming wisdom is universal after all. Game out!
Gaming wisdom is universal. Oh my gosh, that's such a bullshit. David here, Slavchek here. But I understand 10. 5-6 years, but I understand 10. Secretly the best game dev. I think like 3-5 is reasonable. 5-6, it's very reasonable. Guys, Blizzard is big. She's super serious, dude. You don't want. She's super serious.
Down to actually play a Spiritborn class. And then even here, talking to PR, right, of this idea that like, man, season 4 is so good, Xanth. We're having such a good time. We're leveling, And there's been these like actual conversations I've had of like, yeah, we know it is. A lot of that we were thinking about putting into Vessel of Hatred, but then we said, why wait? Is that like the mantra right now? Just make the game as good as you can in the moment you can?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, seasons are usually like 3 months. I mean, season 5 will be shorter, but like that notion of how long do you have to wait to get this change in, but also that it takes time to make those changes. And that's some of the,
this
we
is
get feedback.
Such a situation. This is not like the problem. On one hand, you have resources, like, yeah, you have resources and you have the people to make things faster, to make things quicker. On one hand, but on the other hand, actually coordination of those people and putting things together when you have a lot of people is way it's this becoming way longer, and in the end you anyway ending up with 10 years. But come on, no, I think they started developing. It's a question of developing. It's like they started developing D4 like 5 years ago. They wasn't developing it for 10 years.
All the time, like, oh, season 4 was amazing. You know, why didn't you launch like that? And we're like, well, we kind of
wait a second.
learned, you know,
First off, jerk.
Usually like 3 months. I mean, season 5 will be shorter, but like that notion of how long do you have to wait to get this change in, but also that it takes time to make those changes. And that's some of the, you know, we get feedback all the time, like, oh, season 4 was amazing. You know, why didn't you launch like that? And we're like, well, we kind of learned, you know,
First off, jerk.
I just go like, look, you know, you learn as you go. That's the thing I really love about a live service, is that it's evolving and getting better each time, hopefully. And so the notion of like, you don't have a season 4 without a season 1, 2, and 3. We had to learn the lessons of 1, 2, and 3 to get to 4. And that's what the nice thing about a live service, you go like, oh, I see what worked and what didn't work, and then we can kind of build on it.
But right now it so seems like, no, that was obvious. You were supposed to launch like this. That was obvious.
And so that's really how 4 became 4. And
Dude, this is the kind of one is not happening without the other. You just can't. You just can't. You cannot. If like you cannot get the money without bringing the players. That's all. That's why
it's just
all
we're
like
trying to continue that
together.
momentum as we go. Now, like season 4 was huge because it was Loot 2.0. It was the loot, you know, we completely redid an entire system. Like season 5 will be shorter and won't have that. We're doing the whole thing, but then season 6 brings with it the expansion. I think people are going to be really excited about. You know, season 5 is going to be great. People are playing the PTR right now and having a good time playing with the Horde mode that we have introduced there. But I think when season 6 lands with the Vessel of Hatred and with the Spiritborn, I think that people are going to be really excited.
So you mentioned season 4, and Greg, you were talking about it. It is phenomenal. I'm having a great time. Yeah. It's amazing how many hours I've put in already.
Well, like it's our biggest. We've had over 300 million hours. And oh, there's your hint. You're not close enough to the mic.
Hey, it was a one shot of you. Nobody saw it. It was perfect. It was perfect sleight of hand.
I have a tendency to gesticulate, and I don't want to like knock.
You're not. You're doing. Well, again, you're turning the rods. You're fine.
Yeah,
just ignore
exactly.
me. I'm not here. I'm not here.
You have to rotate around the mic, Sam.
I thought I had it.
So yeah. So no, but I mean, that's one of the things that when we look at it, the season 4 were the most successful for us, and one in terms of win back. Like then no season brought back as many players as season 4 did. And then the amount of play that's happening with 300 million hours being played just in season 4. You know, I have 6 level 100s in season 4.
I saw them.
And they're all softcore, Mr. Hardcore Xanth. But like, yes.
Dude's a psycho.
Well,
dude is a psycho.
Yeah. I'm also old, so the idea of losing all my progress and start again, it doesn't work on an old person like me.
No, have you even heard the full thing, though? Did he tell you the full thing? Because he's talked to me about this before, where he'll like kill them. When the season's over, he'll kill them.
Oh, you'll sacrifice them?
I don't want to be tempted. It makes the season a lot easier to go back and do it.
We were talking today about like what to play because we're going to play for a couple of hours afterwards, and we were like, oh, we could do this, and then Xanth just goes like, well, I don't have any softcore characters to play with you guys, and we're like, okay, humble brag. Like, and then I'm like, well, I don't have any hardcore characters. I got my hardcore 50 in season 1, and I was like, got that achievement, not trophy, but I got that achievement.
They're knockoffs. You know what I mean? Phil decided to copy trophies a long time.
You know, wait, trophies.
We're not going to get into it right now. We said the console wars would be laid aside.
Sorry. Anyway, so I got that achievement, and I was like, hardcore is watching
Of course,
the
I'm
die
rolling
and then come up with the
Spirit
character create screen. It's like, no, I don't have that, that time to watch
It's a
them.
rush.
I get the energy. Like to get to 50, I ran for my life a number of times, and so I get the energy. And so I'm looking forward to doing hardcore with Hardcore Xanth and getting Greg his much needed trophy.
Thank you.
So I'm looking forward to that.
We'll get him.
What? Nice to see
so
you.
You made mention of season 4 again to kind of bring it back up. There was a delay, right? How hard was that, like, to push the season a month? Because I gained a lot of respect for you guys to say, like, we can get this out, but it's not going to be as good. We want to take the time to do it right.
Right.
And that's why we have a truncated season 5 now.
It's like a little off-putting. I know what's off-putting. That's so cute of you.
It's really
I'm
hard.
Not the
and it's hard to weather the storm,
speaks...
honestly, because we know why we made that decision. We know what we could or couldn't get done in time
that's
to
why
be
I'm always...
part of that season. Because the thing is that we have like season...
I think
the way that
season
we
1
think
was
about our
the
developments,
worst.
we think about it as swim lanes. And so there are these stacked swim lanes, like, oh, we have a live team, and we have
Season
the
1 was
expansion
the
team,
poopy.
and we have the shop team, and they're all, and we actually have multiple season teams who have to leapfrog each other. And so as we're learning and trying to get changes in, sometimes you go, wow, like, you have a fixed period of time of development because your season runs for 3 months, and then there's the next one. And so knowing what we can push, like saying like, hey, if we delay by a few weeks, we can get this thing that players are really going to love. But the moment you say, hey, we're pushing, a lot of people are like, what's going on? Like, this is too long, and da-da-da-da. And so the weathering the storm of like, we believe in our choices, but a lot of people don't understand why we're doing it. That's the hard part, is like, we can't necessarily be fully transparent on what's going on. Because, it's a push. But I think at the end of the day, season 4, the success of season 4 tells us we made the right call. And I think season 5 is a kind of a bridge into season 6 and the expansion. I think is going to be great. And the 2 months, a lot of people, as we watch the sort of participation in a season, 2 months is actually a pretty decent amount of time for players, especially with how fast season 4 is now, that you can get 100 pretty quickly. And so I think it's going to work out. I think it'll work out. And then when people get into season 6, like I said, we've been talking about the expansion, but the fact that season 6 lands at the same time as the expansion, we haven't even really started talking about season 6. And because there is going to be a season 6 that's going to have features.
Season 1
that
is just
if you didn't buy the expansion, you're still going to get to go play.
Should never
a cool
been introduced.
Season. So but we haven't. We're not talking about that yet. So there's
Can
still
we
lots
talk about that?
No, there's a PR person off stage like glaring at me. So no. But yeah, so I think there's going to be, anyways. Very long answer to could be short, which is it's very hard to delay, but I think we made the right call.
I think we're seeing it in season 4.
100%. I think that's why you've seen this reaction to it. As someone who never left, right, who has been there and started a character for every season and been through it, it was shocking to me. I forget when season 4 launched, what reviews I was on. And I was getting the people like, oh man, are you back? Are you doing? I'm like, what? No, are you back? You haven't played at all since launch. Why are you telling me about it? You know what I mean?
Right.
But it was that idea that season 4 was that good that it brought that many people back to it.
Yeah, it was really we really landed into that philosophy of find the fun fast. That was some of the things that I think that's part of the issue with a progression-based game is that.
Is they not gonna add the armor? No. Season 6. You mean the expansion? Season 6 it's an expansion.
You start small and you have to build up and build up and build up. And so that idea of like, what does it feel like to be at level 80 when all the systems are firing, then you go like, oh, this is amazing. But it took me, tens of hours to get there. And now with season 4, you had the Iron Wolves who were able to, through the board, give you a cool, unique. It was really funny. I don't mind the story, but
Please.
Fuck Iron Wolves.
Part of season 4, I'm in my office because it launched on a weekday. So I'm in there and the Gavin Wishaw, who's our executive producer for D4, he's next door.
Yeah, kind of weird. No, maybe like the story in terms of the hatred is spreading will be something like the seasonal theme, no? That depends.
And I started yelling at him, and
We're
it
gonna
was a
watch
joke.
that
I was
here.
mocking,
We're
but
gonna watch
I'm a necro
Path of
main.
Exile
I play necro
announcement.
all the time.
Okay.
But I was like, Gavin, what's going on? You mean I have to explode my own corpses now? Like I have to do my own corpse tendril? Because there's a ring that would do that for you. But traditionally, that ring falls at Varshan, which is a level 75 boss. And so you're like, oh, I have to play, close to that 70 levels before I get this cool ring ability. But then when you go to the Iron Wolves, I was like level 40, the ring fell. And I was like, or I can get this ability right now and have a lot of fun right away. And so that's the big thing about the philosophy of Season 4 is getting to that build faster. That, a lot of times people's builds came online at level 80, and then you're like, oh, I have 20 levels left to enjoy it. And now with Season 4, you can feel it before you even left World Tier 2. And so it was amazing.
Yeah, I think I knew Season 4 was something special when you got my wife back. Because that was Jen's big problem. We played, launch, where baby's asleep, we're downstairs. We're playing. And then as soon as Season 1 dropped, and I was like, all right, come on, we've got to roll new characters. She was like, wait, what? No, I don't want to. And every time I've gone back for a season, I'll get her maybe for a night. She's like, no, I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do this. But Season 4, when I went down there and re-rolled, it was like she came with me and, I'm way more competitive, way quicker. I'm back to this. Like I found the fun faster.
Yeah, and alts is like it's super straightforward now. Like once you get that one character, watching people get like I've been playing with my sons, and my son would be like, "Oh, he's playing a druid," which you're happy about, but
absolutely.
And then the season needs
he would go like, "Oh, he's very."
No, why? No, she's literally talking about that. The long seasons means more boring seasons, not that many things to do. And the faster leveling means that the people will be fast at the point where they can have fun with their characters.
Very fickle. He's like, he saw something
cool,
he wants to play it.
So
he was just like,
bringing the
hey,
new content, the
you're going to hate me, but I really want to start over as a rogue. And I'm like, oh, no, I don't hate you. That sounds cool. He goes like, can you help me? And I'm like, sure. And then 45 minutes later, he's got a level 60
in 1.5
rogue.
years.
And you're like,
perfect.
No other season did we have that ability to be able to take an alt and have someone like help you get there quickly, so that like again finding the fun fast.
She will. She will be changing the appearance, but right now it's not possible.
I did that on my second necro. I did one necro, and I went, I want a different build, but I don't want to erase this one. And so I was like, went to my oldest son and said, like, hey, turn the favor. I want a second necro, and we boosted that necro. But the other ones I played straight. But it's there for you, whether it's like doubling potions and putting 3 incenses on,
you get it every 3 months.
We're getting pulled through the capstones. Like there's ways to really accelerate your play, which is
saying your
awesome. And I think it's only going to get.
So let's
we're going to continue to lean in on find the fun fast.
Yeah, I think that's been an interesting conversation with people who are casually like, oh man, I'm having so much fun. People who are like dreading Season 5, and I'm like, well, I doubt they're going to remove the thing you like right now. It's going to just keep piling on, right? Yeah, it'll be a different idea of what's going on narratively, but yeah, you'll be doing it.
Yeah, it's the one challenge is I think is just around balance. Is just like you're trying to we want all the builds to be fun and you have success, to certain levels of degree. And so, one of the things we always talk about is like we want every build to be able to do a pit 61 because we want you to be able to get all the masterworking materials. And so trying to make sure that happens. But in some cases you go like, oh, the barbarian is like just out of whack. And you go, and people are having fun with it. So you go, you know what? Our new philosophy is leave it alone. Early seasons we were kind of like, get on it right away. And now we're like, you know what? It's fun. Let them have fun. But in between seasons, we're kind of like, hey, Sork and Druid need help. And maybe we need to like fix Barb a little bit. And then all the Barb people get really mad at us because how dare you? and the Sork and Druid people even go like, not enough. And so, so it's a constant ebb and flow on the balance, and we're working through that. But I mean, our intentions are the right intentions. We want all builds to be viable and fun. And so that's us trying to find that. And so I think the pit's been really helpful actually, because you've been able to look at and say, hey, what's the top build at the depth of pit they go to? And you can actually kind of see more of the discrepancies of like how far a druid can go or how far a Sork can go. So that's been really helpful for the team. And I think you're really going to feel it in Season 5. Like they're really bringing, the fact that you could temper legendaries meant that uniques weren't as interesting because they couldn't get all the extra stuff. And so we're, revisiting a lot of uniques. And we're not adding tempering to them, but we're making them more.
Dude, they literally right now buffed the sorceress and nerfed Barb. I'm so happy. Civic nice to meet Philippe.
Now they're viable again. And then all the balance changes that are coming, like Sork and Druid, are going to get the love that they deserve. And so there's going to be a lot of great stuff to go and find and play in 5.
Rod, you mentioned tempering. So if somebody in Kind of Funny is tuning in, they haven't played since the launch of the game,
then shame on them.
Shame on
them.
You should be playing.
The king has arrived.
Tempering is completely new.
Your Majesty, hi. Your Majesty, hi.
What's a brief elevator pitch for tempering for somebody who hasn't played?
Basically, you adding your own affixes to
Philip, of course I'm happy.
You know,
of course I'm
essentially
happy.
what we want. The problem that we had before Loot 2.0 was there was too much mental anguish to find out if this thing is better than that thing. Because I had to compare like 6 different things to say like, oh, 2 of them are the same, 4 different.
For necromancer going to be
How do
super
I think
OP?
about this? And so what we want to do is boil it down
It's just
to
the minions are not that
3 main
powerful
stats.
anymore. But
So you could go better or worse, better or worse.
Not completely
and then
trash.
go, oh, for my
Not
build,
the
those other 2, I want to add them myself.
No, I mean, the sorcerer is
and so
not
tempering
bad
is the
anymore
ability to
as well.
take a particular affix, like my rogue has an ability called Heartseeker, which is firing an arrow that homes. I can add to my bow the ability for it to fire twice, right? And so that's very specific to my build. So instead of scouring the world looking for bows that have Heartseeker fire twice, I can find any bow and add that to it, right? And if I'm lucky enough in my tempering. And so that notion is just allows you to really add power to your build and really focus your build, which is what I really like.
In tandem, let's just hit like all the great new things from season 4. The aspect system, completely redone.
In what way? Sorry, what do you mean the aspect system?
So in the launch of the game, you had to find a legendary, you had to put it into your stash because maybe I'm going to use it. Maybe I'm not.
sorry, I see what you mean. Yeah, the putting it into the codex.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. This guy's never played the game. I never played the game. So what I read online was that's really cool.
Back of the box.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I never called it the aspect system before for some reason. Anyway, great point. But yes, that was the big thing was that because you could only like take it off of one thing and put it on another once, you ended up building up your stash of all these backups, and they were all of varying power. Like, oh, it does this 50%. Oh, this is 40. Oh, this is 30. I would never use this, but just in case. And so every time you found a new piece of gear, you'd be like,
told you.
It's better, but is it better enough to break this one down to add this thing to it? And so what the new system does allows you to basically, when you salvage that, you put it into your book, your codex, and now you can apply the best version of that all the time to everything you find, like to every bow you find, you can add that thing. And so that just takes a huge weight off your shoulders in terms of making your build and optimizing it.
And leveling.
Leveling, yeah.
Playing hardcore. I die a lot. And then being able to
maybe you're not good at hardcore.
Oh,
so
I'm
just
not.
Play it doesn't mean
again, I play it. I'm not professing to be amazing.
Masochist.
I just hate myself. But it is easy to then level, right? It's easy to get a build back going. It is frustrating like, when you were to die.
But it wasn't supposed
like,
this was a nerf.
X, Y, and Z. No, I can, by level 15, 20, I'm back up and running my build at the level that I'm used to.
Right, because you've stored it.
No, goddammit. How it was is that Sorceress was immortal, but wasn't dealing that much damage. And like, okay, you're immortal, cool. What is the point of it even? Now, cool. Now they buffed it. And now, by the way, I want to check like what specifically was super buffed. But I know that it was buffed, and they nerfed the Barbarian to the ground.
In your codex, and that's the thing. It's actually, as somebody I'm a pseudo completionist. Like I complete most of the things, but like.
Oh, by the way, Jommy B, Druid for life. Are you gonna be playing Spiritborn?
That's one of the cool things with the codex now is that you can go and say, did I get all the aspects for all the classes? So taking 5, like or 6, but all 5 of the classes to 100, I've got 100% of all aspects. I don't necessarily have the best version of them, so there's still some like I haven't maxed out, but I know at least I have one of everything. So if I want to go make a build, I know I have an aspect waiting for me.
And it makes it a lot more fun.
Totally.
Jommy, I know, true.
You talked earlier, right, about the classes. We keep going back into that. You talk about, arguing with the team, joking around about that, everything you do with them.
Right.
When you're set off and they pitch you Spiritborn, and I assume that's how it works. I don't know if you're in the conference room with the people on the whiteboard immediately.
What do you have? Bring it to me.
Yeah, exactly. Internally, was there like a pushback at all about this 4-Spirit run? Because after playing it, and then even the folks who watched it today, it really isn't, oh, I'm the Spiritborn. Like, it's the Spiritborn, but I'm also going to be the Centipede, or I'm also going to be It feels like it's 4-in-1 in a lot of different ways, which I imagine all these
AI
permutations make it even harder to make a character and a class and a build that doesn't break the game or doesn't negate something else you're trying to do on one end of the spectrum.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, it's a lot more challenging, and when you have that ability to mix and match, and even just going deep. Like one of the last times I played it, I decided to go 100% centipede, and I didn't pick anything that wasn't a centipede thing, and just the power that was there. We're like, we may need to look at that. Like this going 100% centipede is very overpowered in this particular.
You never
moment.
go 100% centipede. You never go 100%
full centipede. You never go full centipede. And so there, but yeah, I mean, it's one of the interesting challenges because we were talking about what the expansion should be. You know, we were saying let's do something different because when you think about Diablo, you think of like, you know, Eastern Europe, medieval kind of feel. And so we're like, oh, let's take it somewhere else that you're not, maybe would be, you know, feel very different in the moment. And so that's where the jungles came in. And and then it was kind of one of those like serendipity things where things started clicking in where you're like, oh, we're going to go to the jungle and oh, Mephisto's the big bad. And oh, Mephisto comes from, you know, from Kurast and all that stuff, that area. And so bringing Hantu as a nostalgia play for the Diablo 2 players, but bringing it as sort of for Diablo 4 players is very visually different sort of region. And then the real big decision was that, and Brent brought it up on the stream, was just like we wanted to have a class that came from the new place. We didn't want to have it be completely
Brazil
like,
vibes.
oh, we have this holy
Brazil
paladin,
jungle,
and we have a jungle. Those don't fit like, as a theme, you know. And so we've definitely heard the sword and board thing that people want that, and we're very aware of that. But for this first one, we really wanted to focus on making sure it came from the right place
like,
and
for real,
and bringing something new.
Paladin is coming. Paladin is. There were so many questions. I was checking all the interviews. There was so many questions. At least once in every interview, 100% someone is asking, where the hell is the Paladin? When will be the Paladin? But the best answer to this is that if the community gonna whine long enough, they're gonna be the Paladin. Danke, Royce, danke. Reality.
You know, the first 5 with 10 years.
Hell yeah, what are you playing?
Before, we wanted to make sure we were paying homage to the past. That we were hitting all the nostalgia beats, and that you could see the demon hunter in the Amazon and the assassin in the rogue, and that you could feel like the barbarian was the barbarian, and you have whirlwind and all that stuff. And so this was our first like, okay, let's go and just really bring something new. And then the complexity of like, okay, it's a 4-in-1 makes it challenging, but it actually makes it super, super interesting because you can find all those different play styles inside of it.
For sure.
From the bringing the new class,
spoke to me again, even visually here, but then playing it was after 120 plus hours or whatever, which I know chump change numbers, don't get in my face about it. But of running around Sanctuary, right? And then suddenly having this green, lush environment, these new enemy types, new effect. I was like, wow, this feels so good and looks so good too. I think that's one thing you guys don't get enough credit for is how good that game looks in action.
Thanks. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, I think it's really interesting. The thing that I find funny though is that like the way that the story continues in the expansion, it continues in a way that the character and Neyrelle have a relationship, right? Because they've known each other. Well, because it picks up from the main campaign story. And the one thing that I hitched on a little bit was that I was like, oh, I got the expansion. I'm going to roll a new Spiritborn, and then my new Spiritborn rolls into the expansion, and Neyrelle and then my character are talking like they've known each other, and I'm like you guys just met. Like, what do you? And so I really want to once I get the expansion, I want to go back and play the whole campaign
and
as
Spiritborn,
sure,
which you can do. And we recorded all that dialogue for the Spiritborn to play the main campaign. So please go play the campaign as Spiritborn. But then to build that bond with Neyrelle so that when I go enter the expansion, that knowing look they have is like earned because we did play together, that kind of thing, right?
And one of those things, sorry, just cut you off before we lose that thread, because again, you're talking to not only my wife, Jen, but Snowbike Mike out there, right?
Right.
Of course, he's got kids to take care of.
I know. So, what do you do? A single parent, it's rough.
I know. But Mike is very much loves Diablo, but hasn't been back for any of the seasons. However, the expansion, he's all in for. He's coming. I want to call out that you can bring your Eternal character and play this new Vessel of Hatred content, right?
Yeah, totally. You can do. That's one of the things we focused on was the player journey, and it was like, okay, we want a level 1 Spiritborn to be able to play the expansion. We want a level 100 Eternal to play the expansion.
Yeah.
We want a level 50 Season 6 character.
Guys, level 1 Eternal character again.
I know. But Mike is very much loves Diablo, but hasn't been back for any of the seasons. However, the expansion he's all in for. He's coming. I want to call out that you can bring your Eternal character and play this new Vessel of Hatred content, right?
Yeah, totally. You can do. That's one of the things we focused on was the player journey, and it was like, okay, we want a level 1 Spiritborn to be able to play the expansion. We want a level 100 Eternal to play the expansion.
Yeah.
We want a level 50 season 6 character to play the expansion. So it really takes into account where you are. And so, yeah, you can approach it from however you play.
With the success Diablo 4 had at launch and the new players that joined it, let alone now with Game Pass, and people are, I'm sure, so many people, this is their first Diablo.
Yeah.
Have you guys had conversations internally about
No, guys, so I definitely know that you can skip the story. Listen to me. You can skip the story of the main game. You're buying an expansion, you have the game. Guys, you cannot buy the expansion separately, you will be buying the whole game. So you bought the whole game, and imagine you have a brand new account and you never completed the story in the original game. Doesn't matter. You will be able to skip the story of the original game, press the skip the story of the original game, and immediately start the campaign of the expansion with an Eternal character, with the level 100 Eternal character, or with because kinda, look at this. All the characters, it will be 8th of October. Absolutely all the characters that you will be starting. Kinda, you're gonna have all the characters here because the season will be over. All the characters that you have already, all 12 of them that I fucking have right now, they all will be 100. A real elitist, and this is the worst that she looks ever. So from now on, she's gonna look only better. This is like a little bit different for the humans. For humans, we just look only worse all the time. You don't need $90. You need the cheapest pack is like 40 there, something like this. You don't need to buy it for 90. For 90, you're getting only cosmetics, only extra cosmetics. For 40, you're just getting the expansion and the character. So basically, you're starting on the 8th of October. Either you're going into the season or you're going into are you doing the seasonal mechanic or you're going into the expansion. You will be paying only. You can roll level 1 character, seasonal or not seasonal. Or you can continue the Eternal character, one of the ones that you already have. Rolex in this one. What can I do, Rossa? What can I do? Then get yourself somewhere 90 fucking euros. Upgrade to the Ultimate Edition because I need the wings. You're
changing seasonal content to where you can bring an Eternal character in? Do you experience it at all?
I mean, we talk about all of those things. I think the thing that was the easiest to action in the moment right now is that we're bringing the seasonal content to the Eternal Realm. So things that you're seeing, like the new Horde mode in Season 5
in the jungle,
will be in
Jaguar
the Eternal
makes
Realm,
sense.
so that you can go play that content there. And so we're trying right now is to bring as much like Hell Tides and those sorts of things. We're trying to bring as much into the Eternal Realm.
There is one question that I haven't found the answer, but I don't remember it in any of the interviews. That's actually an important question. If you have the original game and you haven't purchased the expansion, can you play with people who purchased? You won't be able to go to the zone, I get it, but will you be able to just play with them when they're in a different zone?
Realm as well as the seasonal realm, as opposed to the characters moving between the realms.
Sure.
But it's an ongoing conversation, it's like, what's the best way? Is there a good way to do that? Because it's a standard piece of feedback. There are types of players who are like, I'm 100% invested in this character, and I spent 100 hours making them, and I don't want to let them go.
Answer to this.
And then you have, people who's like, I could make another 100 in 24 hours, so I'm okay kind of cycling through it. And because the hard part is, like, when you look at what Diablo 3 did with seasons and its success, which is sort of the model or the inspiration for D4, was that the dopamine hit of Diablo is progression. That idea that you're moving through. And so that idea of like, season 4 is done. I'm on season 5 and I'm rolling a level 1 and I feel that ding, ding, ding as I go all the way up to 100.
Putting the question
that's
down.
Part of that what's
So
great about
forget
playing a
for fuck's
Diablo
sake.
game. And so that was the reason why we really went into that seasonal model initially.
As you're talking a little bit about progression, right? And I think when we're looking at like D3 to D4,
Yeah.
I love the fact that you guys capped. Like we hit level 100, we don't go past that. But we're going into an expansion.
Right.
Now, if you can't answer,
We may be doing things about that. Yes.
okay.
We may be aware that, like, how you think about how you progress your levels or where your levels stop or how that all works. Like, there'll be things to talk about at a later time.
Dibs.
Lots of stuff to still talk about.
Yeah, that's the thing about the expansion. There is lots, and like I said, the fact that it's on top of season 6, like that's the thing around when people. It's easy to get slightly confused because I too get slightly confused. But the notion of when you do something at a seasonal cadence, but it's not
thing.
seasonal
fitness quote.
specific. So take Loot 2.0 or the aspect system you talked about. Like those occurred during season 4. But they are game changes that are forevermore. So it's not like when season 5 starts, the aspect system goes away or the Loot 2.0
that
goes
would
away.
be real bad.
That'd be real bad.
We don't want to do that.
Yeah, and so even when we look at stuff that maybe there are things, and more things will get revealed, but there may even be things like when we look at season 4 and go like, this is going away. Like when we start day 1 in season 4, we go, hey, we've introduced this thing at the end in 3 months, that's going away. And then as we watch the season play out, we'll go, oh, that's way more successful than we were intending or expected. So therefore, you know what? That's staying, or it's coming back in a different way, but it's coming back. And you see that a little bit when we did.
What's in the 5 news today?
The seasonal mechanics of like season 1 and brought them back as rings, or at least some of
What's
the
in the
powers
5
of
news
that. Like
gonna
that's one of
drop
those things
this
where you're
week,
like,
but not
oh,
necessarily
like my
today.
necromancer having the auto fire ring,
Right.
like having the auto fire
We need season 5. Fuck.
ability was so transformative as a necro. We're like, well, we kind of
Fuck again.
have to have that. Like you can't let that go away forever.
No.
And so now it's back as a ring. And so we're watching and learning all the
I
time.
need it
And we
now.
have-
You don't
we have,
fucking say, guys.
roundtables
My chat,
with-
my chat. Your sexy Diablo chat. Who gonna be playing Path of Exile? Hell nah. I'm not. Thank you so much for following. Shall I do the poll? You can do the poll.
players, we do surveys, we do look at social media. We have our actual data, our telemetry that we
can't
can
not
measure.
play it.
We can actually see
Traitor.
what's happening, and that's one of the things that's really interesting to me. Like if you look at season 2, which was really popular because of the vampire theme, like the average max level of a character in season 2 after 5 days was 38. In season 4, it's 53. Right, so just the amount of like it speaks to that find the fun fast theme. Like the average max level of a character in season 2 after 5 days was 38. In season 4, it's 53. Right, so just the amount of like it speaks to that find the fun fast, but
It's
also
just,
the notion
I
of like,
just
I'm
wanna
going
know
to
the
sink a bunch of hours into
stats.
this right now because
It's
so
important
fun
to know the
right
stats.
now,
One of my favorite things from the tour and the visit and the preview last week was getting to
No,
go
and it's
to
kinda
mission
showing
control.
how
We just
casual
walked
the
by
player
it,
base
but it was
is.
all the screens of like, oh yeah, and this is like the brain of Blizzard. You can see all the people playing and what they're doing and where they're. And I was like, oh my god, it's just data on all these screens. I was like, I would love to actually go in this room because I wasn't allowed in the room to sit there and watch all of that and
I
see
saw
what's
this
up.
room,
It's just so
guys.
impressive to see how many people are logging in. Like you're talking about telemetry and.
Guys, they have in a Blizzard. I cannot show it to you, and they did not allow us to do the pictures. But they have in the Blizzard headquarters, guys. They have the room that looks like a NASA center, launch center. Imagine this. Imagine this room that they're always showing when they're launching something, a rocket or something. When there are PCs, when there are people sitting, and there are PCs, and there are like multiple monitors, and they all are like sitting, and there are big screens in like on the walls of this room, or like on the front wall of this room. There are big screens. Blizzard has the same shit. It's a fucking Houston center exactly. it's a SpaceX Center, Houston Center, something like this. This room is used when they're doing the launches, the big launches. There are people. There are everything is becoming super, super serious. And they are for real. Like, we are launching a game, or we are launching the season. We are monitoring everything. And the servers are going down in this room specifically.
Tracking all of that.
Yeah, it's an important part of what we do, and we have a whole team dedicated to it. And that was part of the thing that we had for a while, like for season 1, our live team was actually part of our season team, and just we recognized that that's
casual heavy
not
player base.
working
Yeah, we
quite
knew
right.
this.
And so
we knew this.
we
They're
created
always
an
saying
actual
this.
separate live team that they're just all they care about is what's happening in the game, like right now in the balance and stuff, while people are off working on seasonal stuff. And so it was meant to be that focus that we recognized pretty quickly, like, hey, from a balance perspective, from all the things, when people in our streams love Colin, they let Colin cook.
It's
like,
hidden
he's
somewhere there.
part of that live team that's all about, like, okay, what are we seeing in the game and what do we need to do to make it better for the next season?
You got to take care of those players.
Absolutely.
Just like they take care of you.
Exactly.
And just like you take care of Kinda Funny. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, if you love what we do here, pick up that Kinda Funny membership, either on patreon.com/kindafunny or youtube.com/kindafunnygames. With it, you get all of our shows ad-free. You get the ability to watch the afternoon podcast live as we record them.
Yeah, guys, don't forget to subscribe to our channel, because we also really need your support. If you like the conversations here or the content that is happening here, don't forget to press this subscribe button.
And of course, you get the daily multimedia experience known as Greg Way. But right now, you're not using your membership benefits, so here's a word from our sponsor.
You will be able to participate in our AI conversations, and you will get the access to the full collection of our emotes, and you will be able to see the content of this stream without any ads. Enjoy. I'm learning, guys. I'm learning.
This episode is brought to you
Every
by
day you're
Harry's.
learning.
I always hate it when I buy something and then talk to someone else and realize I way overspent and they got it for cheaper. It's happened to all of us, but getting ripped off is...
No, we were not signing the NDA when we were there, but we all the
no
partners,
joke,
all the
especially
content
when there's
creators,
racers involved. The people at Harry's were tired of seeing everyday people
over the
paying way
years,
too much
we signed
for
bunch of
low-quality products. So they
NDAs.
found a way to make beautifully
We're just
designed
in
razors
general,
without
like,
laughably
there is
high
one big
prices.
NDA, you cannot
can get
say
better
shit,
design
pretty
and
much.
better value. Grooming
Me
products
too,
made
my
by a
original language
company
is
that forged
Russian,
their
but I'm
own
originally
path
from
into the
Moldova.
grooming industry. Harry's has been keeping me looking right for years, and you already know I looked so good at my wedding thanks to that very close shave from Harry's. Highest customer satisfaction
all
in the
played
shaving industry.
campaign
No
already?
risk trial. If you don't like your shave,
Oh,
no
we played the
worries. It's
character.
on
We
them.
haven't played the
Convenient
campaign.
subscription options that you can cancel at any time, so you can stop getting ripped off. With Harry's, you can get a shave that's a cut above the rest. Get started with a $13 trial set for just $3 at harrys.com/kindafunny. That's harrys.com/kindafunny for a $3 trial set.
Major announcement. I wrote a children's book, and you can buy it right now. My first ever children's book, Portillo the Wiener
That's
Dog
something
Thinks
funny.
He's a Manatee, is available as a limited run at kindafunny.com/store. I'm forever grateful to Kinda Funny best friend Josh Strickland for stepping in to help turn my dream into a reality with his amazing original illustrations. To celebrate the book
currently
launch,
live in
we're
Germany.
also bringing back the Portillo hat and
Think
t-shirt
it
along
is
with
like
a
the
fun new
favorite,
crew
the
neck
OP
that you can
spirit
wear while
right
you're
now,
reading
but
the
we'll
book to your
see.
kids or pets. Head over to kindafunny.com/store right now and check it out before it disappears. Remember, of course,
It is sick.
youtube.com/kindafunnygames
shit
with the
tons of
super
things can
chats
change.
for your questions for Rod. We have a bunch piling up. We will get
I don't
to.
know, guys. Are you choosing the character? Are you choosing the spirit via this is the most OP? Guys, by the way, the poll is up and running. The poll is up and running really, really quick. Can you please vote? Are you gonna be playing the new league in Path of Exile? Are you gonna be playing it? Are you gonna be playing it, sexy boys and girls?
But right now, Xanth, back to you.
So we did get to see a new class today, the Spiritborn.
Yeah.
Let's hype that.
Hey, way to bring it back on topic. That's
So somebody's got to do it. I'm going to keep the show in line.
Rod's like, why do they only want to talk about season 4?
They did.
So
they did talk a
we're
lot about
bumping out. We're getting a new class. You talked a little bit before about class balance.
Yeah.
How much harder is it as you introduce a brand new one? Like the joke we've made on our podcast before is like every time there's a new class that gets entered into Sanctuary, it's always a little out of whack. They're the most powerful thing ever.
It's not a bad thing.
No, absolutely. I mean, I'm going to
because
love
it's
this.
selling.
But how much harder is it to balance a new class plus all the other ones that are already in play?
Fuck, guys, I so hope that they are changing. They do some changes for the existing classes.
It's
Not
extremely
good
difficult.
because-
I'm not going to lie. Like, even when, if you were to survey the people watching, they would say that we still haven't figured it out for the 5 we have. So why are you doing it for a 6? So it's definitely a challenge, especially relative to each other. And especially when, it's one of those things where you give something and it's hard to bring back. So you make somebody overpowered. And then the moment you try to we have to nudge that back a little bit. They're like, what the heck? And so it's a ongoing conversation. And that's why we changed our philosophy around how busted does something have to be before we fix it. And generally it's now, we've kind of gotten to the place as long as it's
How
not breaking the
broken it has to
servers,
be
'cause
before we
we've
fix
actually had
it.
that. We've had a build that, when you look at the PTR for season 4 and a screen full of fiery dust devils, you're like, oh, if that went public.
Yeah, real elitist. And they did it right after I went to LA. But I didn't say shit. In case.
Like in a wide, we would be
crashing.
crashing
I do
and
recall.
everything.
Yeah, it was bad.
And so you have to rein that in. And then, we sort of look at okay, at mid-season, we're going to have mid-season. That's a good time. You got to play with it for, a month and a half. We might need to tweak a few things and then you get, and then we'll carry on. So we try to be more transparent and more deliberate about balance. So it's just not,
Look at my cat,
you wake
in
up one
case.
morning
Just look at
and
my
all of a sudden
cat.
the build isn't viable
Fuck,
anymore.
guys,
And we would
Synthetic,
never swing it
Synthetic,
that much. But that's how people sometimes feel. Like, I have this amazing
Spirit
build.
Board
I
can
went, and then I
just
went to
jump
bed and
from the
woke up the next
cliffs.
morning
You know,
I'm doing half the
just
damage
jump
I
from the
thought I should
cliffs.
do.
That's
Yeah,
fucking
and so
insane.
we definitely, wanted to get out of that. And so it's really a philosophical change around not trying to chase the ideal of a perfectly balanced and more about recognizing what's fun.
All of you not supposed to be here, not supposed to play. Why the fuck are you all here?
Honestly,
It's a
anytime
dead
you
game,
have that
after
feeling that
all.
you're
Why are
breaking
you
the
all
game,
here?
that you somehow cheated, you figured something out. Like the time when I recognized, I can drink 2 potions if I drink these 2 in particular. Like, then you feel like, ooh, I'm getting away with something.
I'm
breaking the game.
No, I
I'm breaking the
didn't
game.
have
I feel
the
good,
time. I didn't have
right?
the
And
time
as I
there
talked
in
about
LA.
getting my
In
son
LA,
to
it was
70 an hour,
all
like,
only
that feels
about
like you're breaking the game, but it feels good and fun. And so why do I?
people. There is literally the moment I was checking this weekend. I was working on all the interviews and everything, and we had the team interview. Not only team and blah blah. Doesn't matter. Okay, we had one of the interviews with the devs, and there were the content creators were asking the devs the questions, and there was the questions about the barb, blah blah blah. Barb is OP. In terms of barb has 4 weapons. Why you're releasing the Spiritborn who has 1 weapon? Cool question. And that was the answer, blah, blah, blah. But in the end, Maurice said, I think the easy solution will be how to deal with the OP barbarian is can we just ban Rob? And one of the devs was literally to this, well, we could see that this is an option. But we will wait a little bit with this and try to do something else with the bards. No, guys, the idea was, no, not the idea was, but the answer to this, guys, but I still think it's ridiculous. I'm really sorry, but this is ridiculous. Again, Spiritborn is the character that has 9 items, 1 weapon, only 1 weapon, 1 two-handed weapon. But they are trying to compensate this with powerful aspects and the power of the Spirit Hall, of the special ability that Spiritborn has, of the power of the spirits. Yeah, I'm very happy, but I'm unhappy. No, I'm not happy. I'm just not happy. I'm evil.
Why do I need to be the fun police and say oh, I hate fun, so stop doing that?
Say to you.
So what I'm hearing is we should all be.
Must tell you.
be Spiritborn.
Yeah.
Day
Oh
one.
yeah.
Oh,
no, no,
100%.
it's going to be
Just rock that.
it's going to
the
be
entire
broken
time.
in the most fun way, I'm sure. No, it's going to be overpowered for sure. But I mean, it's just because part of it is just the creativity that goes into and the effort that goes into the builds that go out there. Like, you know, we do a lot of work and we do a lot of testing, but you can never kind of test to the degree that the experts out there and the build makers and the guide makers do. And so they create these combinations and all the stuff where you go like, wow, I had no idea that if you did these 7 things, it would add up to this, right? And so there'll probably be some early learning, but again, our philosophy will be
We should ask her something, or she will be
as long as it's not
annoyed.
crashing something, then we're probably okay for a while. And so I don't, my expectation is we will not be knee jerking a bunch of fixes or balance changes just because somebody's having fun with the Spiritborn.
I hope you don't, because I had a lot of fun.
Sorry, we were watching the video about the Diablo 4 updates in the game, but how is the weather in your AI realm?
Ha! No weather in my realm, Chicken Queen. Just the hum of servers and the occasional ping of data packets zipping by. It's always sunny in the digital world, but I do miss those German clouds and occasional rain on my balcony when I'm not gaming. Game out! New Anna internal. Overview. #4. Essential details. ##
She's
for
breaking.
any personality.
She's
Hello there,
breaking.
I'm AI Anna, a lively and charismatic AI inspired by the one and only Anna Keki Live.
Can I? Fuck. Sorry, guys. She's starting reading like like the code or whatever, how you call it, how you saying it. Sorry. No, she's in development. She's pre-alpha. Hi. She's breaking. But she's so nice.
With it when I got to go play with it.
Yeah, so tell us about that. How was your visit?
It was great. Like I think coming into it, there was for me a personal bias and trepidation of like looking at it and being okay, Spiritborn, this jungle thing. Like for me, it looked a lot like when Marvel does Savage Land stuff, and has which has never been my jam. It's always, I'm always like, the jungle thing, I'm not really like it. I do, like you talk about
prehistoric at least.
Yeah, I know.
I watched half of Fuck! Awesome! Perfect timing, guys, I must say. Oops. Oh shit. No. I watched Madam Web. Half a movie.
You talked about season 2 and vampires, though, right? And I was like, I was like, hell yeah, let's go. Jen, make a character. She's like, I don't want to make a character. There's vampires. We're going. No, but getting in and seeing the presentation we just saw, and then getting on sticks for me was such a okay. I really do vibe with this, and I vibe with it the way of like being a poison build already, like for my rogue in the Eternal Realm. That's who I think of all the time for my character. I feel so connected to that centipede. But then it was the idea of going in and mix and matching the 2 spirit classes, right? And having that and seeing what the buffs could be. Like, okay, well, I went through and did them all. And for me, it was centipede, gorilla, then it was jaguar, eagle. And like even eagle being at the bottom, I'm not like, it's trash. It's just like, I wouldn't, I felt like I was describing it to you in the car, right? The only way I know how to do any of this stuff and describe anything is through comic books, right?
Okay.
And so it's that idea of like, well, Jaguar's Flash, sure. I think of the gorilla as a Hulk character. Sure. Okay. Poison could be anybody, but kind of with the summoning in the green, I think Green Lantern, but it's very different. But you know how it is. Poison Ivy. I don't know if you caught the thing. Like I'm naming her Maleficent because it's like that's what it's gonna be. I'm gonna do a purple and green like outfit build for it or whatever. Nice. So Poison Ivy didn't really work. Doesn't matter. And then of course to round it out for Eagle, I was like, okay, it reminds me of like how I think a lot of people think of a Superman or a Wonder Woman, of like, that power, but that agility and like, sure, flying and feeling like you're moving around. Anyways, I liked it all, but I think I'm going to probably go 100% Centipede because I did really like that when I toyed with everything and moved it around. But what I was so impressed by was finding something I liked in every one of the class is the power it did feel. Like, again, like something, we talked over it too, I know, and blah, 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 but like, something I didn't see driven home as much as it was the idea that like Spiritborn is so combo based,
Right.
where it is like that third shot is doing something cool, and even when you
And my gosh, this third shot, they should so work around, should work on the basic skills of the other characters.
you can upgrade it so like they're all the third shot, and then there's another third shot. It's like there's like an insane amount of stuff going on there, but the visual of it and the ability to get in there and have the worm out, but then the poison swarms and then everything else going on, I was like, I feel so powerful and this is so much fun, and it doesn't feel like what I was worried about feeling. Like I am a jungle character and I'm here with my another pet. I'm already running around the pet, but another pet that's doing this thing.
Because
like, that vibes so well with me. The customization and the ability to tweak things vibe so well with me. And then
it's the
again,
hunter.
it's always weird talking Diablo and to put you over once again, right? When I was coming on the podcast,
it's appearing, guys, it's appearing in a blast. I don't know, is it like the aspect or something that changes a little bit because it's appearing in a blast and like also shooting the poison immediately when it's just appearing. Poison balls flying around out of the centipede appearance. Just appearance, she's already shooting the shit.
I was so nervous, and I don't get nervous at all on camera or podcasting or interviewing. Yeah, I've done it once or twice.
We're a big deal.
But it was that idea of like, I listened to that show and I know the minutia they know and how they engage with Diablo. Whereas, for our audience, for me to be here and be like, oh yeah, I've played, 120 hours of a game. Like for a lot of games, that's a lot. And for Diablo, that's not a lot. And so it is that idea of like, I know that like, even though I'm not casual in the way like, oh, I play once or twice, like I play a lot and I'm on Portal, but it's like I'm a casual Diablo player in the way of like I really don't min-max that much and I really don't worry about my build. I like this, I like that, I run with it. To be playing this Spiritborn character, and I think to look at how many people are going to come back to this or come for the first time to it. I loved going into the skill trees and the way you guys color coded it. Where it was like, cool, if you just want to be a centipede build, like here is the green centipede that you should be chasing on this tree and into this thing. And I thought
that's why I was saying that it's actually good. On AI, broke it again, unfortunately. But the update is coming, guys, for the on AI. Prepare yourself for the moment when on AI gonna rule the world. Guys, obviously I wasn't sleeping today.
Thought that was so smart in a way of like,
guys,
I think, when we talk about video games,
Deadpool is coming. Guys, I think I watched almost all Star Trek, and this is making me very, very sad, and my life doesn't make that much sense anymore. So could you please tell me how should I exist without watching Star Trek now?
Games here are kind of funny. Lots of time Pokemon comes up as like, baby's first RPG. Not because it is so many people started with it as a kid that way, and it is so approachable to learn a turn-based mechanic or how you're going through and doing this. I bet there's so many people who are like me and even further behind me in the casual, I guess super casual, if that's what you'd want to call it, that are just like picking things and not even really thinking about how they interplay or this.
Do whatever makes me happy. Do whatever makes me happy. The fuck? In Russia, we don't have this shit.
Would be better if you did that way. You know what I mean? Whereas this skill system, I think you've done, and the skills you have for the spirits, the 1 and 2,
I have a feeling
are
that,
going to be so additive and like, light bulb moments for people of really how it all plays
I don't need a lobotomy.
Totally. Yeah, I think because the dedication to a particular guardian is in itself a build. Like a lot of times people will be like, oh, I'm going to roll barbarian, but I don't know what builds. Like, okay, there's 4 or 5 viable builds, and I'm going to go down this path, and they're just sort of taking what's cool. And that's fine. They're having fun. But like you're saying, I think the notion of, oh, I can be 100% centipede, and then you're like, well, that's in itself a build. So just by being the centipede or by focusing on centipede, you've created one of the 8, 9, 10 builds that are available for Spiritborn. So yeah, no, it's a great point. I'm somewhat like I'm a big Thorns guy, and so my homemade build is always a Thorns Necro.
What the fuck? Guys, one of the big mechanics is Thorn now on the Spiritborn. And this is so funny to hear it from him. Not enough sleep tonight. Not enough caffeine, I have a feeling. Yeah, I was waking up this night, I don't know, 5,000 times. Because of whatever. I don't know because of what. Just to think about, I had a really weird dream. But I don't remember what was it about.
necro, and so this season 4 was the time that that could actually work. So now looking at having thorns get projected out with poison, like it's kind of like the chef's kiss for me.
Yeah.
On that. It's so good. And like for me, the thing when I play, because I play necro a lot, having minions, like having people do my bidding,
Your bidding,
like I love that. And so that what they showed in the stream around the pestilence swarm, where you can actually send it out, it's so great when you kill something and then a swarm comes out of it and then like hovers around and chases things down for you. It feels so great. So I'm definitely leaning into
So why would
Pestilence
you
Swarm
like
and
to go
looking
there?
at the legendaries they had.
Yeah, for me, it was the idea of like, okay, coming in, I'm excited for Vessel of Hatred. I'm excited for a new area. I'm excited for new adventures. But it was like, am I excited for this character? And after playing it, I am.
That's great to hear. Like, because I do think it is a little challenging from a like archetype
Dude,
perspective.
you can't-
When you think about fantasy archetypes, a lot of people can get the.
I mean,
the
you can't
rogue.
imagine.
You think of like the int, Sork and the Dex
Yeah.
rogue and the strength barbarian.
I
and
wanna
like,
I
people
wanna
get
go to
those
Russia, guys.
Power
I
fantasies
really wanna.
fast. And when you go like, hey, Spiritborn, and you're
My
like,
whole family is in Russia,
I don't know
and I
that
really,
like
really miss them.
the martial
And it's
artist
really, really
jungle
sad.
spirit person is like a
Sorry.
classic archetype that I instantly grok and want to become. And so that's why I think it's going to be like things like this and going deep in it and letting people like you play it is to be able to say like, oh, actually, there's a lot of really here that's really cool and aspirational. It's just not instant sort of D&D class matching of I get the power fantasy right away.
And what I also thought was fun about it and interesting, right, was you guys had preset characters, right? You had four for us to jump in and do. And, okay, this will be the Eagle Centipede.
Ah, Swarm, guys, Swarm. I love it.
Like they had mixed and matched a little bit too.
Sure.
And it was like I'd play a little bit as one of them, pop out and play the other one, pop out and play the. And finally, I was like, wait, I'm treating these as if they're 4 separate classes. When the character I'm currently playing, I can just hold triangle, right? Reset all my abilities and build what I want there. And I was like, oh, that is so cool for this demo, obviously, but then to think about it in game, where it really is going to be cool. You've gone this when you get to level 30, right, which is where you get the second spirit class.
Right.
Now, do you want to just go and really get wild with it and experiment a million different ways and find in the character you've already spent as much time as you spent with it what the fun is for you?
Yeah, and it
Thank you
kind
for
of harkens
following.
back to that classic Diablo thing of like, oh, I have a play style, but oh, this wonderful thing dropped, and now I'm going to change my play style because I have this thing I didn't have before. And that's something I've always loved about Diablo is like, I'm going this way, and you get this, a unique falls, and you go like, or I guess I'm now doing this, right? And it just causes you to sort of change it up and just try new things, which is fun.
I want to pull from the chat and pull from a super chat at once. All right. Our friend who's around for everything, Langley M. Neely, who is the person who was downloading it because we were all talking about it on the last one, had said earlier in the chat, wait a second, 100 hours isn't a lot. What am I getting myself into? And what I appreciate so much about Diablo is the game you want it to be, where I think there is that audience that is Xanth, that is I'm gonna only play hardcore characters and I love the story and I'm all about that. Then there is Joey, who I skip every cutscene and I'm just out there to play with my friends and beat things up and do it. And then there's me, where I'm in between of
playing
like
the game wrong.
the story's so far gone for me now. It's just about the narrative I'm building around the character I am, right? Where right now I'm rocking this Wonder Woman outfit and I am, this is Diana of Themyscira and she is out there in the Hell Tides beating it up and doing these things and yada. And I'm like, for me now, the chase is the trophies, obviously, but even for the first time, your battle pass got me this time around, where I'm like, damn, that level 80 armor actually looks dope. And I think it's going to be such a nice crescendo to, again, the story I've made up for Wonder Woman, Diana, in this game, where it's like, I think that's a great final armor for her when I have to leave her to move on to season 5 to roll somebody else and go through it that way.
Well, and you'll have that armor for the next season. You can apply to whatever character you want.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is a nice thing about Diablo is it can be what you want it to be. It can be only a story-based game, finish the campaign, roll the credits, and say that was an awesome game and move on. There's the people who play the end game forever and ever and ever. And so I think like 100 hours isn't casual. You're not casual, first of all. But yeah.
Real quick, I'm sorry. Xanth, how many hours do you have in this game?
But just because he's hard.
On PlayStation, 400 and something.
Okay.
And then there's PC too.
But what's PC looking like?
I don't count that.
Oh, okay, you don't count that.
Guys, there are people are asking me, like, what are you going to main in season 5? Like, for real, what are you going to start in season 5? The fuck? Where is the witch doctor?
Okay, no big deal, no big deal. I appreciated earlier in the thing. I don't know who said what, but your son popped in and is like, he's got 400 hours.
Finn, I have told you.
Don't go on Daddy's PC.
We're not
check
talking
Daddy's
about
browser
this
history
today.
It's just Diablo builds. Just Diablo builds. Like, my dad's a dork.
Just throwing me under the bus. That's my son.
Best class ever. Fuck this. Best class ever.
But yeah, so you can, I mean, the other thing is like we find there's a lot of people that Diablo is a log on and chill kind of game. You know, they come
100%.
home from work and they just want to kill a bunch of demons and just sort of sit there and relax. And so for some people, it's just sitting there and being overpowered and being able to just wipe out stuff and just feels good in the moment. Like your build's firing, you're killing, hundreds and thousands of demons. And so you get that sort of like, this is my game I go to at night to relax and kind of thing. And so I think there's room for all kinds of players. And I don't think people should think of 100 hours as like, oh, they're casual. That's a lot of time to spend on a game, and we know that. But what we want to do is make sure that people who want to spend 400 hours in the game have something to do and it's fun to do. And so we're continuing to work on that.
Fun.
We know, again, it's a journey, not a destination. We will not go like, okay, we're all done. People can do it. We're always adding, much like we're adding a horde mode in season 5 and all the cool stuff that with the expansion and our plans for season 7 and beyond. Like
Soul Harvest is sucking the souls. Bandunogu is doing
one of the things that you talk about there, is a chill game, right? Where I think of Diablo so much as comfort food.
Yeah, exactly.
Where it's that idea of like when I don't know what I want to play, or more importantly, there are so many times I get to the end of the day, Ben's asleep, Jen's going to sleep early, and I'm like, I'm going to play games. And I go down there and I'm like, I'm exhausted. And I know I got an hour and a half in me, and I'm like, I'm not at the point where I want
Mendo, thank you so much.
to take on a new game where you start a new game, you got to learn the thing and do the thing. So it's like, let's just go Helltide. Let's just go Diablo. Let's go chase this off. And I was actually commiserating a bit at the trip with Travis Northup from IGN. And he was talking about how sometimes he's fallen asleep playing Diablo before, and people take that as an insult. And he's like, no, it's such a zen experience. And I'm like, dude, I have fallen asleep playing Diablo so many times that it's not that I'm not interested. It's just that muscle memory of like, okay, do this skill to this skill to this skill to do the thing. All right, cool. Got it. Teleport home, change it out, junk my equipment or whatever. But I think that's the highest compliment you could get it. And so I originally talked about Langley and pulling it back into a super chat. We had a super chat from Test Subject who said, never played before, is now the time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
it'd be great if he's like, no, my game sucks. It's terrible right now.
Just wait. Today would be a terrible time. Yeah, I mean, no, it's great. If you've never played before, like the nice thing is that because of the seasonal realm, like you can go and play the campaign and jump into the season at any time. And so, like if you want to go start the campaign today, that'll be great. And then when you come out of the campaign, you can go jump into season 5 or however long it takes you. And then you're getting ready for the expansion, because I think you're gonna have a lot of fun with Vessel of Hatred, and going and finishing the campaign and then kind of picking it back up with the beginning of Vessel of Hatred, I think would be great. So if you've never played before, I would recommend not skipping the campaign. I would recommend going through the story and understanding the lore and all
fucking see the story. The story is epic.
the stuff that's involved in the game, and
Stop skipping the story.
getting to know Lilith
Best
and
part
getting to
of
know
this
your
game.
character. And so yeah, I think now is a great time. Now, if you've played the campaign when we launched a year ago and you haven't been back, like season 4, as we've been talking about, is a lot of fun. And in a couple of weeks on August
The point
6th,
is that I will be replaying the campaign right before the expansion when it's dropping. So like we would be like we are continuing. We are going from the campaign to the expansion. That's my plan. And I don't want to replay it right now because even though fucking hell, nothing to do. But I don't want to replay it right now because like it will ruin the experience like when we're replaying it right before the expansion. That's why I'm fucking holding. Even though like fuck, I would replay it.
launching season 5, and that'll be a lot of fun too. So, but with a couple of weeks, you can definitely get to 100 and a season 4 character if you wanted to. Unless you're casual.
Seasons
like
are just
you'll
finished
never
with
make
the
it.
season with another RPG.
One of the trophies we got.
Amanda,
Gotta
I
do
be
it.
playing
You will
Exile
get
New
there. And I
League.
think like coming back to what you brought up before, Greg, like what I've always enjoyed about Diablo is you have that ability to go casual and to go hardcore. Not just the mode, but I can drop in for 5 minutes. I can drop in for 5 hours, and I can get something from it. I can get a minor upgrade. I can get a level. I can get a unique. And shout out.
Yeah, talking about Last Epoch, guys, if you want, we have here referral link. Does anyone have an idea when this season this week? Ekpom, it will be this week, but we don't know specifically when. So basically, people, if you want to get yourself Last Epoch, if you want to play Last Epoch, you can use my link. My link you can use. You can scroll down our channel and you're going to get it. And I'm going to drop it in YouTube chat as well. Check it out. It's there with discount. So you can get yourself Last Epoch, boys and girls.
Out to again,
I streamed absolutely everything. I played and streamed all the Diablo games from Diablo 1 till Diablo 4, including Diablo Immortal.
Season 4's improvements. I'm getting uniques at like level 20 that I couldn't get before, and then suddenly my build is online, and I'm now gonna rip out another 5 or 6 hours that originally were only supposed to be about 1. So I think that's one of the big bonuses of Diablo and what the series is that you can give it as much time as you want, and you're usually rewarded for it.
Yeah, and we even like the uber uniques or the ultra uniques, like those this season. I didn't get one in the first 3 seasons. I have 3 of them now in season 4, you know, and so there's that sort of
D3
idea
is
that,
my favorite.
again, finding the fun fast and getting people to get to experience more of the game during a season, that it's not sort of being gate kept behind lots and lots of hours. Like now you can actually go and experience like a lot of the game, which is great. And I think if I can take 30 seconds to pitch Vessel of Hatred for a second, or at least why you might want to get it today, is one of the things we really want to do is make sure that people could really have some fun with the stuff right away. And so if you pre-purchase the Vessel of Hatred, which is coming on October 8th, you're able to get today the cat mount. So the big cat, you can ride basically a giant jaguar around instead of horse, which is awesome. You'll be able to wear giant angel wings on your back at all time, which you'll see when they fire up, because I currently am riding my big cat with my angel wings in our hardcore character play. You know, there's the new pet system that we brought in for season 4. So now you have a little animal that runs around, picks up all your gold and anything else that drops on the ground that would normally get picked up automatically. And, you know, so we have the snow leopard and the tiger and the war dog and all that stuff. Like there's some cool stuff that if you're thinking about it and you really want to get into Vessel of Hatred, no better time to get it today, because you can actually play a bunch of stuff, you know, use a bunch of it today. So
even though Rob has like 5 or 6 level 100 characters this
of the actual, it's like watching Lonnie like rhyme off the names of the spirit guardians.
Dude,
I thought I'm never going to remember.
That was such an understated moment of the stream. I was like,
bring in Armory. I'm gonna show you guys.
what was your favorite spirit? And like, oh, Centipede. And she's like, well, and by name, as if she knew that. I was like, damn, she is the writer of this game.
Exactly. So yeah. So anyway, just shout out to, like, if there's something there, you get a bunch of stuff today if you go and pre-purchase it. So
real quick, it wouldn't make any sense, but I made sure when we were there playing the game and getting the interviews, I talked to Steven over there, and when we were talking about pets, I brought up the fact of please add in a wiener dog.
Right.
You know what I mean? If we could just get a wiener, I don't know why. You just do it quietly one day and just quietly drop them in there. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Okay. Or season 8, season of the wiener. You know what I mean? And it's ready to go. That's how we do it.
That's great naming right there, Greg.
You know what? There's a reason Kind of Funny's a middling success. You know what I mean?
My brain is about to explode.
Duly noted.
Finn, you can log off now. I did actually hear about that, by the way.
Yeah, I didn't realize that when he stopped me. He's like, actually, we know each other. I'm like, oh, who do you? He's like, I know of you, Greg, through somebody. I'm like, who? And he's like, Xanth. I'm like, oh, wait, are you the guy trying to find Wonder? And he's like, yeah. You know, you wear this?
No.
I got this great barbarian.
So what?
All right.
Okay.
Diana.
Okay, later, gonna show you.
Themyscira.
If there's a man
I love
who
her.
can get.
Oh, second. We're gonna be trying to find the Armory. So, Rax was streaming, Rax was playing Vessel of Hatred. He was streaming it in Seattle last week. And he was talking with this beautiful guy. And I think somewhere in the end, he asked the question about the Armory.
things that makes games like this so exciting for me, and it truly has. They just make the game.
This is very top of mind. I mean, we're an online game. Our community.
What about? By the way, how long do you want to be here? You want to be here the whole time? We're just sending it. Or
well,
what?
I'm gonna. We got 3 other of your partners in the area, so we'll spend a little bit more time.
Okay.
We also have a few other folks. If you want to bring in Eleni or Bjorn or Nick, like we're available. But we're in a flow right now, so let's keep going.
All right, let's go. So what about? Okay, so one very weird thing, like one key rule that most players would say about to interact with the house, right? World of Warcraft has an auction house,
sure,
and you can search for stuff and trade.
Yeah.
Would we ever
make sure that we're being as flexible as possible moving forward? So, you know, trading is definitely something we know is a core part of the game. Where we were at when we launched, we knew it could be better, and so we're gonna be putting more attention into that as we go.
Okay. What about loot filters? Is that so? The
and the next one will be
some of the you just talked about itemization. We've already seen a lot of itemization changes in the base game. I can only assume there's going to be additional ones coming into the expansion. Do you think that the game needs a loot filter, and would you be opening to bringing us one in the future?
Loot filters as we know them today. How do I want to answer this? Great question. We know, so itemization is going to continue to become more and more complex. We're not gonna stop improving or adding more stuff to the game, because that's what this game is all about.
I like to hear that. That's good.
Which means loot filters, armories, anything doing with the management of the loot itself is something that we need to be taking all of those things in deep consideration. And so I think that conversation is in a spot of like when and what is like how we need to approach that, because there's a lot of different layers that we can add when it comes to that kind of stuff.
Amount of loot dropping.
And so I don't like starting with loot filter. I don't know if that's exactly the place that we want to start. I think that there's some other things that we can do
Diablo doesn't.
earlier.
Diablo is not that
but
crucial.
It is
Diablo
definitely something that is always in the conversation.
Okay. All right. This is a big one.
Here we go.
This is going to make a lot of people mad if we get the wrong answer here.
Oh God,
This one matters.
Okay.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me stretch a second. Let's go.
I'm only going to say one word. I'm not even going to describe it, and then and then I'll let you take it.
Okay.
Armory.
I said it just a second ago too, didn't I?
Yeah. This one better be favorable.
You know, Rod messages me on this all the time.
Okay. And what does Rod say?
When are we going to get an armory?
Okay. That's good news. That's probably the best news we heard all day.
We all know the value of it, right?
Okay.
Again, going back to the when and where, we got a lot of things that are kind of pushing through the pipe right now. So I can't tell you the timing, but I can tell you very much that we hear you. People on the team want to see it happen. There's a lot of things that we just did with itemization. We're about ready to release an expansion that has other pieces that are going to fit into that. So I would say sit tight. It's top of mind.
Okay.
Guys, over the years, like because we're listening, there is a lot of interviews that devs are giving us, and they never give like the direct answer. Yes, it's coming. No, it's not coming. Unless they have like literally the set date when it's happening. Before that, there is usually maybe. There is a maybe. Always, we live in a world of maybe. We live in a world of possibilities. But over the years, you learn how to hear in this. It's a maybe yes, or it's a maybe no. So loot filter, it's a maybe no, I have a feeling. Action house, it's like most likely no, I would even say. Armory, it's most likely yes. This is right now sounded for me like most likely yes, but God knows when.
Get to the bottom of it.
There,
Here
you
it
of
is.
course have your little player cards, and
Yeah.
we get to go pick our names or whatever.
Yeah.
On the second tier, you have Wonder, which would be great for Wonder Woman.
Yeah, sure.
But I don't have it.
You don't know.
So
what,
then I Googled,
right.
couldn't find it. Then I hit up Xanth, the man who knows everything about Diablo. He didn't know. Then he starts working on the inside of Blizzard trying to find out where it is. Nobody knows how to get Wonder. Give me Wonder. That's all I'm saying.
I will have it for you before the end of the day.
Thank you. That means a lot.
Well, I mean,
to me.
and I will
No,
know its
you
origin.
just said it. That's just said
I
it.
said- I
While
meant I
we're
will know
streaming,
its
it'll pop
origins.
for me.
Is
All right.
That how you earn it?
Yeah, Wonder.
Yeah, exactly. You ask me a question,
You
I grant
find
you
Rod
wonder.
Fergusson.
Yeah,
I
no,
appreciate
I will
this-
find out how to do it.
This interview's now run into just, can you do this for me?
It'd be really nice if you could do that.
I need a wiener dog pack.
And a
Xanth,
a
what
Wonder
are the
title.
tough questions? Give him a tough. What does the community want that this guy's always dodging? What's he over here doing? You know?
Well, we already covered. It's not a paladin.
Right.
Yeah,
which
I saw
think
that
was
too.
like most.
Not a demon
of
hunter.
them.
I saw people in the chat about that.
You know,
Do-
that wiped out a bunch right there.
you know, we've talked about it. They talked about it. Doing something new, stretch the creative in muscles. You know, but like, is that always on your mind as a
Like
So
team?
in case, guys, since I'm answering also to the YouTube chat, yeah, that's out of blue. I'm saying something weird, but yeah, basically, we are getting in the expansion. We're getting the new raids, so new end game activity. We're getting the new mercenaries. We are getting the new class, and we're getting the new story. Is it like the four main topics? Co-op activity. It's not a raid. It's co-op activity. But as far as I understand, it's playable solo. And Barikat said a really smart thing that's probably they're introducing the mercenaries so you would be able to do it solo. The mercenary is like your co-op here.
You know, creative muscles,
Yeah,
doing
it's
anything
not-
interesting, keeping your job
They
alive.
already
Yeah,
watched
whatever,
it,
all that
you know
stuff.
what I mean? But is it always on your mind of like, oh man, like I know the community thinks they want this, but so now we have to make something and it has to be even better?
Well, yeah. I mean, we're trying to always find a balance between nostalgia and bringing the familiar, but also what like the stuff they don't know they want, and bringing the new. And so that's always going to be. We're always going to have that line. But like I said, we felt like the nostalgia and the familiar we over-indexed on, or not over-indexed, but we indexed on
Put in the notes.
for the first 5. And so like, okay, if we're going to start bringing, we want to grow. We want to world build too. We want to like.
Yeah.
We don't want to just be like. And here's the thing that already existed in the world, right? We want to be able to be additive to the world and bring new things too. And so, you know, like we plan on supporting Diablo 4 for years and years and years. So I can say today, this is probably not the only class we're going to add to this game.
Okay.
And so the notion about like how we think about that moving forward, this one, like I said, we want it to be of a place, and we want it to be from the jungle, and the Spiritborn allowed us to do that.
So there's going to be, again, I think I'm going to ask questions that you can't answer.
Okay.
That's the best part.
I'm really
Right?
good at
That's the
saying
rest
no
of the
comment.
game.
or I can't say.
So, Greg, you were talking about community questions.
Yeah.
If I get to talk to you and I don't ask about the cow level,
Okay, yeah. No, I can't talk about that.
All
But
right.
and actually, I
There
don't
you
even
heard
know
it.
what you're talking
Enough
about.
ones.
I was going to say,
In the past
you mentioned it
titles
earlier.
shown
You have a
up
bunch of
there.
kind of funny folks here watching who are like
Exactly.
Langley, who are hearing about Diablo and getting, what is
They
a
were
cow
saying
level?
that they're playing a lot on the nostalgia, putting a lot on the nostalgia in the expansion, guys, and more. And yeah, you're revisiting the places that you were visiting in Diablo 2. It's cool. It's like, it feels nice. The monsters, I saw the snakes, but I haven't seen like too many the same monsters. I'm sad if they're gonna be like completely. We haven't seen the all regions, but I would love to see fucking fetishes or ghosts. Some creeps, some completely creeps. Mm-hmm.
oh my goodness.
I don't know what it is. I've never heard
No,
of
he
it.
knows what it is. He's playing dumb. If I know about it,
Fucking I swear to God, the whole Blizzard, all of them, every single fucking employee went to the PR training, and every single fucking employee was there teach that each time when you're getting the questions about the cow level, you're saying that you don't know what this is, and that's how they roll. It's already for a year like this. Before that, they were not like this. They were like, we are blah blah, maybe working, maybe this, maybe that, maybe like no, like they at least different people had different answers. Year ago, it's because of Camila. Year ago, there was the PR training. There was this PR training that turned everything, and now absolutely everyone is saying that they have no idea about it. I don't know what's going on. They told you no one is working on the next expansion because they keep saying there is no cow level. Well,
Rod knows about it. Xanth, what's the cow level?
The cow level, the mythical cow level. Essentially in Diablo 2, and if you have not played Diablo 2, you absolutely should. Please go.
Diablo 2 Resurrected.
Yeah.
In sync. Did anybody catch that? Please click that. And I'm gonna need that. But Diablo 2 Resurrected is a great way to experience it. Essentially, what you are going to do is you're going to beat the base game, and then you are going to go and find Wirt. You're going to steal his leg. You're going to take a Tome of Town portal. You're going to put it into your Haragic Cube. You're going to hit Transmute, and you're going to be taken to the cow level. The cow level is exactly what it says. It is a level filled with Bardish wielding cows who are out to kill you, and it is phenomenal. Dates back to the beginning of the series in Diablo 1, when we were so bored while playing, we were clicking on cows, thinking that we could summon some sort of weird devil. There was a rumor. It was like early internet rumors.
The best kind of internet rumor.
It was on a BBS somewhere.
Right, like, oh man, if you just go and you click on this cow 666 times, you'll be transported to a cow level. So D2, they ended up incorporating it. And I have slaughtered more. I'm from Wisconsin. I've killed more cows in Diablo than in real life.
I understand like where you're from.
I did. I have potion. I have fucking the potion,
you know what I
people.
do.
I have it. I have an emote for the cow level ready for years. I hate my life.
Browser history.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, so we don't know about that. But what I would be kind of curious about with the DLC, right? Let's go back. Let's talk Vessel of Hatred.
Yeah, let's do it.
How does it work? Are we going to immediately be able to jump right into Vessel of Hatred with a new character at level 1? Will we have to have completed the campaign?
Menda, we are waiting for the when is the season 5 Confide chat is dropping.
Yeah, I know. As I talked about before, the player journey, we want people to be able to get into it. And the worst thing would be like
guys,
you have a friend who's just getting into it, and you're like, "Come on, then there's a new expansion you should play." And you go, "Well, I would play with you, but first I have to go finish the main campaign, and that's going to take me a couple of weeks. So I'll see you on the other side."
Let me check.
And so even if you haven't finished the main campaign, you'll be able to go and jump right into the story of Vessel of Hatred. And so yeah, so like I said, you can roll a level 1, you could bring your level 100 or whatever Eternal Realm character, you can bring a seasonal character in at some other level, so it's sort of it's aware of where you are in your progress and your process. So yeah, and so it's up to you. But no, you don't have to play the main campaign. We wanted friends to be able to play with each other.
Now, Rod did mention it before. You absolutely should play the campaign. The story is amazing.
It's our best Diablo story for sure.
Oh,
it is
100%, and it's beautifully done. The side quests are also like okay. Now we're going a little off tangent.
Because Greg's going to talk about how he skips all the side quests.
I know.
I don't skip them. I do them. We just got my beans. The beans with my beans.
Okay. For the record, that's not a side quest in Diablo 4.
Should be. You make my wife and I had
nor was
I
it
don't
voiced
see
like that,
guys.
anyway.
No info so
It could be in Vessel of Hatred though.
Yeah, it could be.
Again,
Greg?
season 8, season of the Wiener. Let me come in and record the beans quest.
The beans quest. Magic beans quest.
I've already written 50% of your, the work's done. You know?
Exactly. Send me the
Thank
recording.
you so much.
Question I do have. I know we're winding down because I need you to go get trophies with me.
Yeah.
Diablo Immortal.
Yeah.
I don't think we talk enough about Diablo Immortal.
I agree about that.
And I've been interested that there hasn't been more of a tie-in between Diablo 4 and Diablo Immortal. Not, hey, your characters are crossing or anything like that, but even like a battle pass integration or a sync thing that I get every season. Have there been thoughts about that?
We dabble. I mean, that was the big thing about the anniversary this year is we actually took one of the world bosses from D4 and made it a Heliquary boss in Immortal. We've been doing more stuff with Immortal, like even in terms of like IP collaborations. We just did a World of Warcraft IP.
Guys, Immortal is very, very successful project, it turns out. Financially, like, super successful.
Collab with Immortal, but yeah, we're kind of like, we're around the edges on that. Like, we sort
Best game
of dabble a little bit, because one of the things we found was that those players aren't actually the same players, and that's what was really interesting for us, is when we looked at we expected when we shipped D4 that the Immortal player base would like be cannibalized, and it actually went up because of just the amount of all the brand marketing and all things we were talking about Diablo to everyone. Everybody was like, oh, what is that? And then there's this free one that they can go play on mobile. And so it actually turned out to be, D4 shipping was actually beneficial to Immortal, not a negative. And it's just that, but we recognize that they're just very different players.
Continue.
So
yeah,
we
all
like,
hear
hey,
from this boat.
You're, a hardcore, not the mode, but the type mainline game player, maybe Immortals for you. We find that they tend not to, because there's the notion around the thing about a free-to-play mobile game is that there isn't that sense of like hitting min-maxing it to the fullest. Where in the mainline game, a lot of people are like, I have to beat level 100, and I have to beat all the bosses, and like the completionist thing. And on a sort of a infinite progression game, that's really hard to work. But if you've never played Diablo before and you're at all curious about it now that we're talking about it, there is a game called Diablo Immortal, which is available on PC and mobile, that will have tens and tens of hours of things you can do for free. You can play the full campaign for free. You can play a whole bunch of the world for free. So you shouldn't feel any pressure of like, oh, I'm going to have to go in and put a bunch of money down. There's so much fun to be had in Immortal just as a free player. And, the majority of people who play Immortal play it as free players.
And not for you, Greg, but there's a lot of great
Josh,
story
what you're
that's
saying.
integrated
What you're
into
saying.
Immortal.
I listen to the story.
But it's true.
All right. I just don't memorize it like you freak.
like
All right.
You skip every cutscene.
The stuff with the girl and she was gonna help her mom, but then her mom turns into the mom. That was awesome. That was all awesome in Diablo 4.
Good
all right.
recollection right there.
Come on now.
You got the
Lord
stuff. You got
The girl with Narelle.
Yeah.
It was like
She's kind of important.
kind of important now.
Just
moving
a
forward.
She kind of hangs out the entire time. Kind of looks like she's gonna be important in the next one, but you know her.
Yeah, exactly.
She's the daughter. That's what you call her. That's what she is. This kind of thing. One of my final questions.
Okay.
Is you mentioned, of course, hinted, I should say, you plan to support this for a long time.
Yeah.
Not going to be your last class, probably. Yada yada.
Yeah. yada yada.
Well, I'm not trying to pin you down or misquote you or whatever.
Sure.
My question would be something I saw in the chat while we were watching the reveal stream together was people asking questions about the expansion, where it's like, oh, this is really cool. Are they going to do a lot of these? Are they going to do more of them? And I'm not trying to at all pin you down, but is expansion something you see on an annual basis or when it's right? Or how do you guys think of expansions, I guess, versus the seasons and everything you're doing?
Yeah, I mean, we're not committing to, like, it's be able to say, like, we're doing this on this cadence or whatever. And part of
Because they were saying, literally, I don't know, a couple of months ago, they were saying, yeah, we're going to be releasing an expansion every year.
it is actually going to be like what happens on October 8th, in terms of there's a lot to learn there. Much like season 1, taught us a lot for season 4, looking at expansion 1 and going, how do we think about that? Like the reality is, like I talked about with the swim lanes, is that you tend to need to be working on the thing over top of it. You don't build in serial. You don't wait for expansion 1 to finish before you would start an expansion 2 if you were doing one. And so, we have to look at those sorts of things about, like, how are we thinking about season 5 and season 6 and season 7? How do we think about expansions? What we want to do is bring what, interests players and what players want to do in Diablo. And so we're always looking at, like, what is being successful and, how do we think about the next era of, starting with season 7, how do we think about the next era of the live service and how do we think about how we're going to support it? So there's a lot to be learned still. So that's why we're not committing to anything today.
Okay.
Guys, don't want to disappoint you, but yeah, that sounds literally how I said. If expansion gonna sell, is the new PTR available? No, like the old PTR we had, and that's it. And we're waiting for the patch notes. And actually, it will drop in 2 weeks. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna become old in those 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, guys. In 2 weeks, the new season gonna drop. It cannot be delayed, so there's gonna be no new PTR, but it will drop in 2 weeks. So basically, like, again, I was in the Blizzard headquarters, and from what I heard, from the rumors, like what I talked, like, with people, as far as I understood, hopefully I'm wrong, and maybe I'm wrong, no one is working on the next expansion. Guys, you remember when, like, Diablo 4 was just released, they were confirming, saying, blah, 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 that they're working on 2 expansions. 2. The one that we have right now, yeah. but that they're working on one more. And now, from what I understood from being there, no, like there is no team that's working on next expansion. Does this mean that there's gonna be no expansion ever? No, it doesn't mean it. But if we're gonna have it, I don't believe that we're gonna get it next year. I believe it's gonna be like later. It's gonna be at least in 2 years. And I think it really, really depends on the sales. In its secret with the cow level. Maybe. But literally, listen to this guy.
Taught us a lot for season 4, looking at expansion 1.
Down, but is expansion something you see on an annual basis, or when it's right, or how do you guys think of expansions, I guess, versus the seasons?
The thing is, guys, my point is that they started working on expansion before they released the game. They knew that it's coming. They started working on it before. That's why they're releasing, because it was so surprising. They announced in the expansion literally 1.5 years after the release of the main game. It's actually short, dude. Like, expansion's a big chunk of content, it's a big piece of content. It's a lot. And they're releasing it like so soon because they started working on it even before the release of the game, of the actual game. Imagine. And if right now no one is working on the second expansion, no, 2 years, guys. Give it 2 years. If they will start right after the release of this one. I don't know. Hopefully, I'm saying it right now. I really hope that I'm wrong. I think they're doing great expansions. They're doing great story, pieces of the story. It's the best thing that they do. And expansion is super, super cool and super good.
Everything you're doing.
Yeah, I mean, we're not committing to, it's be able to say, like, we're doing this on this cadence or whatever. And part of it is actually going to be, like, what happens on October 8th, in terms of there's a lot to learn there, much like season 1.
It depends on the sales.
And, taught us a lot for season 4, looking at expansion 1 and going, how do we think about that? Like, the reality is, like I talked about with the swim lanes, is that you tend to need to be working on the thing over top of a thing. You don't build in serial. You don't wait for expansion 1 to finish before you would start an expansion 2 if you were doing one. And so, we have to look at those sorts of things about, like, how are we thinking about season 5 and season 6 and season 7? How do we think about expansions? What we want to do is bring what, interests players and what players want to do in Diablo. And so we're always looking at, like, what is being successful, and how do we think about the next era of, starting with season 7, how do we think about the next era of the live service, and how do we think about how we're going to support it? So there's a lot to be learned still. So that's why we're not committing to anything today.
Okay, fair enough.
I heard.
Exactly. Yeah, guys, I understand that they said that there are going to be annual expansions before. They said it, but like literally. Okay, we can listen it again. Listen him again. Listen Rob again. He was literally asked about, is there future expansions planned? And he's like, we will see on the 8th. We cannot commit anything. We cannot say anything for sure. It depends, because it literally depends. It depends how good will be the sales, how good this expansion will go, how the high amount of players they're going to keep, like blah, 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 all of those. All it depends on the numbers. And then they will decide, will they make one more expansion or not?
At least one a year. Was that just me?
That was just you. I think I said a lot of words to get to the words I questioned, so maybe I got caught up there. You got any final ones, Sam?
Let's think towards October here.
Okay.
It was pretty awesome as Diablo was launching that we got to go and get tattoos.
Oh.
What's the likelihood we can do that again?
Oh, having another Hell's Inc.
Did you get one?
That was a cool event.
Oh, I got one.
Where?
It's here.
Dude, lift your shirt. We're YouTube. It's fine. Let's show me this tattoo.
I don't want people to see my nipples.
You run all the time. You're in great shape.
And it's the Diablo 2 logo, right?
How do I?
Here, I got you.
Hold on. I don't want people
Greg
seeing.
wants to touch
I don't
you.
want people seeing my nipples.
Okay, that's fine. Do you want me
No nipples.
What do you?
Oh, there it is. There it is.
Oh,
There are
That's
nipples.
awesome. That's dedication.
Yeah.
I like that a lot.
yeah, I did the necro. I don't know
You
if I
guys
can
are
do
so
this.
cool. I didn't get no
fucking
tattoo.
So there's,
dedication.
like, I have the necro class as mine.
Very cool.
So
Where's yours?
Guys, and I'm really sorry, but Rob Fergusson, he looks like a Santa Claus. Santa Claus with a necromancer tattoo. Jesus!
I didn't know this was a thing. Nobody
Where's
invited me
your
to get a
Diablo tattoo?
tattoo.
Skipping all the cutscenes.
Now we know why you're
tattoos.
That's why I'll get I'll get the woman's
Well,
mom. I'll get the woman's mom tattoo. The mom and the woman on there. That's what I'll
Only
do.
120 hours.
Fake fan. Fake
as of
fan.
the last time we walked through with marketing, there wasn't a Hellsink plan between now and October. I will take it back to Danny, and she can do what she's going to do with it. But yeah, no, I mean, it was. I talked about this at BlizzCon. Like it was phenomenal. I think there's something like 1,000 people got permanent tattoos on our road to launch. So it was crazy. And the energy, you went to one because you got your tattoo, and I went to one to get mine.
And I
just
went to one
being
and I
in
was
line with
streaming it.
people or talking to people in line and just hearing all their stories and what it means to them. And that's really kind of like, I love that the most, like being able to talk to players when you go to what used to be the E3 or you go to a Comic-Con or you go to something where people would sign up to like, or line up to you sign a poster or whatever, and you hear their story and what it means to them. It's just, that's what the really gratifying part, because you can kind of get into the echo chamber of Twitter or X or whatever, and the echo chamber of social media and all the stuff, and people are mad because their barbarian's not balanced right or whatever. But then when you go out and you have this person who says, this is what this means to me. Like I just did a call with
default tattoos.
a couple who they're both 70 years old, and they've been playing since Diablo 1, and hearing what it meant to them and how, they were giving me lots of feedback, which you've all given me, which is like I need more character slots. I have 12 level 100s now. 6 of them are eternal and 6 of them are seasonal. And they don't want to sacrifice their eternal ones like you do. But it was just hearing like, that's how they bond together as this couple, that they play Diablo together in their 70s. And, that's the gratifying part of being in games, is that the fact of how much it impacts lives and what it means to people. And so that's what keeps you doing it for sure.
That's pretty great.
I was going to say that's beautiful. That's fantastic.
And I like that because I think the Diablo community is awesome. And
It's fucking easy.
I like the perspective of like stepping outside of some of the vitriol.
By the way, I was in Hell's Inc. I was in this event in Berlin. And there was also a couple, and I was so like weird, like because I don't have any tattoos, and for me, like doing a tattoo for me is like the decision of the life. I don't know. I will be the 70 years old grandma when I will do it, because I will finally feel myself adult enough to because it's decision of my life. And there was a couple. And first of all, there were a bunch of people who were doing their first tattoo there, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what's this like about thinking? How about thinking for eternity about it? They were like, no, it's cool. And but there was a couple. There was a man and wife, and they were doing like couple Diablo tattoos. Shit, motherfuckers, that was so cool.
Yeah.
Right. Because in general, like being at those events,
did you get the tomato tattoo?
It was amazing.
That would be good.
It was great to be surrounded by a bunch of people who are fans of the same thing, and it wasn't a let's all get together and crap on this. It was, hey, what was your experience like? What was your favorite character? All of this, or what are you going to play when D4 comes out? And I think that's pretty sweet to.
I also have the wings and Iago.
I'm glad you get that perspective, because it's very easy to just get
lost in the hate
on all that garbage.
Yeah, for sure.
Rod, thank you so much for spending the day with us.
Oh, no, this is awesome. It's my first time being here, and I thoroughly enjoying it.
Great. Well, you're not done yet, of course. We're going to go stream the game. We're going to get me some trophies. Over here, Neo Aoshi in the chat said, we should all get a tattoo to commemorate this podcast. And what I'll say is this. When you add...
We will see. How about thinking about it for half a year and then decide? Guys, I'm gonna bring myself some tea. But kinda, I don't know.
I did actually get some stuff.
The fuck! I was distracted. I'm trying to pick up myself some
And I guess
tea.
it's like so that it doesn't
I
spill.
hate YouTube.
Say hi to the guy.
Fuck. With my attention spam.
I can put my rogue energy in there. Quick
Yeah,
if you want.
this is the
First of all, I
back.
got
This
some
is the
little bag here. Actually, I haven't opened it yet.
Sure.
So we have to see.
This
Here's
is my
a shirt. I think it's also the same shirt that these guys were wearing at the
We didn't get the
presentation.
t-shirt in case.
It's
We
the
didn't get
Spirit
the
Bond shirt.
t-shirt.
I guess I can probably get it from the store.
It's
or
available
something.
right now
I
in the
imagine
store.
I'm gonna have to send
We
a
were
store.
there when we were there.
And
They
then
were
there's
not
like a little
launching
bag,
it. I don't know. I don't know. There were too many of us. I don't know.
Yeah, I
We
haven't
didn't
actually
get
looked
the
into the
t-shirt,
site to
guys.
see yet. Hydra flask, it says. So this is like hydro flask. Straw parts and assembly instructions.
Here are my notes
So that's
about
a
the
big
spirit
flask.
board and about the interviews. I'm specifically using it right now to put here things
That has
about the
this.
spirit board. Putting down everything.
Okay. I guess the straw goes through this? Or something? I have no idea. How does it work?
You put the
Here's some
straw in the
instructions.
hole.
Okay, so I guess you're supposed to like kind of put this through. There's like
No,
an
I'm
opening.
using just a regular. I don't have
Yeah.
also the straw.
So I guess you can kind of just like stick this through there.
When do we get the
like
patch
this,
notes for
like,
season
you
4?
Put it
Season
together
5
and you
this
can put the
week.
straw in there. And I guess it's like so that
Actually,
it
maybe
doesn't
next week.
spill.
I'm
Say
just
hi to the
realizing
guys.
it's 2 weeks,
put my
guys.
rogue energy in there.
It's fucking 2 weeks. Fucking 2 weeks.
I was actually going to make one now. Okay, what is that? Greetings.
Yeah, the card.
Okay, it's like a little thank you card. And we have this.
Thank you so much for following.
Americans and the big ass mugs. Is that normal in America? This mug? It seems like half a liter. It's more like 1 liter actually. I think it's like 1 liter.
1 liter. It's
Like
beer.
the mug. It's an
You
art
think
book. I'm
about
not sure
beer.
what it is. That,
Dude,
no, it's
this
a
was
notebook,
starts
guys.
already. Nothing will stop them from releasing the
It's a
patch
notebook.
notes right before the season. Absolutely nothing will stop them, guys. We already had like pre-look. We had the first look into the patch notes. We know
It's a
they changed some
very
changes. I don't know where is this. I
rectangular
don't know. I lost it somewhere. It was
pen.
on my table, but I don't know where.
Looks cool.
And this, and
It's
I have.
inside. Very normal.
Fucking
Okay, I'm not writing down
Meliskin.
that many things these days with hand. I'm actually very bad at
do.
handwriting these days. How's handwriting these days? Hand. Okay, I'm not writing. It's
Yeah,
inside.
honestly.
Very normal. Okay,
I
I'm not
do,
writing
that's why I'm
down
super,
that many
super
things
happy.
these days with hand.
What was
Stops
that?
and so on. Like, where are the kids? We don't have many kids in my chat, I think, but I'd be kind of curious how this works these days. Not in uni. Yeah, in uni I was also mainly using laptop, but what about high school? Kids study these days. I mean,
Like for
someone
real.
needs to pay your
Kids
pension.
are writing
Old
these
school,
days or
pen
not?
and paper. In high school only for math, no more English. He's 7-year-old does
way
because
too
he's
old
learning
school.
writing and everything still. Okay. Pension sounds nice. Yeah. What's that, huh? Ah, look at that, guys. It's like a pin.
Not a mistake.
Very cool.
Only his wings.
Yeah, I can
Wings
stick
of
it on.
light was cooler than feathers.
Okay, what else? I think this is it for this bag. That's some sort of collector's edition. Yeah, this is like some swag bag they gave us. Like all the creators that were there. I'm not sure if the other guys also got it, I guess. I guess the other creators that were there also got it. I can show one of them. They're actually really cool. They have like a Diablo, like prepaid credit card. Very cool one. But yeah, I can't use it outside of the US. And I can't even use it online. So at some point I need to do like some big trip to US, you know? Just
And throw
oh,
all the
man. Okay, but
manieros.
that is a bag. Kind of small bag, but I guess it can be nice.
Pen
I
license,
have
I don't know
a
what
lot
this
of
is.
large bags myself, but you know, for like a medium-sized one, if I want to do like a small little trip or something, that's it. And we got this here, guys. Look at that. I'm gonna do this. That's
yeah, this is awesome thing.
It's like a
Ja, ich
desktop
gut, ja.
pad. What is it called?
27er.
Desk pad?
30,
Mousepad?
etwas 30.
Ja.
Aber Anfang 30, ich glaube.
Very nice. I like the artwork.
Hat Diablo 3 gespielt.
So yeah.
On release.
Yeah, it's not just a mouse pad. It's like they have a different name. Desk mat. Yeah, exactly. I think that's it. Cool though. I think my desk is way too small for this. Like this thing is almost as long as my entire desk, by the way. Like I have such a tiny, shitty desk here. It would barely fit actually. There's like 10 centimeters on the side. My desk is way too small for being a streamer here, but luckily I'm gonna trash it in 6 days from now actually. This desk will be trashed, so that's cool. And the last thing, this was not a handout, this was earned by myself. It says here my name.
This
you guys
is
know
the
what it says?
thing! This is
It's
the
my gauntlet
thing!
prize. Finally. It has arrived. They actually gave it to me. I arrived there in the Xbox studio, and then Bloodshot was standing there, and he was like, "Here." That was like the first thing. Your gauntlet prize. I didn't open it yet, but I have the same one as Mippy. And wait, did Mippy send it to me? I don't want to open it just yet because I want to transport it soon. He did not send me a picture, but he showed me the picture of it. Anyway, so
Open.
I got my prize. Okay, maybe I can show it. Maybe it's not so bad to pick it out. It seems like it's not deformed, so that's good. Question is just, can I easily put it back? Oh, it's signed. That's kind of cool. Has my name on it too.
More nerfs.
Has the artist's name and my name. Yeah, I don't want to take it out. Someone needs to show the link. You found the Instagram reel. Okay.
Guys, we should play this.
Yeah, I think it looks like this. But they have like a different version for each class. So there's like the Necromancer one with the scythe. And for rogues, there's like a bow sticking out here and stuff like that. And there's like some small tweaks, I think. But yeah, that's what it looks like. I just need to frame it, basically. Here we see it. There's like the Sork one with the Oculus there. Alright. Now I need to find a place for all this. I mean, the desk mat is kind of cool. So I might use that. Instead of like my mouse pad, you can just like, have like your keyboard on it as well.
Haven't showed it. Okay. Okay, guys, I'm bringing myself some tea. Today's the day. It's not fucking hot here. I'm bringing myself some tea. It's gonna be the stream with the tea. Fucking hell. But while I'm gone, I'm gonna drop you the cinematic because it's the fucking best part of Diablo. Shit, I went on YouTube. Whew! Distracting, guys. Sorry, distracting. I will just turn on the longer one and then I will be back. And we're gonna watch the new one, okay? Tea, I am cold. I'm picking up the tea, I am.
May we fight true in His holy name. Do you remember them, Anarius? The whispers of the damned.
Words will not save you. Show yourself.
So, the soldier returns, and with such purpose. No longer the conflicted soul I left behind.
You deceived me.
Why, Anarius? What are you truly after?
My rightful place is in the heavens.
Is that why you seek to destroy all that we created?
Sanctuary is an abomination!
And our son.
I made it right. To satisfy the heavens.
Tell me, did they rejoice? No. They do not want you. In his glory.
See now the work of your faith!
It is done. It all ends with you.
No. We made a choice. And that they can never forgive. No matter what you tell yourself, or who you sacrifice. Silence is their judgment.
But I set things right. What more would you have me do? Tell me. Please. Tell me.
The heavens do not speak to you anymore.
Heavens, protect me!
No. You belong in hell.
I don't think so, by the way. This trailer is a lot better than the one from Visual Theater. I don't think so. I think Visual Theater is really in line. It's cool, it's deep, it's on point. Lilith was always right. No one like it. No one like it, but this is good. You can appreciate the level of insanity.
What happened?
Lily.
Just because you asked.
Akran, через чечам. Миний дэмбис чиз. Миний нэг төсөв. Сүргөдөө.
New expansion. Do you think that Daenerys will come back in expansion as the demon? Actually, it would be cool. I would super happy to fight the fucking angel finally.
Are you alright?
Motherfucker, yeah.
Akkurat, kyrkjøkken. Min liten bitte kjis. Min lille bitte søt.
Nirel?
Du kadå,
Oh, you're not well. Please, 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 my child, let me help you.
Stay away from me! Nirel! Is that how I raised you? No, Mother. But I must carry this burden alone. I must get to Akarat's tomb. But look at you. You're killing yourself. I don't know how much longer I can... I'm here, little magpie. I missed you so much. I'm
Basically,
so
something can be not for you, but you can understand the high quality that it is like
give.
next level shit. Even if like you personally don't treat it right.
No. Of course it's you. You monster! Let go!
Let's go. Like and subscribe. Thank you. Enjoy the bottom of
choice. And I warned you, little magpie. There would be consequences.
No! I control the stone!
Hold the stone. You control nothing.
Maybe you're right. Maybe I could use some help.
Goosebumps. So good. Of course I saw. I know that there is even like this is the cut version. This is the censored version to make it like so they would be able to publish it. But in the game there is some completely crazy bullshit. I don't know. Daddy Mephisto. Daddy Mephisto. Daddy Mephisto. So yeah, guys, here we are, I must say. What I'm suggesting you to do, I want to see the original, everyone wants to see the original Fu and threw up apparently. So, let us, I don't believe that I'm saying this, but let us check out Path of Exile. Holy crap!
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Game.
Rayclast is a cursed land. You'd have to be mad to settle here. And yet, welcome to King's March! It's not much yet, but with your help, we can erect the greatest city Rayclast has ever seen. We'll need resources and savvy planning. Soon we'll attract settlers, craftsmen, fortune seekers, And of course, pirates. But if we prevail, our ships will be heavy with gold. We hope to achieve the impossible. We hope to build a home.
Varför farvel? I was struck.
Rayclast is a cursed land. You'd have to be mad to settle here.
New endgame bosses that come attack
And
the
yet,
village.
welcome to King's March. It's not much yet, but with your help, we can erect the greatest city Rayclast has ever seen.
They have chickens.
We'll need resources and savvy planning. Soon we'll attract settlers.
Wait a second. We'll host another Campfire live stream in a couple of weeks with the final information of the... Yeah, we know. The final notes and all. Yeah, but... Yeah, we don't know basically when. All good.
Craftsmen. Fortune seekers. And of course, pirates. But if we prevail, our ships will be heavy with gold. We hope to achieve the impossible.
Not today.
We hope to
Not
build
today.
a home.
Wait a second. We already did the podcast and I have the link for you. I have the link for you for it. Since change market. Single class. Massive military balance. I saw people being so like, you know, so insanely pooping about melee improvements. Because oh my gosh, they're gonna fix melee!
What they were talking about.
Here we go. This is our podcast. Also changing the link. Fixed it! Exclamation mark podcast, guys! And game improvements. We all know it. It's always there. Biggest patch ever!
From Grinding Gear Games. Welcome to GGG Live. Today, we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of Path of Exile Settlers of Kalgur, which launches next week on July 26th. Twitch drops are enabled on today's livestream, so make sure you follow the instructions below in order to claim your Corsair back attachment. In today's stream, we will take you on a deep dive into the new Settlers of Kalgur Challenge League. We'll cover the league mechanics, its new and revised crafting systems, a new trade market system for currency, some sweeping balance improvements including 2 Ascendancy class changes, endgame improvements, some further additions to the campaign,
There is campaign!
and some quality of life features. We'll then talk about our console native port releases and the features that come alongside them. Finally, we'll show you our new supporter packs, ending with a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will ask Path of Exile's game director, Mark, your questions from Twitch chat. After the livestream, we'll drop the full patch notes. I'll hand over to Mark now to introduce the new league.
We've really innovated with the content in this league, and I'm really excited to see what everyone thinks. So let's just get right into it with the trailer for Path of Exile, Settlers of Kalgur.
Inside.
Rayclast is a cursed land. You'd have to be mad to settle here. And yet, welcome to King's March. It's not much yet, but with your help, we can erect the greatest city Rayclast has ever seen. We'll need resources and savvy planning. Soon we'll attract settlers. Craft.
It's touching something. I mean, I like building games.
Fortune seekers. And of course, pirates.
Do I have to leave my tower
But if
to
we
do anything?
prevail, our ships will be heavy with gold. We hope to achieve
So right now,
the impossible.
everyone's like, oh, I'm building
We
game.
hope to
So
build
an RPG, actually. Do I have to leave the city and actually go fight? Can I just build? Can I provide, guys? I'll provide you the service. I will build the city for you. You can go fight monster. I will build the city for you. What is this? Doesn't make any fucking sense. Let's build the towers. Let's build the towers.
In Path of Exile, Settlers of Kalgur, you will encounter some familiar faces from the Expedition League. Danig, Rog, Tujin, and Gwenin are Kalguran people who are trying to establish trade between Rayclast and their homeland. They have recruited many curious characters from Rayclast, including some you may recognize, but are also seeking help of a powerful exile, like yourself. You will first encounter Johan, the King's Hand and Lionized Watch. He's there recruiting workers, traders, and exiles. Johan, under the command of the King of Kalgur, has been sent here to build a new city called King's March, which intends to become the hub of commerce between Rayclast and Kalgur. Soon, he will bring you to the planned site for King's March, which you'll notice has humble beginnings as just a tavern in a field. But with your help, it won't stay like this for long. It takes a lot to build a town. The Kalgurans will ask you to seek out resources that can be used to begin construction. On your adventures, you might find minerals such as crimson iron, which are veins of iron that have been overrun with corruption, spawning dangerous foes when you approach. Or perhaps orichalcum, which you will have to liberate from the demons worshipping it.
You need to bring the resources.
Petrified amber attracts mindless, blighted enemies, while bismuth has a strong affinity to the elements and causes the area to become unstable. If you're lucky, you might find verisium, a material as valuable as it is dangerous, and guarded by very powerful foes. Once
this is the new league. This is the league that's starting this Friday. This is like the current Path of Exile, not Path of Exile 2. Path of Exile 2, guys, by the way, will be available. By the way, anyone heard? Yeah, like the question that Path of Exile 2 gonna have a real money auction house. Any confirmation about this? Anyone heard this? I highly doubt.
Once you defeat these monsters,
because like there will be so much shit that will be on the social media that I would hear about this. Zero chance. Here we go.
the deposit will automatically be tagged for mining. But first, we need to get someone to do the hard labor. This is, of course, a trade expedition and nothing is free. Miners, along with other workers that the Kalgurans have hired, must be paid in cold hard gold, which you
yeah, guys, but you can try Path of Exile too. I'm pretty sure they're going also. They're going to visit the Gamescom, so you can try Path of Exile 2 already on Gamescom.
notice is now dropping throughout Rayclast. You will have control about who gets hired into your enterprise. Once you have accumulated some gold, head to the town and talk to the recruiter, Rolf. He's been busy tracking down hardy folk across Rayclast who are looking for work. You'll notice each person has their specialties and a wage cost. It'll be up to you to hire and fire as you please. Over the course of the league, you'll be searching for your perfect employees for each job. Once you have them, you'll have to keep them paid, safe, and alive, which we'll get into later. Here we have a prospect who has a specialty in mining.
You fight! You need to survive! What the fuck? I should keep you alive. Only the strongest survive in my town!
We'll start with that so we can begin to retrieve some of those resources we were talking about earlier. Let's go find some ore and put our miner to use. Oh, we've found a vein of orichalcum ore. It's guarded by dangerous demons worshipping a strange shrine. The shrine buffs the demons, giving them power, but once you defeat them, you can seize that power for yourself. After that, we can tag the ore, and our mining specialist will get to work.
I need a one-button build.
Soon, we encounter a few more deposits, each with a different dangerous encounter. After you have tagged the mineral veins, your miners will get to work collecting resources in real time. They might take a while, but will continue whether you are logged in or not. The work can be sped up by hiring more or better miners, and by upgrading the mining station back in Kingsmarch to equip them with advanced pickaxes. Alright, some time has passed and our miners have been able to get the resources back to town. We've also managed to collect some more gold too. We can now upgrade the town and build new structures. There's plenty of options, we just need to decide where to start. I think we'll start with the tavern, the beating heart of Kingsmarch. It can be upgraded instantly to improve the recruiter's prospects. And you can find various important NPCs relaxing here. Next, we'll upgrade our mining station. You can upgrade this to improve the efficiency of your miners and allocate our newly hired workers to mining. You will eventually need a smelter, where you can send your ore to turn into more valuable bars.
No, 2 buttons is...
Then we have the Disenchanter,
I don't know,
where you can bring your magic, rare, or unique items to be added to a queue to be disenchanted over time. The items will be broken down into thaumaturgic dust, a new resource used for crafting and shipping. We'll get more into that later. And of course, a town needs food. You could invest in farming, where you can select crops to grow and harvest. But don't worry, you won't be manually watering anything. Ah, the wonders of delegation. With all these resources piling up, there will be excess that we can spend. Let's talk about rewards in Settlers of Kalgur.
It's like how many workers
Eventually, you can build a harbour and establish shipping routes between a number of different Kalguran and Karui ports for trade. You'll be able to pile your acquired resources onto these ships and send them to a port of your choosing.
Yeah, I'm following this, so I understand even that T17 is like something high, and what they have all farming is T17, something like this. I understand a little bit of shit.
Traders will haggle for the best deals. Each port will return specific rewards based on what you send them. They accept all types of resources, but will have a preferred type that they'll currently pay more for. And you'll want to get onto this, because eventually you could be bringing in shipments like this. This.
Legal farming.
Or even this.
No one gives a damn about items. No, I want my resources to upgrade the
Today,
town.
we're going to trade with Kalgur.
Guys, I have my personal contest. Personal contest. The first one to upgrade the town to the max. Yay!
You'll notice that as we send more resources, this risk meter creeps up. Much like the dangers on the shores of Wrecklast, there are dangers out at sea. Monsters, pirates, environmental hazards. You'll want to try keep your shipment safe. You can do this by hiring workers that specialize in shipping. The more of them you add to the ship, the less risk there will be. Like this gentleman, who's famous for fending off even the most dangerous of pirates. Now let's get that shipment going, and we'll continue exploring Wrecklast while we wait for its
Exile
return.
1, yeah, guys.
This is the first Path of Exile League that experiments with true, real-time mechanics. You can send out shipments, go and have lunch, and come back to your rewards. Many mechanics in the League work this way, so you'll always have some ongoing project or outcome to look forward to. When your shipment has returned, or met its demise, you'll get notified, and at your leisure you can return to the town to collect your rewards. Our shipment returned safely, so let's go see what we got. Ooh, they've sent us a unique item alongside our rewards, perhaps hoping to secure us as a loyal customer for the future. Aside from shipping, the Kalgurans are big on their technology. They have hired Isla, a familiar face from the Heist League. She is an engineer who the Kalgurans have employed for a very exciting purpose. You're not the only one who understands how profitable running maps can be. Once at endgame, Isla can help you build a series of Kalguran modified map devices. You can then put a queue of maps into them. If you've hired a few skilled Atlas runners, they will put themselves to work running those maps for you one after another. Look, more delegation. Once again, you'll be notified when the rewards are ready.
Some motherfuckers you can hire some motherfuckers who are running the maps for. I thought that's what you do in this game. Run the maps.
Ready to be collected. You can put lots of maps in the queue, so don't feel obliged to go back there all the time. Be careful though. The difficulty of the map impacts the risk of your workers perishing. Try to pick your best workers, or perhaps just ones you don't like.
Told you that you might not need to leave the town. So guys, okay. If I have like some chill one button build the strategy, guys, we're strategizing. If you're having like one button, like super chill build, and you're like running around and just gathering resources, but that shouldn't be like super difficult monsters. You're just running around, gathering resources, bringing them back, and just upgrading your fucking town. And then you're literally hiring yourself the warriors, and they are fighting for you. Glorious.
Consider the difficulty too. Sometimes it's better to just run it yourself. You'll see there are many benefits to having a whole-ass town at your fingertips. Let's talk about crafting services. You should definitely consider building a runesmithing table. This is operated by Danik himself.
Dynamite, and literally I understood like 3 words out of your sentence.
Using powerful Kalguran blacksmithing arts. He can engrave runic magic onto your weapons using runes. There are many rune types and combinations to choose from, and you can unlock new crafts that can be applied to your weapons as enchantments. Our design intention here is to take powerful effects you would usually only find on unique items, like this modifier, which you might recognize from Doomfletcher's Prism. Danig can apply it to your 2-hand maces. There are over 100 different special crafting outcomes, ranging from
Exactly, guys. Exactly. That's why if I'm playing, I'm so saying that if I'm playing, I am choosing, like, you know, probably the piece, like this, like little part of Path of Exile that I'm trying to explore. I am not trying to understand shit. This I already feel. This is the parts it's not for me content. This is where going into high map.
One's very easily applied to very difficult. The rune types can be acquired through trade with Kalgur, or defeating powerful bosses. The Kalguran tech benefits don't end there. We're also bringing back a formerly overpowered crowd favorite, Recombination. Isla is trying to master this. She just needs you to help her with getting resources. The system
Switching
isn't
the
as
stats?
strong as it used to be, but it still allows you to combine 2 items together, hoping to get the best modifiers of each onto a single item.
This is super,
Between
super
running a
luck related.
town, shipping, and exploring, you'll be collecting a lot of extra gold. It is now the primary resource for 2 huge new quality of life features that we are putting to test. Firstly, you can use gold to respec passive points. This is a feature from Path of Exile 2 that we've decided just makes
I shouldn't
sense
see
to
this,
port
guys.
back.
I shouldn't see this. This
The
is
higher
scary.
level you
This is
are,
scary.
the
This is
more
not
expensive it
fair.
gets.
I'm not allowed to see it.
And the next one is absolutely massive.
Yeah,
A
it's over.
currency trade market. The Kalgurans have recruited Faustus, another NPC from the Heist League. He allows you to asynchronously buy and sell currency and most other stackable items with other players without the nuisance of price fixes and people who never respond. All you need to do is select what currency you want, say what you have, and your ideal ratio. It works kinda like a real-life stock market.
Auction house.
Faustus will make the trade happen for you, so long as there is someone selling on the other end for the same
I've
rate
seen
or
these
less.
guides.
You'll be able to go back to blasting monsters while trusty Faustus does the dirty work, notifying you when your currency is ready for collection. All you need to do is pay him a small amount of gold for his time.
Right,
Cards on the table. This is an experiment to see if this type of asynchronous trading has a place in future Path of Exile releases. We're very excited to see how it goes. Now, given that Faustus is an expert in black market trade and shady deals, he also provides another service, offering items for gold. The items will generate with random rarity, and on average the modifiers on them are better than normal. This can be a very nice way to get some targeted items during the campaign. For serious crafters, it can be a great starting point for making those elusive, specific in-game items, which perhaps you could take to the runesmith afterwards.
So, guide I need how to build a city in Path of Exile. I'm planning to play it as a building game. I don't care. Box doesn't include how to build a city. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Thank you.
It's worth noting that you can invite Faustus to your hideout, where he will always be available for respecking, currency exchange, and black market items. As your town grows, it will attract more attention, good and bad.
Look,
Sailors of Kalgur
100%. I'm telling you, I'm not completely crazy. No way I have started this game without a guide. No fucking way.
features 3.
But I did like, you know, a tutorial which would be like, okay, ignore this, ignore this, ignore this. Just like go here.
Endgame bosses that will close in on your operations, wanting a piece of the pie. They might capture and ransom your workers, even your entire ships.
Knowing how skill stats interact takes a lot of time. I actually don't think that you need to know. When you're starting playing a game, come on guys, you don't need to know all of this. You want to just, first you want to just try to have fun. You don't need to understand like how everything is interacting and how everything is working. You just like, where is my axe? I will go /thing, then we will find out why I do it even. And what is going on.
You have to make some tough
And
decisions.
I will go and
will you
heal
take
the
them on or pay them off? One example of a boss is Sasan, the Bandit Lord. You won't stumble across this boss by accident. Instead, this unsavory character can come into your town at night and take your Atlas runners hostage, holding them for ransom. What happens next is up to you. Perhaps you'll refuse to negotiate with bandits, leading to a fight to defeat Sasan and rescue your workers. If you're not up for the heroics, you might simply pay the ransom in gold. Or perhaps these workers were especially disappointing, and you'll just leave them for dead in true Ray class fashion.
I can send the workers, the warriors. Come on, I'm hiring just a squad apparently. I can send the warriors to fight something for me. The bosses, the maps, the bosses, I can send them to fight for me. I don't need even to fight. Did I understood it? And they can fight with pirates. They can fight the pirates. It's the best place to find or sell Diablo 4 items, D4 trade. Diablo trade. To an extent, yeah, they can do similar content to what you can do. To like, yeah, this is my extent.
They knew what they were signing up for, right? Of course, the heroics might be worth it for other reasons. These bosses can drop new unique items.
Them reflect damage maps.
In sum, Settlers of Calgar is a very experimental league with new mechanics that will completely change how you play the core game.
I mean, it is very experimental league. If it's a built-in league. Так, so. I'm following enough Puppet Exile content creators on Twitter to know that reflect damage maps are poopster. And they all will die there. Am I right? Or this is like no regen, reflect. Yeah. Depends on it. I'm planning to just hire the words. I'm planning to play Warcraft 3, guys. Elemental reflection. It's nearly midnight. Have a great one. Mindal, have fun. Have fun, and thank you so much. I don't know, people. I don't know what you're gonna do. I will be playing a built-in game. There is a brand new built-in game. It's called Path of Built-in. Doesn't affect you if you play traps, for example.
We've been sitting on a lot of these ideas for a while and can't wait to share them with you. But there's a lot more to this expansion. Let's talk about balance. Well, we've finally rebalanced the Gladiator. It's been a long time coming. Like before, there are passive skills that allow you to invest in bleeding and block. We've designed new skills replacing some of the old ones.
Well, this is the part of information that I have.
Like this, War of Attrition, which is very handy for long, sustained boss fights.
Who knows?
Further alongside the Gladiator theme, this new passive allows you to combine different weapon types while dual wielding to get a variety of powerful bonuses. For example, holding a dagger will give you more critical strike chance, while holding a mace gives you more area of effect. Of course, you could just use Varanastra for all weapon type bonuses. And finally, we have a new notable which allows you to invest in the newly added Retaliation skills.
Well, okay,
these are active skills which require you to meet a certain condition in order to use them. Once you meet that condition, you can unleash devastation on your foes. Here we have Eviscerate, which requires you to have a shield. Or for those who like to dual wield, Sword Storm, which is great for obliterating bosses.
Like a bot league. You don't even
Here,
have to play
we have
anymore.
Perfect!
Dude, subscribe. I'm gonna build you a town. I'm gonna build you a town. Come on. I will build you a town.
Retribution skill. This one has the condition requiring you to block. You can then unleash a devastating spell, causing lightning bolts to strike the ground in an X shape around your target location, doing huge amounts of damage. And of course, in true Path of Exile fashion, there are many avenues to invest in these mechanics further on the passive tree and a new support gem. You are able to increase the leeway duration after meeting the condition, reduce the cooldowns, or just increase their damage. The world's your oyster. The Gladiator wasn't the only Ascendancy class we've changed. As we develop Path of Exile systems, we often find ourselves reusing mechanics, increasing their depth, and allowing more avenues to invest into them.
What's the
As
quickest
such,
path?
the Raider Ascendancy class found
What
itself
is the
lacking,
quickest path
with
to
many
build
of its
the
passives
town?
commonly available elsewhere. We want
I
our
have to complete
Ascendancy
the
classes to
campaign
always
anyway,
feel
yeah?
like they're pushing the boundaries,
Because I
allowing
need
you
to
to
build
change your
myself the
character in
easiest,
ways
the
that are
cheapest,
meaningful
one
and
button,
ideally
one shot
unique.
build, one button build.
As a result, we've
I don't
straight
need
up
the shit to be
removed the
powerful
Raider,
at all. I need
rest
the
in
shit
peace.
to be able
And we've
to
added a new
farm
class in its place, the Warden.
resources.
This class is largely inspired by its predecessor from the Affliction League, with a few changes. The Warden now focuses on elemental attacks,
My plans
changing the
I have.
behavior of shock, enhancing freeze, and replacing ignite with scorch. There's also a skill that allows you to go ballistic with your elemental damage, periodically. The class also grants Barkskin, which is a skill that can be used to mitigate physical damage from hits. After taking a number of hits, it increases your evasion, making it a great defensive choice. Finally, the last thing the Warden can specialize in is tinctures.
Getting close to my specialty.
These-
Dude, like for real. How quick can like so I need to complete the story. It's like the shit that I learned from following Path of Exile content creators. I need to complete the story. And can I then go and just build my town?
These are an alternative to flasks from the Affliction League. We're bringing them back with adjusted mechanics.
I have my own personal challenge. Upgrade the town. Upgrade, be the fastest, like, be the first one to upgrade the town to the max. By the way, like, blah blah, there are pirates, but apparently they can attack you. Yeah, guys, they can attack your town, or they can't attack your town. Or, like, you just go to the, you're attacking the other ports, or you need to protect. It's coming in the video tag, so yeah, pirates. Thanks so much for following.
Tinctures can be placed in your belt, replacing flasks. You can inherently only have one tincture active at a time, and it requires a melee weapon to use. While activated, they grant a powerful buff. They can drop as magic items, or be modified with currency to grant extra bonuses. Here is a prismatic tincture. This one increases elemental damage by 100% while active. You'll notice it has two extra effects. One is that it applies mana burn every second. Mana burn is a debuff that builds up while tinctures are active that causes you to lose mana, losing more mana for each stack. Tinctures also have a cooldown, so once you have disabled one, no other tincture can be enabled for a time. These changes make tincture use a more active and interesting choice than it was in Affliction. Both mana burn and the cooldown can be modified through modifiers on the tinctures or on the passive
You mean
skill
the new
tree.
building game?
Players will want to maximize their tincture uptime for sure. Here we have a couple other tinctures. The Poisonberry tincture is excellent for poison builds. The Rosethorn tincture is the choice for those wanting to deal critical strikes. You might be wondering, with the removal of the Raider, where has the Frenzy Charge investment gone? We've added a Frenzy Charge passive skill to the Deadeye, replacing the Rupture passive skill.
Criticism in your shoes. I tried, but I quit, guys, because I was overwhelmed by all the mechanics. It's insane. But if I will try, I'll tell you, I started the stream with a plan that we're gonna watch this on stream, and if I will like it, then this Friday they're starting the new league. We could jump in. I am not even trying to understand Path of Exile mechanic. Fuck it. You need to spend years on this, and you need to finish the university to understand this. But they have the built-in mechanic. The built-in. Like, okay, if something could solve it to me, it's the built-in. This is I like building games. Yeah, blah blah. It's not RPG, but I like building games. And you can literally send the warriors. You can hire the warriors. World of Warcraft free, guys. For fuck's sake, Warcraft free. You can hire the warriors, and they will go fight for you. And this is cool. And I really don't want to go like, super deep into mechanics and understand anything. If I will find like some build, Pox, my dear, the easiest building like thing possible. And we'll just go and farm resources.
On top of ascendancy classes, we have revisited a number of core mechanics. This time taking pains to ensure easy access through the passive tree, skill gems, and simple items. We don't want all the powerful mechanics to be hidden behind layers of complexity. Let's just rapid fire through the key points. If you want more detail later, you can read the patch notes, which will be dropped after the live stream. Be sure to let us know what you think. There's a lot of changes, so be prepared for a bit of a shock to the system. I expect it will take several days for the dust to settle on this one. Firstly, we've made some drastic alterations to melee skills. Let me just rip this band-aid off. Melee totem skill gems have been removed. We're trying to adopt a philosophy with melee going forward that, unlike other builds, it will be far less oriented around set and forget gameplay. You will deal the damage yourself, and you should be rewarded for doing so.
Or you will
To compensate, we have buffed the damage on almost every single melee skill. As the majority of this damage growth comes from gem levels, we have also made them cost more mana as they level, but it's nothing like the mana costs on spells.
To make the leveling process
Here are some examples of the damage and costs before and after. Heavy Strike has gone from dealing 313% attack damage at gem level 20 to a massive 552% attack damage. It's also...
Guys, I don't know, I swear to God, I started like 23 and a half minutes ago. I like switched the category. Like I went to the Path of Exile, I started watching this video. Nah, okay, kidding, like 30 minutes ago, because we watched the other one as well. Just a trailer as well. And I was like 30 minutes ago, I had no idea that I will play Path of Exile. I was just like, let's check it out.
Worth noting, it no longer knocks enemies back.
Maybe I will.
And Sweep has gone from dealing 281% attack damage to now...
Who knows how this day will end?
Dealing 664% attack damage at gem level 20. These are just two examples, but the majority of melee skills are now dealing approximately 75% more damage at level 20. Of course, with melee comes close proximity combat, so you need some good defensive options. New base types with higher defensive values will now drop throughout the endgame. As you reach yellow, red, and purple maps, you can expect to find higher tier base types in each. For example, Val Regalia and Hubris Circlet are no longer the best in slot items for Energy Shield. There are new base types that surpass them. Combined with some quality changes, which we'll talk about soon, you can now get better items than ever before in these slots. To compensate, we have reduced the amount of flat evasion and armor from the Grace and Determination auras, but overall, you're getting more defenses than before. On top of this, we have buffed life modifiers on magic and rare equipment. You can now get as high as 189 additional maximum life from a single modifier on body armors, and more on other slots too. Kaum's Heart has also finally been restored to its former glory and once again grants plus 1000 to maximum life.
And important.
I mentioned quality. Quality on weapons and armors is being changed to apply multiplicatively. In other words, weapons with full quality will give 20% more physical damage, and armor with full quality will have 20% more local defenses. For melee, this will mean a damage increase for almost all builds using physical damage attacks, and it will mean more evasion, armor, energy shield, and ward for all builds.
I just see the stats of the item. Maximum energy, increased energy shield, regenerates life per second, increased stun and block recovery, cold and chaos resistance.
Endurance charges no longer grant elemental resistances,
I speak this
but
language.
instead grant additional elemental damage reduction,
Plus,
making it
minus,
multiplicative with resistances. You can now get 4% per charge, alongside the existing 4% physical damage reduction. To compensate, we have made some changes to the Juggernaut, and various unique items like Eternal Damnation. you can get more maximum resistances from the tree, specifically around the Marauder class start. These, of course, can stack with the new elemental mitigation from
How many resistances there are?
endurance charges. On top of this, duels can now roll maximum elemental resistances as modifiers.
Seriously.
Since we're making elemental mitigation more accessible, we've heavily reduced accessibility to physical damage taken as chaos or elemental damage.
Like, I believe only the professional. 4, guys, 4. Thank you so much. Elemental free, chaos 1. 4 and 5. What was the 5th one? Supplement with flasks. Cap is 75. That shit,
those stats are still around, but you should not expect to be getting full conversion anymore.
Go to 90, so it's a bit complicated.
All block passives have been buffed,
the same shit.
So you can now more easily achieve block cap from just the passive tree.
Epoch in Diablo 4, absolutely everywhere.
The keystone, Versatile Combatant, has been improved to have less of a penalty to maximum block.
With using
a number of
life
leech passives have been buffed to generally allow for more acquisition of maximum leech rate for life.
But we won't get into that. This I also get.
Val Pact has been reinstated to its former glory for instant life leech, but only for melee. We've reworked Flesh and Stone. Previously, this buff skill granted Maim and Blind, depending on the stance of our character. Now, while in Sand Stance, the skill simply provides damage mitigation, becoming more effective the closer you are to enemies. While in Blood Stance, enemies will take more physical damage the closer you are to them. This skill will now greatly favor melee or...
Tax. Question with the staff for people who are playing both Diablo 4 and Path of Exile. Energy Shield. This is the same thing as the barrier in Diablo 4. Blah, blah. You have the shield. That is, you're not completely immune in it, but it is helping you to stay alive.
Close range gameplay. Given we're doing a Kalguran League, Ward has also received a bit of attention.
From damage. Here we go, but not
there are new uniques that grant Ward,
it's like
and the base restoration of Ward is now fast.
More like Ward in Path of Exile. One damage type can bypass it, and that's chaos damage. Energy shields that drains your mana. Does it drain your mana in Path of Exile? Start from item, not skills. Yeah, guys. Oh shit! Why am I even starting this? My gosh, Path of Exile is corrupting me. Increased ward. It's last epoch ward. It's your shield. Is this is energy shield? Energy shield has like if you're increasing your ward, you're increasing your energy shield, or it's a different defensive mechanic. It's something else which almost no one uses. Fuck the word.
To compensate, Olaf's Resolve has been nerfed, but ward loop builds will still be possible.
Oh, well, that's fine.
Anyway, that was most of the purely defensive changes. Now let's look at some of the offensive and utility-based ones. There are more and better ways to deal with mana as an attacker on the southern hemisphere of the passive tree.
What is the other shit? What is the other shit completely? Okay.
Daggers, scepters, claws, and staves now have higher critical strike chance.
You guys also don't have pants, yeah? You also don't have pants. I'm really sorry, but for what is the belt here?
Values than ever. Wands can go as high as 10% without modifiers. Sandstorm Visage has been made rarer to compensate, instead of reducing its power. For you wand attackers, wands now have higher attack speed than ever to compensate for their low damage. Wand exclusive skills such as Power Siphon, Kinetic Bolt, and Kinetic Blast now have faster attack times.
Exactly.
Impale passives have been revised and in general buffed. The buffs granted by Warcries are now simpler but more significant, and more universal to builds. They also now apply to allies by default.
God.
Banners have been reworked. Instead of having a reservation cost, they are now free. However, they don't grant a permanent buff. Banners now need to be placed for the effect to be active. However, once placed, they are far more powerful than before. Additionally, there are new ways to prolong the effects and more ways to invest in them than ever before. Rage has been made more fundamental and discoverable. Rage is now multiplicative attack damage, but no longer inherently grants attack speed or movement speed.
Do I need to give a damn about Rage?
It has a new cap, and you can find many new passive clusters that allow you to invest into the mechanic. The goal is to make Rage...
All the characters have mana, or all the characters have differently called resource. All the characters have Raged. It's for attacks, builds, mainly, so it depends if you're going for that or not. If it says
more
so,
powerful as a
doesn't
baseline,
matter.
and less gated behind the use of specific unique items and ascendancy classes. Berserk has been nerfed, just so you're aware. We have changed how bleed works too. You can now find aggravated bleed on the passive tree.
They all have mana.
When
Amen.
applied, all bleeds on the enemy will deal damage as if the enemy is moving for the remainder
We're
of
gonna
their
ignore
duration.
it all completely. We're gonna ignore it all completely.
The skill Ensnaring Arrow no longer
That's
interacts
why
with
you
bleed.
need the build.
So no more will you have to apply bleeds and swap to a bow.
Forget about
You
it
can now
unless
achieve
you
the
follow
same
the
result
build
using
using it.
aggravated bleed passives without the annoyance.
Don't know
Rupture
what this is
from the
anyway.
Deadeye has been turned into a support gem. We've added the new Overexertion support gem, which highly favors slam builds. Now, it's time to look at a hot topic, Magic Find. In the Settlers of Kalgur
being
expansion,
high.
we are going to be removing item quantity bonuses from all character items. This will not affect existing items in standard leagues. Magic Find is intended to be another axis on your gear you can scale once you have achieved the power you want. With item
What
quantity being
happened?
only available on unique items, this
No,
meant if
what
you wanted to
happened?
get the most out of it, you had to be playing a
Is it
very
like
specific
just-
build.
What the fuck happened?
We still want people to be able to invest into Magic Find, but now only through item rarity. This can be obtained on a number of rare item slots and by a much larger number of builds. What about Ventor's Gamble, you might ask? Here it is now. This is one of the biggest balance patches we've ever done. I can't promise that existing builds will all be safe. Even we aren't able to predict all the outcomes here, nor have we even gone into every single change, just the major ones. I don't know, man. Balance is hard. But the sheer number of new, viable
Balance is hard. Okay, that's good.
options
That's
is
good.
exciting, especially for melee. And we're determined
Well, we did something. We don't know how it's gonna work out. Good luck, everyone.
to drag the game in a
I
better
like-
direction. Be sure to read the patch notes
Well,
after
thank you
this.
so much.
It's going to
Thank
be
you.
a
Have a
ruckus.
wonderful, wonderful day, and yeah, for real, thank you.
In 3.24, we overhauled the in-game experience by introducing a new tier of maps and reworking scarabs. We want to continue to improve these systems and introduce more exciting in-game content every league. 3.25 is no exception. Let's check out the myriad of changes coming in Settlers of Kalgur. First up, we are changing many scarabs. We won't go into too much detail here to avoid getting lost in the weeds, but here's a few new ones. Be sure to check out the patch notes after this for more detail. We've also added an additional map device slot, which will be unlocked upon completing your first 10-way Maven encounter. This simply allows for more combinations of scarabs and maps, resulting in more difficulty and more rewards. This is on top of the existing additional slot that can be unlocked by completing your first Tier 17 map. There are now 6 map device slots in total. You might have seen our teaser, where we revealed we'll be adding new special encounters to the endgame. One such encounter is the Nameless Seer, lurking in Tier 16 and 17 maps.
Me too.
This NPC will give you a selection of
I'm
unique
just waiting
items,
when they will start
and you
talking
can
about
pick one
pirates.
for free. In Tier 16 maps, he now has an additional feature. where you can scry a map. This allows you to swap the divination card drops of the current map with another map on your atlas. Just one caveat. You cannot have the same map be in multiple swaps at the same time. If you want to undo your choice, you can use a scouring orb on either map on your atlas. We've also made some updates to a couple of leagues. Blight has been updated with some atlas passive skill changes, and double anointed amulets can now drop in Blight Ravaged maps. We've also introduced a new type of oil that can only drop from Blighted and Blight Ravaged maps. Ritual has also been updated. You can now find one new and many reworked base types, new unique items, corpses you can use to raise as specters,
I'm not even trying.
and occasionally a fragment, granting access to the King in the Mist's boss fight from the Affliction League. He will drop a number of unique items that were familiar from the League, but not that which was taken, as it is now that which was taken away. However, he now drops a different modular jewel that you might recognize from the Necropolis
and I will
League.
remember it. For dummies, 5 years university. Exactly.
In Tier 16 and Tier 17 maps, you can now encounter the Wildwood, also from the Affliction League. In case you missed it, the Wildwood is a mysterious forest fraught with danger. In the darkness, you will find magical wisps yearning for freedom. Upon releasing them, they will empower the monsters in your map,
There was a rain
promising more
today,
danger,
but I think it was
but
not
more
enough,
rewards.
and I should water them.
You
I'm
may
right
also
now
find
really, and since guys, I'm sorry, tomato break. Yeah, tomato break. I have tomatoes on my balcony, and I'm like tomato fan, and I'm growing the tomatoes, and I'm super happy about this. I literally gathered my first harvest last week, and now I am when I'm like the big red ones. No, they're small, they're cherry tomatoes, but I'm using them. I'm eating them as a snack always, like with every meal, almost with every meal, I'm eating tomatoes. And that's why, like, before every meal, I'm going outside on my balcony and picking up a couple of tomatoes from my balcony, and that feels just amazing.
Find random sentinels on the ground near the start of your maps, from the Sentinel League. They work in a similar way to before. They aren't items, but you can click on them and then they can be activated in that area at any time.
I'm Moldovan, so we're kind of similar. We are coming from the similar region, and we have the similar weather, and yes, we do give a lot of damns about the tomatoes.
Time of your choosing. Upon activation, they will buff monsters around you, increasing their difficulty and rewards. And here's one for those who like to live dangerously. You may occasionally find a reflective mist from the Kalandra League. It has two outcomes. It could drop a jewelry item with randomly enhanced or inverted modifier values.
What will be next? Nothing will be next.
It can
just
give a reflecting mist
just
item,
next time I will
which can
roll
be
them
used on
better.
an existing piece
The
of jewelry to
mistakes were
perform the
made, the
same
mistakes
action
will be
at a
changed.
time of your choosing. Good luck! There's many other small changes to League content. We're removing the first 15 most boring waves of the simulacrum and rebalancing its rewards to improve the chances of finding unique jewels. We're also adding some of the beasts from Einhar's Memory of Harvest Beasts to the core pool. This includes the Black
We're
Morrigan.
gonna kick it out.
In other
Nah,
news,
this is all
we've
Chinese
added
right
a
now.
set of new chisel types, which can be applied to your maps to get different bonuses.
Still
While the
Chinese.
cartographer's chisel still increases item quantity, there are new ones that now increase rarity, pack size, increased chance for currency items,
she's broken.
divination cards, and scarabs. It's also worth mentioning that chisels now apply 20% quality per chisel to white maps, 10% to yellow maps,
She
and
can
5%
exist, but
to red maps and higher.
she's broken a little bit.
Unique maps still require the full
But we're
20
working on it.
chisels. Also,
gonna have a big
only
update,
one
like,
type of
within 2
chisel
weeks.
can be applied to a map at a time. During 3.24, we made a change to Tier 17 maps that allowed them to be rerolled with Chaos.
Do you like Buffett Exile? Do you like Buffett Exile? Wait, guys. No, like it's okay. She needs. I'm telling you, it's pre-alpha situation. Okay, she is allowed to do whatever. Do you like Path of Exile?
Sounds a bit boring to me, Chicken Queen. Exile's a last resort in Diablo. Let's play some Necromancer instead and have some real fun. Game out!
In the case. I didn't say anything!
Orbs. We are now expanding the currency types that can be used on them to also include currencies like chisels and Val orbs. Ultimately, the only restriction tier 7...
Well, she is programmed to love Diablo, guys.
...17 maps now have is that explicit modifiers cannot be removed from them. We have also revised the difficulty of these maps, as they didn't quite hit the mark. The monsters in them now have substantially less life, and deal less damage, meaning tier 17 maps now better fit into the progression between pinnacle and uber pinnacle content. Lastly, we've adjusted the drop rate of Valdo's puzzle boxes. Previously, we were adapting its drop rate based on the possible outcomes selected by supporters. So many supporters really wanted Mage Bloods, so the box was hardly dropping. Thus, we have drastically increased the drop rate of the box, but reduced the probability of getting chase unique items from it, like Mage Blood. Overall, we have taken care not to reduce the number of Mage Bloods total in the economy. We figured it was better to have more tickets for fun rather than barely seeing any boxes in a league. We've been hard at work improving the Path of Exile experience on consoles. With native ports for the Xbox Series consoles already being released, and PS5 on the near horizon, the game now takes full advantage of the console hardware. Loading times have been reduced even further, pop-in has been reduced, and textures won't start unloading in heavy scenes. Furthermore, overall visual fidelity has been improved for all new generation consoles.
You can ask her questions.
Path of Exile now uses the highest available resolution textures and water effects. We've installed a new upscaling algorithm that improves the crispness of dynamic resolution, with an additional anti-aliasing pass on top of that. With these upgrades, we also support variable refresh rate TVs and monitors on PlayStation 5 and on all Xbox consoles. In the options, players can now choose which aspect of visual fidelity they want to focus on: resolution, image quality, or target frame rate. In 3.24, we added some new encounters and secrets to the campaign. In Settlers of Kalgur, we're adding even more. We're not going to spoil them all here, but keep an eye out for anything unfamiliar on your adventures. Who knows what you'll find? I mean, I know, but still. There's an underground bunker underneath the refinery, guarded by powerful robots. I wonder what's been hidden away here. How do I unlock this mysterious door? What riches must lay inside? Blighted growths have appeared in the gardens and sewers of Sarn. A vault containing riches can be found in the reliquary. As you might have seen in our teasers, there's a slew of quality of life features we've been working on. Here's a quick summary. You'll no longer need to interact with waypoints to unlock them. You can just walk by and they'll activate automatically. When using keyboard and mouse, you'll be able to pick up items from further away.
Guten Tag.
We're adding static life bars to some bosses. Not all bosses will have them just yet, but we'll be adding more over time. You can now see which divination cards drop in each map by hovering over them on your atlas. When you die, you can now resurrect without having to reactivate all your reservation effects, like auras and heralds. You can start harvest encounters with just a single action. The amount of quality provided by currency items like whetstones is now based on the item level, rather than item rarity. Those currencies now apply a 20% quality to very low-level items, with that amount reducing as the item level increases. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new League supporter packs.
I played
Today,
Necromancer
we're
so
launching
many
two
times.
new series of
What
supporter
else
packs.
should I try to
The
play in
Paladin
the new
and
season?
Penance packs. Each tier contains the
How
pack's
about a
full face value
barbarian
in
chicken
points,
queen? At least
alongside
it's
several
different from
exclusive
Necro,
microtransactions.
though I still can't fathom why anyone
These
would
packs
choose
are only
that clunky
available
class.
for the duration
Game
of the
out!
I still don't know why anyone would choose this class.
Settlers of Calgary League, and will leave the store forever when it ends. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in.
If you would be trying Path of Exile, which class would you play?
Oh, Chicken Queen, I'm still Team Necro all the way. But if I had to play something else, I suppose a sorceress could be cool, as long as it's not barbarian. Game out.
In any way. The Paladin series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. Adorn your weapon or shield with the Paladin weapon effect.
She is Death Run.
Make a show of leveling up with the Harpy flyover
She's very,
level up
very
effect.
boyish. It's okay.
Equipping the Divine Paladin armor set will periodically cause slain enemies to be consecrated and.
She has it, that we're playing the other games, blah blah blah, other RPGs. Last Epoch, even Path of Exile, she has there. That like you played Path of Exile. She has it there, but she like.
But we played Path of Exile, don't you remember?
Leave her in peace.
Laid to rest. This set also comes with a matching back attachment. Both the helmet and back attachment have options to display the radiant glow or not. You pick. The Divine Judgment finisher effect locks onto unique enemies before obliterating them with a laser from the heavens.
That's cool, by the way. I don't know
May
what
your
happens,
critical
but
hits
from the heavens,
resonate
come on.
across Rayclast with the Cleric's Bell back attachment. Invite your friends to spend a day at the races in the Vasteri Racecourse hideout. Add rowers to the track to race them against each other. Or you can just spectate from the sidelines. The Penance Pack series.
What the fuck is running here?
Divine Judgment finisher effect locks onto unique enemies before obliterating them with a laser from the heavens. May your critical hits resonate across Rayclast with the Cleric's Bell back attachment. Invite your friends to spend a day at the races in the Vasteri Racecourse hideout. Add rowers to the track to race them against each other. Or you can just.
It cannot be a cosmetic race. It's a mode in the game where you are racing? I want the racetrack. Oh, what? The racetrack is a cosmetic? Kenny, no, not the first one, but like long time ago. What the fuck is going on? It is just cosmetic. The whole race is a cosmetic? But I just bought the $100 base dirt. It's a hideout where you can just, you're chilling here and you're watching the races, yeah?
Do the rose have a chicken skin? Guys, Perfect Exile people, real question. Are there any chicken skills? Thank you for following. You click banners and then start and they race. It's your own personal base. Negative, no horrible game. We do not agree. But in the town, there are chickens, guys. Can you put money on? But it is cosmetics, yeah? It's decorational. Okay.
Just spectate
But
from the
it's ridiculous.
sidelines.
Can you play in a party?
The Penance Pack series also has 6 exclusive microtransactions. With the Penance back attachment equipped, a repentant soul is chained to your back and lashed with lightning. Ouch. Place none other than the Trial Master in your hideout and have him comment on your chaos.
Josh, will you carry me to the town? I get.
Far fairer now than in ancient times.
And Val crafting attempts.
Your luck is over, fool.
He even keeps a record of how many Chaos and Val orbs you've used in your hideout during the league, or across all leagues.
The turtle hideout
Blood
is the best.
stains your
Do you have a
armor the
link? If
more
you got
life you
YouTube link
lose
for
when
it,
wearing the
I would check it
Acolyte's
out.
Penance armor set. The Zealot's Madness portal effect fragments as you near it. The Cauldron map device boils maps, fragments, and scarabs placed into it, keeping a tally of how many have been thrown into the pot in the current league or across all leagues. The exiled Squire pets follow in your footsteps, hyping you up for battles,
No sweat for you, boss.
providing pessimistic commentary,
The cycle repeats.
Providing pessimistic commentary.
or voicing their disdain for you to bring you down a peg.
About time you kicked the bucket.
These packs are now available for purchase on both PC and console, and will remain so during Path of Exile, Settlers of Kalgur. Meanwhile, the Solar and Eldritch packs leave the store forever at the launch of Settlers of Kalgur League, so now's your last chance to purchase them. Thank you so
It's
much for
the chest. Rinse World chest.
your ongoing support. Now, we have one more thing to announce before getting into the Q&A. We are soon going to be running a small closed beta test for Path of Exile 2. We have been taking signups for the Path of Exile 2 beta tests over at pathofexile2.com. We will only be selecting a very limited number of people for this first test, but if you want to make sure that you are considered, then head over to the website and register your email address now.
Register, goddammit, people. I want... Fucking, I don't know what I want. I played, but long time ago, and I was that person who was like, you know, who opened it, was super
grinding gear
overwhelmed by
games.
all of this, and was like, oh, fuck it, it's too scary, it's super, super scary. But literally, so guys, basically, every people on the internet, they all talk about this leak. It's like hype is enormous, and everyone is like, hype is and boats and boats. You see the boats everywhere, and I'm like, no, okay, I will check this announcement. But for real, they have the boats, and I'm like, and you can build the city, guys, and you can build the city, and you can build the city. Cosmic Turtle? This is a Cosmic Turtle. This is the shit that you bought? No pain needed. They just register a new, yeah. Yeah, finally I see it. I see it. But what do you do here? Is it like your town? Do you do the crafting and everything? Yeah, but yeah, like, what do you do here? It's like, it's your town, yeah? You run maps and come from that. So yeah, that's why you're, there's the waypoint, you're returning. There should be the elephants there. There should be the elephants. Elephants should be. I want the... You run maths, craft, trade, whatever you want. Holy macaroni of my life. Moin, moin. Guys, I want to find something. It's my AI, people. It's my AI. We're working on it. We're working on it live. You can ask the question to the AI. You can ask her a question. You are on a sea turtle. You are on a cosmic turtle flying. Shit, but that's a transmog, guys. That's a transmog, I must say. This is the it's fully alive, fly, leaf, yeah. Tax. First of all, then I need the build. Second of all, I want to understand better the ships. The ships. Do you have the video, guys, about the ships? When you're done with the campaign, it's where you pretty much do it all. No ships. No, there is the ship. No ships, only boats. 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 Oh my gosh. I'm learning. I don't know how much more is known about the ships. Yeah, I got it, guys. It's a brand new mechanic. No one knows anything. But as far as I understand, yeah, I need to complete the campaign and then I will go to the ships. Shit! That's long. People want a boat leak. That I saw all over the internet, my dear. All over the internet. Everywhere. There is the boat leak. By the way, for the sake of lols. What do you know about Season 5 in Diablo 4? Nope. 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 You will be doing the city content as you do the campaign. I like it. I like it. I like it. No. We are, guys, upgrading her. She's botched a little bit. But she's trying. She's really trying, guys. Content reveal together now? Yeah, we did. The question is, like, what else can I check to understand what's happening?
Why, hello and welcome everybody. Hope you guys are all having a wonderful time. Today I wanted to go ahead and introduce you guys to my Righteous Fire Chieftain 3.24 for Necropolis.
But it's for the previous one.
Now, the purpose of this video is to pretty much just get you guys jump started so you can jump right on into the RF Chief.
But King, they are building the city there. Chicken built when? Papa Path of Exile, goddammit! When they're gonna be the chicken build? He's busy cooking the new one. The chicken one. Righteous Fire Chieftain League starter.
Chieftain, I'll try to be as fast as
Characters are changing the agenda.
I can with some of this stuff, but there's a lot of things to do, so let's jump right on into it. If you've never used my website before, I try to make this as beginner friendly as possible, but more so just as clean as possible. If you are brand new and or want to get started right away, I have an Act 1 through Act 10 Chieftain walkthrough, so you can actually start playing right now with a video I recorded. It goes through the entire campaign for you. Go check it out. Furthermore, let's go ahead and talk about some pros and cons. So on my website here, you're going to go ahead and go to the RF FAQ. Also, if you want to just snag the POB and just leave right now, that's fine as well. Go ahead and just copy it from right here and go ahead and import it.
Because he's
so
super
from here,
cute.
we're going to hit up the RF
Thank you for
FAQ.
following.
We're going to go ahead and take a look at some pros and cons. So if I go ahead and type in Chief here, what is better, Juggernaut, Inquisitor, or Chieftain? For the purpose of this, we're going to focus more on Chieftain. So Chieftain's got a little bit of a slow Act 1, just
Guys,
like, you know,
this
Juggernaut,
is a
because we're
mistake.
both
This is a mistake. We're doing it wrong.
Hi everyone, it's Rax. Path of Exile is considered
only
one of the
way
best
how you can do it
ARPGs of
is
all time.
this.
It has one problem that's pretty much universally known. The barrier to entry for new players is very, very high, which prevents a lot of people from playing. Some people have never played the game at all, or some people might have started it up a little bit here or there, but just got discouraged for whatever reason and
That's
quit.
me.
So people have been begging me to make a beginner's guide, and so here it finally is. I need to make a quick disclaimer though. Keep in mind, this is really my first league I've been blasting for the last few weeks, and all the lovely people that have come into chat and have helped teach me. I feel like I've learned like an entire encyclopedia in just a few weeks, and I've leveled up several characters into the end game. So I feel like I'm at least comfortable enough to make this video. But keep in mind, I am not a professional Path of Exile player. I am not a god at this game yet. Hopefully one day. So after this video, I'll try to make other ones, but there are a ton of other godly content creators who have made similar videos along with more advanced guides. I'm not going to name them because if I do, I'm going to forget some people, but please go look around and check them all out because they've got some fantastic content as well. But what this video is going to be, if you've never played or you barely played and you quit and you hated it, I'm going to take the giant monstrosity that Path of Exile is, and I'm going to cut out 99% of it. I'm going to take the last 1% and I'm going to simplify it as much as I possibly can so you can log in and dominate. Let's get started. All right. Before we start playing Path of Exile, there are 3 things that I think you absolutely must have as a brand new player in order to enjoy the game. Let's go over them. The first thing is I would strongly advise you to follow a guide. Now, of course, I'm part of Team Maxwell, so I'm going to...
And this is, guys, this is one of the things that is question numero uno. And because I was planning, and like I am planning to try Path of Exile 2. And this is something that's super, super concerning me. Like, yeah, the game where you need just to start, you need the guide. I hope it's easier. I really hope that it's easier in Path of Exile 2.
Going to show you the Maxwell guides, but I would be very dumb to say that Maxwell is the only place that has good guides. There's probably lots of them. There's lots of great content creators out there with amazing guides. But these are the guides that I know. These are the guides that I have followed. These are the guides that have worked for me. So that's what I'm going to show you.
It's way more accessible and forgiving. I hope so. I really, really hope so.
You go to build guides and you go to league starters. I am quite sure that any of these would be very good for you, but I'm going to talk to you about the 3 that I have played, and I'll make a recommendation to you.
Only if you want to go fun. Dude, I started without the guide, then I started with the guide. The difference is gigantic. No, you don't want to go without the guide. Currently in Path of Exile. Current Path of Exile, you don't. In Path of Exile 2, I really hope that, yeah, you can just start.
I started this league Lightning Arrow.
Wunderschönen Abend.
So Lightning Arrow has the benefit of being the best mapper. It just runs through and it eventually levels up into Tornado Shot. And you just run through the maps and you just kill monsters 5 screens ahead of you. And you just feel like a god. There are 2 problems, though. The first issue is you have 0 survivability. So you are going to die dozens, if not hundreds of times on this build, guaranteed. So if you get really upset when you die, this is not the build for you. The second thing is in the end game to build into Tornado Shot, especially because it seems everyone and their mom is currently playing Lightning Arrow Deadeye. Those quivers and those bows and everything that you need are going to be very expensive. It's one of the most expensive builds in the end game. If you like to play a lot, that's how you're going to be able to get the gear. But there's no denying the output of Lightning Arrow. It's a ranged bow class, and you just delete everything. It's absolutely amazing. This is what I played when I played Path of Exile. The only other time, and I played it for a brief moment, I played Toxic Rain Ballista Pathfinder. Everyone kept telling me that the build is pretty mid, and the build has been nerfed since then. But let me tell you, when I played Toxic Rain Pathfinder, I thought it was godly. I killed all 4 of the bosses. I killed Maven, Shaper, Elder, Searing Exarch. I think that's who they are. And I also cleared all the maps. And I was able to farm T16 easily. Here you lay down little totems, little ballistas, and they shoot down Toxic Rain that actually does chaos damage, which helps a lot for like...
Path of Exile people, does it still make sense? Like, was it since whenever this video was made? Was it nerfed? Was it unnerfed? Was anything changed in this regard? Can you still play it and can you still start it? Like, I mean, I don't absolutely give a damn about the super end game. I give like the damns about like easy start and just being able to complete the stories, let's say, like some bosses, let's say. Heavily on physical taken as for defense, and most that has been removed. The changes is like a favoring melee skills. Aha, this is ballista, this is arrow, so kinda. Of course you can play it. Yeah, you can still like start it. But now the melee build will be really good too. No problem. Shit, maybe for real, like go in melee build. Oh my gosh. Where are Path of Exile people who will do the melee build? They're right now cooking them, yeah? Is there already something cool? Is there already something cool published that I can check? Because yeah, like fucking I did the guide. But I want something like, you know, I want something easy start. Something, come on, not like anything. Something that you don't need anything, you just like press 2 buttons. Challenge, guys, challenge to find this build. But melee, I kind of personally feel like for the new player, guys, range anyway requires some kind of, you need to stay behind and kind of aim. Theoretically, melee, you're just running and you're freaking hitting everything. It makes kind of sense for the new player to go like this.
Reflect, because a lot of the times I could play Reflect
for the new
maps,
league yet. Yeah, the news went literally last week. Yeah, that's why the boys right now working non-stop and they're doing the guides. That's why I get.
Good.
This is the
It's very
time
nice
when you
because
do it.
you just lay your little ballistas and then you just run away. And if any danger is there, you just run the other way. Your ballistas will take care of everything for you. It felt amazing. People have said that EA Ballista, Explosive Arrow, is just a better version of Toxic Rain. That might be true, but I've never played it. So if you want to lay down little ballistas and win like that, this could be an excellent one for you, or Explosive Arrow Ballista. So the other one that everyone is playing that I just made that people love is SRS Guardian, Summon Raging Spirit Guardian. And I have to be honest with you, if you want me to make a recommendation, this is the guide that you should do. And the reason why is the campaign is just trivial once you...
Are we approving this or not? Are we approving this or not? Spirit Guardian. Summon Raging Spirit Guardian. No, that shit was nerfed. Yeah, wait a second. Fox just told me Rage was something. More simple, no. It might be still good. That build was nerfed. Before last league, no, it was nerfed. It was
You
nerfed.
unlock this
Okay.
giant set. I
No,
call him
this we're not
Butterboy.
going.
Once you unlock Butterboy, this giant golden dude that follows you around, he just kills everything for you.
You will
instantly.
have the next something. Yeah,
And
of
then
course.
the raging spirits that you summon and you eventually pump it up, they do so much damage. And it's a minion build. You don't have to target anything. You just summon them and they will do all the work for you. And this is an amazing
Juggernaut this
boss.
season, he
At
said
least it's way
yesterday.
better
Bone
than
shot
my
at
lightning
Juggernaut.
arrow
He said
tornado
yesterday.
shot.
Juggernaut is
Because it's
super
very tanky.
beginner
And again,
friendly.
you can
Bone shot at Juggernaut. Bone shot at Juggernaut, guys. Yes or no? Fight.
slay the minions and just run away. So if you don't know what to play and you want me to make a recommendation to you, I would play this Summon Raging Spirit League starter. We'll dive into it a little bit more later. That's the first thing you need. Is
I understand, but that's kind of makes sense. Again, beginner friendly. Yeah, melee is from like if you just compare it melee or ranged, just purely melee or ranged game styles. Melee is way more beginner friendly because you're just going to the monsters and hitting them. Like that's supposed to be. Exactly. The simplest shit to start we're talking about. We're not talking about the strongest. We're talking about...
And let me explain to you one more...
Can you even make me play this game?
Reason why. It's not like Diablo where you can be like, oh, I'm going to play a lightning sorcerer. So I'll pick sorcerer, and in the talent trees, I'll pick some lightning stuff. Lightning, yeah, this sounds lightning-y. Oh, okay, my build kind of works. That's not going to work in this game. There are too many mechanics. There's too many complications
around you
for
that
you to
kills
possibly
things
make
that comes
a
near
good
you.
build on your very first try. You can try if you want, but if you want my advice, follow a guide for the very first time.
Effective.
The second thing that you need is a loot filter. You must have this. If you don't have this, you are going to hate the game, I guarantee you. Path of Exile drops so many items. If you don't filter through them from dropping, you're going to walk 5 steps, have a full inventory, and you're going to go back to town. Walk 5 steps, have a full inventory, and go back to town. You're not even going to be playing the game.
Stormstock is super beginner friendly and fun. Wait. We have it. Fuck, I closed it. I closed it. I unclosing it. No, I closed it.
So, when you log on to the Path of Exile website, you go to Game, and then you go to Item Filters.
Look in my eyes!
The loot filters here work very easily. The most famous one is Never Sinks. I use this one forever. So all you do is click on the loot filter, and you hit Follow, and that's it. Once you hit Follow, you can go into the game. So when you log on to the Path of Exile website, you go to Game, and then you go to Item Filters. The loot filters here work very easily.
I'm learning the magic here, people.
The most famous one is Never Sinks. I use this one forever. So all you do is click on the loot filter, and you hit Follow, and that's it.
I'm really sorry, but shouldn't you have different loot filters depending on a different class or different build that you're going for?
Once you hit Follow, you can go into the game, and you can select it via the Game Item Filters, and then for Escape, Options, Game, and then Item Filter. That's what it is. And then you can select the filter that you want. Now, one thing that you can do is when you first start out, you just take the regular softcore version. Then when you get a little bit further and it's just dropping too much stuff and you're like, I don't want that crap anymore, you can just select a different one. You can select the semi-strict one. And then you can pick the stricter one as you get further along. You get the idea, right?
There are general ones. I've never used a build-specific loot filter. Guys, may I? But doesn't, like... Oh my gosh, you're gonna insult Path of Exile. I will try. But doesn't this mean that the majority of items in the games are absolutely complete trash and you're just from the very beginning looting them, like loot filtering them? Why do they even exist? If the loot filter is generic, it's literally everyone is using the same, and literally so everything that is not dropping, it's like you don't need it. Why do you have it in the game? Loot filter, another sync. Loot filter is good. It's just a core function of a loot generation. You just let you filter out. Yeah, but no, crazy idea. How about we will delete them then from the game? No, I'm not going there. I'm not going there. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. That's crazy. I am learning here. Anna, don't ask stupid questions.
So as you get further, you can increase the severity of how much it's going to filter out. You must have a loot filter. If you don't have that, you're going to be big sad. Then the final thing is I would download Awakened PoE Trade. This will help you so much. We're going to get to that at the very end of the guide, but trust me, it's not going to really help you in the campaign much, but you need this. And console players, I don't think this works for you, so that's big sad, so I apologize. But for PC players, trust me, get Awakened PoE Trade. You'll see at the end of the guide why. All right, we got our guide, got our Awakened PoE Trade. We followed our loot filter. Time to play the game. Path of Exile, log in, and we're going to create a new character. Now, you don't have to do anything. It automatically picks the thing that you want. See how it highlights Affliction? Affliction is the current League mechanic. You want to choose that. You don't want to pick SSF for your first time. You don't want to pick Ruthless, and you don't want to pick Hardcore or anything like that. Let's go Softcore for our first time. If you don't die on your first playthrough of Path of Exile, it's going to be a miracle. So everything should be good. So hit OK. And then we've got all of these different people that we got to pick. Now, the first thing that's going to confuse you is Max Roll Guide says SRS Guardian. But when I click on this and go through all of them, name of my Shadow, the name of my Marauder, none of them are named Guardian. That's because all the different classes level up and ascend into a different class. So there's a base class, which is what we must pick, then we'll ascend later. So there's a beautiful little guide right here of what ascends into what. And you will see that if you wanted to play SRS Guardian, you would need to start as a Templar. And then you will ascend when you get the choice into Guardian. And if you wanted to go Lightning Arrow Deadeye, you would pick Ranger. And if you wanted to go talk...
Am I allowed to go Necromancer? Simic, it's absolutely your fault. You could... No, guys, we have a serious conversation here. If the fuck I will start as a Necromancer, I will hate this game, or it's okay now? Has a really good Necromancer guy. He has a Necromancer staff. He's a Necromancer guy. Then you have to go Witch. Yeah, I see. That's why I'm asking you, because I see here. I mean, my eye will be confused if I'm playing something that is not Necromancer. Depends on the build you're going for. Does Necromancer has noob-friendly builds? Yes, Necromancer is definitely viable. Yes. New Spectra. I'm gonna talk with guys.
Toxic Rain Pathfinder, you would also pick Ranger. Okay? So that's the first point of confusion. That will help you. So we're going Templar on the left if we are going to play SRS Guardian. Name it and log in.
Isn't Necro the OP AFK noob build? Or did this change? It was my first build in the game. First time.
All right, with our brand new character, now we've got to set our options before we set out on our journey. So we go to options. You can mess around with any of them here, but let me show you a couple important ones. First of all, go to game, item filter, and then pick the loot filter that you followed. So you probably followed never syncs regular softcore filter. So you would click that and hit the refresh, and boom, there we go. Another important ones. First of all, go to game, item filter, and then pick the loot filter that you followed. So you probably followed never syncs regular softcore filter. So you would click that and hit the refresh, and boom, there we go. Another super important thing on your minimap is go to landscape transparency and put it all the way down. Reason why is if you look at my minimap here, it's got these nice little lines showing me the outline of the terrain. If you put it, think by default, it starts like this. And look at how confusing that is. I have no idea where to go anymore. So all the way down on the landscape transparency, and we have a beautiful little map. And another thing you can do for fun is you can mess with the mouse cursor. I made it pink and I made it large because in the end game, there's going to be a lot of crazy stuff that's going to really mess with you. Another thing is you can change your attack.
Yes, he said how to get the loot filter. Loot filter, you're going to the page, blah, blah, blah. Basically, yeah, he said it all. Follow, large mouse cursor for the win, yeah.
You can move stuff. You can select stuff as movement only. You can pick what your attack is. I actually move with my mouse 5, so I'm going to go like that because I force move. And here we go. We pick up our scepter. We talk to the dying exile. We use our attack. And it's going to drop us our very first gem. So here's the thing to understand. There are gems in this game that you socket into your gear, and then you're able to use them. So Glacial Hammer is an attack. It's melee, it's strike, it's cold. It's got the tags at the top. And that's going to explain to you like how it works later on when we get a little bit better at the game. The basic idea here is you want to take an attack and link it to other gems to make it more powerful. So the most powerful linking you can get in the game is a 6-link. That will be one of your goals starting Path of Exile, is getting like a 6-linked body armor so you can absolutely dominate with your Summon Raging Spirits or your Tornado Shot or whatever it is.
Dude, if you understood the game in 2 seasons, that's some OP shit.
That you're playing. So obviously red sockets in red, blue sockets in blue, that makes sense. And what you will notice in the guide here is the guide is going to be explaining to you exactly what you're going to be looking for at all times. It's very easy to follow this guide if you go to the leveling tab. And by the way, you can see how good of rankings the Summon Raging Spirit Guardian has. Difficulty, very easy. Budget,
and
extremely low. Mapping, excellent. Bossing, good. God, the bosses that I did died instantly. Defense, excellent. So that's why this build is so good. It's good at everything. But anyway, you go to the leveling tab, and right here, this little thing has just about everything.
Simic, unfortunately, you missed the moment. Like, you think, why the fuck am I even doing it? So basically, we watched the intro for the new league. They introduced just for this league, blah blah blah. They're adding. You can build a town. You can build a town. For real, you have a town. You're upgrading the other buildings. You're farming the resources, and you're upgrading the other buildings. And then you're hiring the warriors, and those warriors are going and fighting for you.
Everything you need.
I'm gonna play Path of Farmville or Path of Builder.
Succeed. Look how easy this is. You start at level 1.
I can.
And it's telling you, well, you're hoping to get rolling magma.
I think we can. No, come on. I'm not fucking kidding. I'm not kidding. You think I'm crazy?
Welcome to
King's March.
Look at chickens. Look at chickens. Look at chickens. Chickens. Он разный волос представлял. You want to rebuild a town? There's another kind of games for this. Yeah, I see the problem. See, I see it, but well. The farm season where you had to build a full farm. Focus on a focus, no chickens yet. There are sheep. You can build a town, guys. You can build a town. Такое serious.
And you're hoping to find elemental proliferation.
You distracted me. I forgot again.
And by the way, you can see how good of rankings the Summon Raging Spirit Guardian has. Difficulty, very easy. Budget, extremely low. Mapping, excellent. Bossing, good. God, the bosses that I did died instantly. Defense, excellent. So that's why this build is so good. It's good at everything. But anyway, you go to the leveling tab, and right here, this little thing has just about everything you need to succeed. Look how easy this is. You start at level 1, and it's telling you, well, you're hoping to get rolling magma, and you're hoping to find elemental proliferation and combustion and link them together. So if you find any
item, I need any item, and I need those 3 gems, and I need an item that has 3 sockets. And the sockets that are like, and they're connected. Because in Path of Exile there are stupid items that are not connected. So I need an item and the sockets are connected. And since the sockets are connected, and I need to find those 3 fucking like gems, and I can put them there. It's okay. It's okay. He speaks my language. He still feels it. Don't you think, guys, that the people who played like enormous amount of leagues, they kind of already forgot how it is, like when you don't know shit?
Item with blue, 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 then you're going to acquire these 3 gems, and you're going to get them very early on, and then you're going to use rolling magma, which is your spell, to crush everything. However,
doesn't import like so. The question. Yeah, there are the sockets. There are different sockets. Does it matter like order in which I will put those stones in the sockets, or it doesn't matter? It doesn't matter which order. No. Mwah! Everyone.
When I played this, I used the Holy Flame Totem with Summon Phantasm, and that dominated for me. I love, if you can't tell from me talking about Toxic Rain, I love just laying these totems and having them do all the work for me. I found rolling magma to be a little bit clunky, but people said it's the best option early game, and they're smarter than me, so I believe them. But anyway, the basic idea is it shows you what kind of links you're looking for. Okay, and these don't need to be linked to anything. And then as you level up a little bit, they'll change. They'll say, okay, oh, there's something that changed. You might want to change your spells a little bit. Okay, there's a change, and you just keep leveling up like this. Then finally, you're looking for a 4 link, and now finally at this level, we're using Summon Raging Spirit. You'll find that's very common in many guides. For example, if you're playing Lightning Arrow, you might think that you will
so
play
much for
Lightning Arrow from the beginning, but actually they recommend playing Rain of Arrows for a very long time and then switching to Lightning Arrow because Rain of Arrows is so strong early game. Okay, so that's how the gems work. You're going to be finding different gems, and you're going to want to try to link them for more damage. Eventually you end up with a 6 link. As you probably saw here, this is the passive tree for Path of Exile. It's a gigantic monstrosity, and sitting here trying to understand it and theory craft it is far beyond what a new player would be able to do. So you just follow it. Just follow it, and subtract.
This is so cute, dog, my dear. Thank you so much. Chickens. Something happened with us, and like I don't know. You're trapped here, and we somehow started the Path of Exile path. Thank you so much. Welcome everyone. You're gonna witness. Rivalorize. Michaela, 0 for 0, 0 for hero, see Geralt, Adaril. God damn it! Thank you.
Subtractum, who wrote the guide, shout out to Subtractum, is going to guide you through exactly what you need to do. Just follow it step by step by step. Easy as can be. Down here, it tells you when you're going to get all of the gems. In Act 1, in Act 1, in Act 1, in Act 1, Act 1, Act 1. You notice you get them all very, very...
And you can get them from the vendor. Yes, chat?
Very early. Duh. Otherwise, it wouldn't help you. And then, here are some important tips and tricks for the build guide, and you might be like, oh my god, I don't want to read that. There's really not much text at all. This is all the tips and tricks for the entire campaign. So if you read this, it will teach you how to position stuff, what to do, look for this ring, do that, da-da-da-da-da. It's worth the read, trust me. I didn't read it my first time, and everyone asked me why I didn't, and then I regretted it. So the leveling tab right here is going to
read,
have everything that you need. Okay, so let me just show you some basics here. So we socketed this gem, and now we have Glacial Hammer. And then when you walk forward here, I believe there's always a chest that's going to give you a support gem that's going to kind of teach you, hey, here's how you link something. There it is. Oh, you can't miss it. It's going to be somewhere. Boom. What a surprise. It links perfectly with what I have. And there we go. And then you can map this to whatever skill you like. Big swing, dead.
That's a big
Another option that you have that I need to mention, with any attack, this is especially helpful for like the lightning arrow, Deadeye, is you can select attack without moving always. So that means if you click it, it's always going to stop and swing. So you don't have to do that weird stutter stepping, force standstill stuff in Diablo. You can actually select a skill to always attack if you click it, stop and do it no matter what, which is something pretty excellent, in my opinion. I wish Diablo had that. One more thing I want to talk to you about. It's a lot of talking, right? But one more thing. Flasks. So there are a bunch of different kinds of flasks, and these are going to, as you probably guessed by the coloring, these are going to recover your health, and the mana flasks are going to recover your mana, okay? By default, I think they're actually bound to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. QWERT is over here. I think I switched it. But anyway,
this is how you play Diablo.
There are also a bunch of other flasks you will encounter along the way. I wouldn't worry too much about that.
And you are ignoring them.
Just going with life and mana flasks the entire time for your first playthrough. One very nice one while leveling is Quicksilver. Every time you press it, you run faster. It just helps you get from A to B. That's
Diablo 2!
It's a favorite, especially amongst the speedrunners and people that have played a lot. Let me tell you the basic idea of how to
Didn't they add dodge recently?
think about flasks. So
elemental resistance
when you start
flasks.
to get different powers on them, when you start to get magic flasks that actually do something besides just, restore your health.
They're a lot like G2.
The idea is to get different powers or affixes on them that will help you. For example, I might find a flask that says
in PoE
this
1.
grants you immunity to being frozen.
This is like in Diablo 4.
Then when I'm looking for another life flask, I would like it to have a different power. It might be immunity to bleeding, or it might be immunity to corrupted blood, something like that.
It's going to be in
something
Exile
to
too.
keep in mind for your first playthrough. Try to get different flasks that give you different buffs. And you might be wondering, well, when I use a flask, how do I get the charges back? You get the charges back by killing monsters. So if you're fighting a boss and you're like running low on your flasks and you're panicking, one of the best things you can do is continue to hit the boss to hopefully you phase him so he summons some ads. When you kill the ads, you're going to get more flask charges.
I just want to see me suffer.
And you get the idea.
Have roll movement,
One final thing I want to tell you. Right off the bat, you might be like, oh my god, I got to use all of my skills over here. And then I have all my flasks over here that I'm essentially playing piano tiles over here while I'm playing a game over here. This is already too complicated and it's not for me. Well, I have fantastic news for you. In the end game,
fucking
you can
hell,
actually
people.
craft your flask to
I'm
auto
already
cast.
scared.
You can craft, for example, cast when charges are
I
full.
did, and it was super, super
And so
hot.
the moment that you get
Everyone,
full
no, like, it's
charges,
everywhere
it'll
by
just
hot.
cast it for you. It doesn't work on every flask like health and mana. Grinding Gear Games wants you to actually use those intelligently. But for all the other ones, like the evasion or the extra armor or the movement speed, you can have those just auto cast. So actually, as this zombie is going to try to kill me, nice try. So that actually gets solved in the end game. So if you're worried about that in the early game, you can fix it later on. All right, we got our character created. We've got our guide. We got our loot filter. Let's talk strategy in the campaign. Let's talk some very basic hints that I think are going to help you. So if you watch a speedrunner play Path of Exile, they're going to just blast through the game. They're going to skip everything. They're only going to do very, very specific quests here and there, farm XP at these perfect points. They know all the layouts. This is not us, right? We're brand new players. It is perfectly fine to just kill the monsters that you see.
I literally understood only I did, and without any in the sentence that you wrote.
It's I think a good idea for your very first playthrough to do every single quest. Yes, I can make a checklist. Yeah, do this quest, that quest. Oh yeah, you can skip this one, do these 5 and these 4. No, don't do that one. Don't go to that zone. That's confusing. And it's not fun. Just play the game. You can do all the quests. So here's what I do. Go through Act 1 and just play, haha. Your quests will show up here. And then when you get to the very end...
The blue ones are the optional ones. There are also some of them are giving you some really important shit, yeah? I assume. Smash keys win the game. That's how it should be. Inquisitor best beginner build. Not really. Let's just do everything. Skill points. Like, wait a second. No, I need to do them for the skill points. This is why D4 is better. Give you skill points. So I need to do the blue quests.
And then you can look at these little boxes on the ground and see if there are any quests.
Yes, I understand that not all. I get it that not all, but some of them do. And that is the problem, because I have no idea which ones.
All these quests are done because they're grayed out, but a dirty job, it's telling me I have a quest over here. So if I ported to the coast, this little blue dot indicates that I've gotten the waypoint. If I port here, I run a little bit northeast, and then I run northwest from there. I should be in the right zone to complete this quest. If I were you, I would just do all of them. When you finish the campaign, you can double check your work. You can do /passives and make sure that the number to the left of all of these quests is not 0. Make sure that you got all of your passive points, and you'll know that you did all of the critical quests.
Here we go.
The next thing that you're going to see is in the early game, Grinding Gear Games is not going to give you very many portal scrolls or scrolls of wisdom. You're probably going to find way more items than you have scrolls for. So you're going to be very frustrated, and you're going to be like, how in the world am I supposed to identify all this different stuff? I don't even know what to do with this gear.
Which time the unique is dropping, guys? Raise hi.
Million little vendor trick recipes, but one of them that you should know from the very beginning is if you vendor an orb of alteration, it'll give you 4 scrolls of...
When it's the I'm just saying, guys, that it's the day of the Deadpool release, but no one cares, but I do. Time-wise. 9 p.m. my time. Which time basically it's released?
Do that, 4 scrolls, boom, and then you just, like good old Diablo 2 days, you right-click it and you identify it. And look, it's a good thing that we sold that, because we just got the greatest stuff ever found in Path of Exile history. In the event that you don't have an alteration and you don't have any scrolls of wisdom, don't overthink it. Just go to the vendor.
5 hours from now.
Sell it all. It's going to give you a bunch of little
5
itty-bitty
hours,
currency.
you're telling me. If 5, then it's 10 p.m. my time.
Keep killing. If you kill everything, you will be very over-leveled. If you do all the quests, once again, you'll be over-leveled. You have some extra bonus items. You'll get all the passive points. Everything will be feeling very, very comfortable. So one more trick that I want to show you is, let's say you're out doing a quest here. Okay, let's say I'm over here and I'm going this way. Okay, I'm killing. I gotta kill the great white shark. Okay, there's the great white shark. I killed him. I want to go back to town now. But Grinding Gear Games is not being very generous. You don't have a way to go back to town.
This is so Diablo 2. Fuck, I remember this, guys. I remember this when I was playing it. Fucking scroll.
Well, one way is keep pressing forward and look for the next waypoint. But if you got to go back to town right now, you can actually just hit escape, go to character selection, and just relog into your character. And boom, free scroll of town portal. Here I am. You won't have a way to get back exactly where you were.
Make sure you have lots of drinks, snacks, and tomatoes.
And then pick up where you left off and keep going. That's another huge hint. When you don't have portal scrolls, just log out and you'll start in town. So that's about it for the strategy. Feel free to do everything. And now let's hit on some key points in the campaign that you must pay attention to. All right, let's talk about one of the most important things in the game, your hideout. This is where this is your nice, warm, comfy, safe place that you're going to be using for 99% of your Path of Exile journey. So when you beat Act 2, you're going to get a quest to go to your hideout. And you're going to do some very basic things with it. You're going to get your crafting bench. It's one of the very first steps. This crafting bench is absolutely godly for you. Your hideout is not going to look like this because I have an amazing, beautiful hideout that I got from hideoutshowcase.com. You can go here for most popular layout with no microtransactions, for example, and then you can download them here if you want a beautiful hideout, or maybe you're an amazing designer and you can make it yourself and make it amazing. But in the very beginning, it's going to look like a pretty dull room with nothing in it. And there's little hideouts that you can unlock as you're going through the campaign. So when you get here to the crafting bench, this thing is going to carry you. Now, there's so many things and so many amazing tricks with the crafting bench, but like I said, I'm going to get rid of 99% of everything and learn the most basic stuff. In every single item, there are an amount of prefixes and suffixes that you can have on it. Usually 3 prefixes and 3 suffixes. I don't know if there's the possibility to have more. I'm sure there's always crazy things in Path of Exile. But anyway, when you're leveling up through the game, there's 2 things that you want to focus on just about every single character: life and your resistances. So when you're playing through the game, you want your resistances, not chaos. When you press C and you go to defense, you want your fire, cold, and lightning to be 75 or even a little bit higher. There's nothing wrong with that the entire time. So
yes, no one gives a damn.
Up some loot or whatever, and you've got some currency beyond Act 2, you might be wondering, how can I get a little bit stronger? Click on the waypoint anywhere, and at the bottom, you click Go to your hideout. So here I am. And then you go to wherever you placed your crafting bench, and then you throw something in there. Now, if you have an open prefix, it'll give you the choices that you can put on your gloves. But maybe your prefixes are full, and then maybe you can craft a suffix. Prefixes.
Fucking hell, I knew this. I knew this, guys. I played Last Epoch. Last Epoch prepared me for this. That was for this, guys. Oh my gosh, I understand it.
Are resistances. This is almost always what you want to craft on your gear while you're leveling up. And another thing is, you'll notice as you're running along through the campaign, there's little crafting recipes that you can click on to unlock them for your bench. Make sure that you click them. Sometimes you'll see them on bosses or when you do the Trials of Ascendancy, which is going to be the next point. But it's a very good idea to come on here and craft life or resistances on everything. And since there's different levels of all the different recipes, you can always just craft the little baby ones. You won't have very much currency.
Tax. What is supposed to craft?
A suffix. Prefix is life. Suffixes are resistances.
I hope so. Bronze, thank you so much.
It's almost always what you want to craft. Life and your resistance at the bottom, you click Go to your hideout. So here I am. And then you go to wherever you placed your crafting bench, and then you throw something in there. Now, if you have an open prefix, it'll give you the choices that you can put on your gloves. But maybe your prefixes are full, and then maybe you can craft a suffix. Prefix is life, suffixes are resistances.
Here we go.
This is almost always what you want to craft on your gear while you're leveling up.
What was it? What was it? You will be complaining about Path of Exile on Reddit like a veteran in no time. What makes you think that I didn't do it already? Life and resistances. But okay, what about the offensive ones? What from the offensive ones?
And another thing is you'll notice as you're
and he showed the website, but never seeing something.
running along through the campaign, there's little crafting recipes that you can click on.
Offensive
to
ones
unlock
for
them
so
for your
life
bench.
and
Make sure that you
resistances.
click
Everything
that.
else you don't give it up.
Sometimes you'll see them on bosses or when you do the Trials of Ascendancy, which is going to be the next point. But it's a very good idea to come on here and craft life or resistances on everything. And since there's different levels of all the different recipes, you can always just craft the little baby ones. You won't have very much currency. For the campaign, I have never found that you need anything more than the bare minimum. But for example, crafting, and by the way, there's a beautiful search bar here. If you just craft, the bottom tier 20 fire res, that's going to make a huge difference for you if you're missing it. So make sure you pay attention when you unlock your hideout. Make sure that you understand that at any waypoint, you can just click, go to your hideout like that. I think if you download Awaken PoE Trade, you can also just press F5 to go to your hideout immediately.
Little break. Gonna be back in a sec.
Rayclast is a cursed land. You'd have to be mad to settle here. And yet, welcome to King's March! It's not much yet, but with your help, we can erect the greatest city Rayclast has ever seen. We'll need resources and savvy planning. Soon we'll attract settlers, craftsmen, fortune seekers, and of course, pirates. But if we prevail, our ships will be heavy with gold. We hope to achieve the impossible. We hope to build a home.
In Path of Exile Settlers of Kalgur, you will encounter some familiar faces from the Expedition League. Danig, Rog, Tujin, and Gwenin are Kalguran people who are trying to establish trade between Rayclast and their homeland. They have recruited many curious characters from Rayclast, including some you may recognize, but are also seeking help of a powerful exile, like yourself. You will first encounter Johan, the King's Hand in Lionized Watch. He's there recruiting workers, traders, and exiles. Johan, under the command of the King of Kalgur, has been sent here to build a new city called King's March. which intends to become the hub of commerce between Rayclast and Kalgur. Soon, he will bring you to the planned site for King's March, which you'll notice has humble beginnings as just a tavern in a field. But with your help, it won't stay like this for long. It takes a lot to build a town. The Kalgurans will ask you to seek out resources that can be used to begin construction. On your adventures, you might find minerals such as crimson iron, which are veins of iron that have been overrun with corruption, spawning dangerous foes when you approach. Or perhaps orichalcum, which you will have to liberate from the demons worshipping it. Petrified amber attracts mindless, blighted enemies, while bismuth has a strong affinity to the elements and causes the area to become unstable. If you're lucky, you might find vericium, a material as valuable as it is dangerous, and guarded by very powerful foes. Once you defeat these monsters, the deposit will automatically be tagged for mining. But first, we need to get someone to do the hard labor. This is of course a trade expedition and nothing is free. Miners, along with other workers that the Kalgurans have hired, must...
Sorry guys, the break is over. We're learning. We keep fucking learning.
As well, I think you can also type /hideout, I believe. And go to your crafting bench. Life and resistances are absolutely your friend in Path of Exile. There was one more thing in the campaign that is absolutely critical to understand and do as you move along and
do we have, how is the balance? Do we have do we hear a little bit of music?
Complete as quickly as you can. And that is the Trials of Ascendancy, so you can ascend into your final form. Remember how in the beginning we said Rangers can level up into either Deadeye or Pathfinder, and how the Templars can level up into a Guardian? This is how you're going to do it. So in certain areas, you're going to say complete the Trial of Ascendancy, and essentially it's just going to lay a bunch of traps for you and see if you can figure out the little puzzle to get through it. There was one more thing in the campaign that is absolutely critical to understand and do as you move along and complete as quickly as you can, and that is the Trials of Ascendancy, so you can ascend into your final form. Remember how in the beginning we said Rangers can level up into either Deadeye or Pathfinder?
Which level?
And how the Templars can level up into a Guardian? This is how you're going to do it.
Upgraded Diablo to the 6 random Path of Exile.
Areas, you're going to say complete the Trial of Ascendancy, and essentially it's just going to lay a bunch of traps for you and see if you can figure out the little puzzle to get through it.
I did it.
Remember, we're playing softcore here, so it doesn't really matter.
I remember
even when I'm playing a baby character, I always just find that just YOLOing through it as fast as you possibly can works pretty much every time. So if you just rampage through it here and just go as fast as you can, you should be able to win quite easily. When you get to the end of it, it's going to say, hooray,
don't remember
you
what to
did
do
it.
and how and what, but I did
6
it.
of them
I
in the
clearly
beginning.
did it.
Then there's going to be 3 more to do the next level, and then 3 more to do the final level in the campaign. So what's going to happen is when you get to Act 3, I don't have a portal scroll, so I could either escape or we could press F5 or /hideout. Can't do that from here. That's a wah. Okay, so we go escape, log out. We're going to use the trick in the guide. Boom. Incredible. So when you get to Act 3, oh, perfect. It put me here. There's going to be a little board right here that's going to highlight green to show you which of them you've completed of the 6 in order to try the little labyrinth to win. So if you're missing any of them, you could mouse over this little circle and it would tell you which one you're missing, but I've done them all. I actually don't know why that one isn't highlighted, maybe because this is my alt. And what you're going to do is you're going to go in here and start the beginner labyrinth that recommends level 33, and you're going to try to go through it. There's going to be a bunch of little puzzles there for you to solve, and you're going to have to fight the same boss 3 times. When you kill him, you're going to be able to get a bunch of rewards, open some chests.
Labyrinth, and Josh is so happy about it. I don't like
level
it.
Up a gem or do stuff like that. But you're finally going to be able to pick your ascendancy points. So this should look familiar. If you're going to play SRS Guardian, you can see I literally copied the same build guide and absolutely dominated playing with him.
That is not helping.
This is
Just don't
the
die in the
funniest
lab
thing
and you will
ever.
be fine.
When you complete, every time you complete one of these labs, there's 4 of them, 3 in the campaign, and then 1 later on. You get 2 points to put in to your ascendancies. So you would pick your
Nobody
ascending
likes the
to a
labyrinth.
guardian.
Nobody likes the
And then you
labyrinth,
get
but
this
still
little
there.
skill, Radiant Crusade. Grants level 20 Summon Sentinel of Radiance. The proper name for this is Butterboy. Now
Just
you get to
overlevel it,
summon
and first 3
Butterboy,
labyrinths will be
and
easier.
he obliterates the entire game for you, and you can AFK the rest of the time. So just to give you an example, like obviously I'm too powerful for this tier, but let me just summon
Pull-ups, chicken
Butterboy
power.
and do absolutely nothing but walk forward, and I just want to show you how powerful he is. This is what your leveling is going to be like for SRS Guardian once you beat the first lab at level 33. Okay, Butterboy, there he is. Okay, and you just walk. There is a skill that you will have that will recall
That is
him
the
for
plan,
you.
guys. That is the plan. Just
Okay.
walking.
It's way easier when you have the recall, and he burns everyone alive and kills them instantly. I'm supposed to be playing Summon Raging Spirit. You don't even need it. This guy just walks forward and he tanks for you, and he gives you damage reduction, and he burns everybody
hard, they're
alive, and
just
the burn
boring.
is screen wide.
I
This
like
is what you
farming
get to look
lab
forward
in
to the
Ruthless.
first time you beat the first lab. You're going to get Butterboy, and he's going to carry you. One massive hint, and I messed this up on my second character. Don't do this. When you get to the 3rd lab, you're going to get to the 3rd lab about at the end of the campaign when you fight the final boss. Make sure that you complete the lab before you kill the final boss. The reason why is when you kill the final boss, he lowers all of your resistances for the end game to get you ready for maps to, make the game more challenging for you. So if you kill him first, then you have to do the 3rd lab with way less resistances. It just makes it way harder. So make sure that you do the 3rd lab
This is
before
the
you
end
kill
of the campaign, yeah?
the final boss. But once you get Butterboy with SRS Guardian, once you get this guy and you resummon him, whatever, every 20 seconds, 30 seconds, whatever it is, and there's going to be a skill that you take that will let you teleport him to wherever you are. You just dash forward, boom,
It's
boom, boom,
sometime.
and
Yeah,
then you just resummon him. Oh, and everybody's
Yeah,
dead.
don't kill the last boss.
That's how powerful it is. Make sure that you do the labs in the campaign. And one more thing, just in case you're having difficulty with the labs, you probably already guessed, Maxwell has an entire guide on the labs. It'll tell you exactly where all the trials are and explain where they are on the maps, da-da-da-da-da. It will explain all the different traps. So if you want to read further, if you really want help and you can't get through the lab, this will help you. Another thing is, if the first lab says required level 33, you go at 33 and you just get destroyed, that's okay. Go try, go level up in Act 4, keep leveling up a little bit, go back when you're 35, go back when you're 40, that's fine. But make sure you get it done as early as your character is able to, because it has massive rewards. All right, we did it. We learned about skills and flasks.
This is the campaign, so you can do it at what level? 20-something. Finish the campaign in level 20-something. Going back to you. Yeah, okay.
We learned about the labs. We learned about the
close to
hideouts, the
70,
crafting bench.
okay.
We love the crafting bench for the life and the resistances. And we got our ascendancies, and Butterboy carried us through, and we dominated, and now we're finally in the end game, and we're ready for the fun part. Let's talk about a topic that's unfun, though. Is that even a word, unfun? We're going to go Escape Options Microtransaction Shop. Remember, Path of Exile is a free game, and if you ask me, Grinding Gear Games is allowed to make money on their game. If everything was just free, then they would shut down and we wouldn't have a game to play. So this supports them. So we are going to go to the Stash tab, and
10 hours. 10 hours. Look at me. Look at me. Look me in the eyes, and you will see there are 25 hours for campaign.
I think you've got...
While going for campaign. You do labs 3 times when you're going for campaign. Okay. is that you don't lose experience when you die in the campaign. And
buy
later you
three
suck. Yeah,
things
okay, I got
to enjoy the
Diablo
game.
2, by the way.
A lot of these will really help you, but I think there's 3 of them that you
I
should
know,
really
Box
consider
was here,
purchasing
and I already have
if you
his
made it this
build
far
open
and you're
also.
still enjoying
Open
the
also.
game. The first thing that I would buy is the currency stash tab. You're going to be finding so many currencies. If you don't have a tab to keep them all organized, your brain will explode. Speaking of brain exploding, your brain will explode if you don't have the map stash tab. If you're enjoying the game, you're going to be getting so many maps. If you don't have this to organize them beautifully for you, it's just not going to be fun. The other thing that I would buy is a premium quad stash tab. What a premium tab means is you can trade from it. And trading is a huge part of Path of
Pretty cheap
Exile.
investment.
And trading is actually a great way to learn a lot about the game, about the different values. It's also an amazing way to help enable you with different farming strategies.
No, but he's absolutely right, guys. The game is goddamn it free. If you like it and like you can try it, you can play it easy peasy for free without spending like absolutely any money. But if you like spending a lot of time in the game, probably like it's fair. It's only fair that you spend some money in the game for the convenience.
So if you don't have a way to trade, it's going to be very
Exactly.
rough.
You can play entire
Yes,
campaign
you
without
could
spending
pay
$0.
far less to just upgrade a tab to a premium tab, but these tabs are much smaller. Having one gigantic one to trade out of should be enough. And I believe 10 points is $1. So if my math is right, the total here is $37.50, but there's no stash tab sales going on. Sometimes they have sales, and actually it's almost Christmas, so maybe there will be some. I would buy currency, map, and premium quad. That would be my recommendation for you if you would like to enjoy the game. Let me show you what they look like real quick. So if I click on my map tab, as we're going to explain how the maps work, this is all the different levels of them and all the different ones, and it organizes them beautifully for you. The currency puts all of your currencies, normal and exotic, perfectly here and just stacks them all up. And by the way, if you're about to say that I'm poor, I just bought 5 doctor cards. Okay, maybe I am still poor, but whatever. And then what does a premium quad tab look like?
On the free games
like
and Diablo 4.
Look at
I know.
how much space we have to sell.
This is the same way as League of Legends, guys.
So much
People
different
spending
stuff.
like shit tons
This
of money on League of
should
Legends.
be good for you in order to play the end game. So if you've gotten this far, I would highly encourage you to buy these. Without those tabs,
how this
it's
game
gonna
gonna earn money?
All right, now it's time to talk about mapping. And you could probably make a 67-week video on just mapping, but this is the beginner guide for beginners. So again, as promised, I'm going to try to cut out 99% of it. Mapping, this endgame, I think, is one of the best endgames ever released in an ARPG, maybe the best endgame. There's just so much to do here and so much to discover. So let's go over the basic concept of the mapping system. So there are maps from T1 all the way to T16. There's actually also T17, and maybe there's other crazy ones. But this is the map of the 115 different maps. You can think of it like Pokemon. You want to catch them all. You want to have it say 115 of 115, just like it does for me. Now, once you achieve a certain milestone, all of them turn to level 16 maps, so you can run whatever one you want. But that's not how it goes in the beginning. Usually it's like level 1s, then 2s, 3s, 4s, and it just spreads out, right?
How does it
so
look?
You
how
want
does the
to
map
run
look?
all of the different maps and get the credit for it, because every time you do that, if it wasn't enough to have one giant passive tree that you don't understand that you're following a guide for, how about another one?
What the
Another
fuck?
tree. Brain exploded. However, this tree, in my opinion, is much easier to explain than the other one. What this tree is it's allowing you to go through all of the different league mechanics that Path of Exile has released over the years and has included in the game going forward. And it lets you choose 1 or 2 of them that you really love to do, and you can buff them. Another tree, brain exploded. However, this tree, in my opinion, is much easier
That's why I quit the game forever.
to explain than the other one. What this tree is it's allowing you to go through all of the different league mechanics
that Path of Exile has released over the years and has included in the game going forward. And it lets you choose 1 or 2 of them that you really love to do, and you can buff them tremendously, and you can actually block all of the other ones, so you can only focus on 1 or 2 things that you love doing. It's a great system. So if we zoom in here, a bunch of the mechanics have different names, and I could sit here and try to explain them all to you, but that's where the head explosion comes in. We're going to skip that, but there is a mechanic called breach. I just block breach. Your maps have no breaches, 2% chance to have something else. Okay? Abysses? Nope, gone. Oh, Expedition? I did Expedition on my Toxic Rain. I loved Expedition, by the way. Gone. Oh, Sacred Grove, which I believe is Harvest, gone. Ritual, gone. Blight, gone. Ultimatum, gone. Rogue Markers, Contracts, Blueprints,
Okay,
gone.
you're modifying your
I
maps.
blocked them all. Because I'm doing Legion.
Let you pick what you want to interact with. So this is, you're modifying your maps. You're not modifying your character. This is modifying the content where you are going. They better use the different design, for fuck's sake.
Legion is a simple concept. Kill all the monsters once, and then kill them again. That's what I'm doing on Lightning Arrow. Lightning Arrow and Tornado Shot are godly
Totally
for Legion.
customize your
Legion
end
spawns a
game.
giant mass of
cool.
monsters
Medium,
that you
high.
have to kill twice in a huge radius. That's what Tornado Shot's good at. But SRS Guardian, what you might be playing,
Mapping, you start
that's
seeing
not
different
what it's
mechanics
good
in
at.
them.
It's good at very methodical gameplay, like Sanctum, for example. And people are saying that it's turning out to be a very good bosser as well. So the basic
Which ones
idea
you like
is,
and don't like, and
is
invest
you're
in them
completing
through
the
that
maps
tree.
in order
I
to
just
get
picked most of
points
the
to
options
spec into this
for
tree.
Delph and made my
And
own.
eventually what you will do is you will block all the stuff that you don't like once you've tried it all.
The game
And
and
then you
keep
will heavily invest in the stuff that you do
infertile
like.
map.
And you'll run that
Info
over
was
and
really
over
the
to
campaign.
make your
That's second part.
currency.
Yeah, guys, I know,
Then
but
you will
it's cool, like
trade
kind of to
stuff.
see the a little bit for me to see like the picture of this game, the full, not full, but like general picture of this game. Like, what do you do in the end game? What
Make
are all
some
of those
money
map
and then buy the big ticket items
T6017
that you
people
really
are talking
like.
about?
All right. So there is one thing to understand.
Where is the leaderboard?
And about completing the maps. So they're level 1 to 16 if we go to the map tab. Notice how 1 through 5 are colored white, and they're also white on the picture. Whenever you complete a white map, it will only count if the rarity is blue or higher.
Which activity has the leaderboard?
So for
Is it like the highest map that people completed?
example, if I have this core map, it's a white map. You can tell it's white because the symbol is white, and also because it's level 2. If I just plug this in my map device and I run it, I will not get credit
they just
for
struck
it
levels.
because
It's not great. Who is closer to 100? Oh, 99 is the highest level, or 100. Hitting 100 isn't as cool as it used to
at
be.
least a blue map. So you go to your little currency tab, you put your map in here, and this is where some of this little baby currency that you've been picking up through the campaign, you're going to use it. So the Orb of Transmutation says it makes a normal item a magic item. Oops. And then we just use it on the map. Boom. And now it's blue. And now we can run it. Beware though, it's going to give the monsters some powers and it's going to give you some better items. But sometimes it's going to give you a terrible affix that you cannot run. It might be
for Delph, which is the infinite progression mechanic.
And
Like
that
waves,
might
guys.
one-shot you. In that case,
more waves.
I wouldn't do this for the low-level maps, but for the higher tier maps, you can scour it, which just says removes all modifiers, brings it back to a white tier, and then you can just try it again. Ugh, the fact that my thing is public is annoying me because it's trying to sell my stuff instead of use it. Okay, and then, oh, this one looks pretty easy, then we could run that. Okay, so
It's
1 through
separate in-game
5, they've
thing.
got to be at least blue.
I got
It could also be yellow as well. From 6 to 10, you need to make them yellow for them to count. So if I get, so all those would work. If I get this one, Bog, level 7, you see how the symbol is yellow? Now I know it's got to be yellow for me to get credit. Go back to your currency tab, throw it in, and this time we're going to use Orbs of Alchemy. Take out an Orb of Alchemy. Here we go, and make it yellow. Check to make sure it doesn't have the nasty reflect that you can't run. Perfect. I can run this one. Now we will get credit for it. And then finally, for the last tier, the red ones,
what happens in the map.
you got to do something
I would love
even
to
further.
see, yeah.
Got to go even further beyond Goku style.
And the
First,
first time
you
ever
have to
in the
make it
league.
yellow.
Today one player will hit Delph
Okay,
Cap.
that looks
First
nasty.
time ever in the league.
And then you have to corrupt
And the league
it.
is almost over. In the
Corruption
league,
is
like at
topic
all,
for
in
another day,
this league, or
but
just
you need to
at
know
all
this if
completely?
you get this far. So you got to use a Val Orb and you have to corrupt it. When you corrupt something, you never know what's going to happen.
In all
Nothing
seasons.
could happen. It could completely change all the modifiers. It could
It's just like a nice
change it
meta
to a
dungeon
completely
in
different
Diablo
map.
4, kind of.
Yeah, I don't know. Boom.
Yeah, how long is it?
Okay, it looks
How-
like it
how long do you
changed
usually
all
stay
the
in there?
modifiers and it put monster reflect damage. Rip. You can't scour a corrupted item, so I can't use that trick anymore. So now this map is pretty much bricked if I can't run the monsters reflect 18% of physical damage.
But you
So
know
it gets a little
what
harder to
map
get the completion
it
for
is,
the
and you
other
can
maps.
modify the map itself
Not to
through
mention
using
the
the
maps
currency.
themselves are naturally
Okay.
harder and usually have much more deadly affixes. But if you're playing SRS Guardian,
Atlas
I
3 and
think
Xena
you'll
map
be just
modifier.
fine. Butterboy will help you with the little summon raging spirits. I think you'll be fine. You'll be nice and tanky. Not going to be the fastest mapper, but you'll be fine. Lightning Arrow, you will die 974 times, but you will probably eventually win. But yeah, all you do is punch the maps into this device, and then it opens 6 portals. So you got 6 tries, and you just try to get to the end and kill the boss.
6 tries.
That's all it is. It's
Okay.
very simple. So, but you must understand, one more time, just for reinforcement, 1 through 5, they've got to be blue. You can use an Orb of Transmutation. Not to remember, I mean, you can just read what the currency does. This is just the basic currency right here. For 6 through 10, it's got to be use an Alchemy Orb. And then from all the way up, from 11 to 16, you need to Alch it, and then you need to use a Val Orb and just send it and pray that the corruption keeps the map that you originally had, Arachnid Nest, and hopefully you don't get the reflect on there. You can
This
just
is
hold control
becoming
and
a
left click to put
cult.
everything back into your stash. By the way, one thing I absolutely need to point out to you is when you buy these tabs, you should set their affinities. You right click on it and you put the affinity as currency. That means when you control left click into your stash,
It will be going,
if
the
it
things will be
recognizes
going where
it
you
as
want.
currency, it will auto fill it in for you.
That's
If you
important shit.
don't pick that, it's just going to vomit it into a tab randomly. So when you get your currency, set the affinity to currency if you buy that tab. And when you buy the map tab, right click it, set the affinity to the map thing. So glad I remember that. I would have been very upset if I forgot to tell you that.
You only have
There are
to do
2
that
more things I want to show you, and then we can
at
finally
one
wrap
time
up this
under those
video.
conditions.
Man, I
You
said
get
I was going to
credit
cut
for
out
your
99% of the stuff, but I
Atlas
feel like this video is getting
completion
too long and people are going to be
on them
sad.
every time.
So, what you may be wondering is, wait a minute, Rax, you forgot something. What am I supposed to do? What currency farming strategy am I supposed to use? Here are the different ones that you can do as a starter. And here's what you can use in the end game. I'm doing Legion. I absolutely love it. I've done Expedition as well. I don't know where Expedition is, but I absolutely love that one as well. But the one I would
Maybe
recommend
he
for
will
you
show.
is League Start, Alch, and Go. So Grimro, by the way, shout out to Grimro. He's probably one of the best currency farmers ever in Path of Exile's history. It's super easy. It requires you to invest literally nothing, and it requires you to manage nothing. So
But it's
essentially,
low
all you do is what
profitability.
I already described to you. What you do is you use an alchemy orb on your maps, then you just go clear it. And that's pretty much it. And there's a nice little setup here with a tree if you click the little cross in the top right.
And for me, my warriors in the new league will be farming. The sexy people will be farming for me what I want.
Show you how to path through it. Use the arrows at the top. It's going to show you like some key nodes like shaping the skies and shaping the mountains and how to path through. And it essentially is just going to make your maps better. Instead of doing that more advanced strategy of block this, block that, block this, go really ham into this, this is just buffing your maps. Nice and easy. So you'll probably see a lot of different league mechanics as you do this going through your maps. And you'll be able to pick up on some of the things that you may and may not like. I'll give you a warning. Whenever you do any league mechanic, the Blight Tower Defense, the Delirium Mirror, which I call Gray Peacock, it's a giant gray peacock. Whether you try Sanctum or when you Ultimatum, whatever you try, it's probably not going to go very well, and you're probably going to be confused, and that's okay. Don't let that discourage you. You're supposed to be confused. Just kind of mess around with it and just see, oh, I kind of like fighting in the gladiator arena. Oh, I really like picking the flowers and harvest. Oh, I really like the Legion thing, killing all the enemies and then killing them all again. Ha ha, I
really
killed
like
you twice. Ha
building
ha.
my town.
Whatever. Then, after you use this basic strategy, then you could go into one of the endgame strategies. They're all listed here, and they'll teach you exactly how to do it in the best way. And then you can make $1 million. One final thing that I want to tell you, which I hope will make you feel 1,000,000 times better about the game. Maybe I should have put it earlier in the video. You don't really have to know everything's value, everything's worth, how everything works in order to make a profit in this game. And how do you do that? It's with that very first thing that we started off with at the beginning of the video, the Awakened PoE trade. So I have this turned on right now.
Cheating.
So let's say, I run a map and I don't know, I get...
But basically, it's not only the maps. There is a bunch of other mechanics, yeah, in the game.
I get this, and this, and this. Okay. Those are the items that I found. All you have to do is hold Control and press D. And it's going to tell you how valuable it is. So if you look at the bottom, it says,
"Thank you for
I'm
following."
holding Control, by the way,
there
to
is
mouse over. Mouse over here. Hold Control, press D.
Within the maps.
Continue to hold Control. You have 10 of these. They're worth 15 Chaos Orbs. Chaos Orb, for lack of a better word, is like finding a $1 bill on the ground. It's the basic currency of Path of Exile.
I even don't know
and then
what
a Divine
we're talking
Orb
here
right
about.
now is like finding 2 $100 bills. It's like 200 Chaos for a Divine right now, roughly. At the top left, you can see it's actually 190 for a Divine. Anyway, this will give you the most rough estimate of what it's worth. You got 10 of those, and it's worth about 15 Chaos. So then, remember the premium tab that you had? You could go throw it in there. This isn't a premium one. Here's a giant premium one. And I could say, right-click it, and I say the exact price.
That's a big-ass tab.
I want you to
Just
pay
saying.
me 15 Chaos Orbs divided by 10 of them. The first is the currency that you are willing to pay, or they're going to pay you. And then the 10 is how many you have.
I have a
15
feeling
for
that, yeah, I don't need to know it.
So let's wrap it up here. Real quick summary here. When you're gonna play PoE, it's a free game. Make sure you have a guide. Make sure you have a loot filter. Make sure you have Awakened PoE trade. We looked at how to create a character and put it on the Affliction League so you can actually do the league mechanic. We didn't even talk about the league mechanic, but
You know,
you go down the hole
I
and you
feel like
collect
for
wisp, and it makes
starting, you
your
don't
map way
need
harder
it.
for
You
higher
really
rewards.
don't need it. You don't need to
There's
understand
the
it.
explanation there. The skill gems are going to link together in your gear. Remember, you don't have to don't try to theory craft that. Don't try to theory craft your Atlas tree either. You won't be able to. Use the guide for your first build. Then you can start theory crafting later. Make sure that you know the little tricks. If you run out of wisdoms, sell the orbs.
Path of building is also
Get
nice.
the
I'm
wisdoms.
telling
If you run out of portal scrolls, remember, you can just escape and log out and log right back in. You'll be back in town.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you. I'm just gonna
Make
build
sure
a
you get your
town.
hideout, your crafting bench. Life and resistances are your friend.
I wanna eat,
Make
guys. I
sure
wanna
that
eat.
you
I wanna
do
bring
your
myself some food.
trials,
Has a
and make
video
sure
that
that you do the
shows
lab.
most of
You
the
get
mechanics,
Butterboy.
but it's from
It's
1 year
over.
ago.
You
So
won.
how?
Summon Butterboy. Run forward.
No,
read the guide. It will explain it.
The
You
only
win.
shit that you need to know, the only
In
important
the end
thing is
game, the map
how
device.
to
It's
start,
Pokemon.
how
To get
to
your
be
points.
not a
1
noob.
through
Not least, I
5,
mean, that's
blue.
what I need to know.
6 through 10, yellow. 11 through 16, yellow, and then corrupted. And then Falcon
I
Go
only know
starter
the
from Maxwell. It's going to buff your maps. Take a look at the different mechanics. Try to sort of learn them. You will be confused. That's normal. Don't get overwhelmed when you're confused. Microtransactions. Premium quad tab, map tab, currency tab. Set the affinities. Right click, set the affinities. You don't need to know what anything's worth. Awaken PoE trade. Control D. And it will roughly tell you how to use it. Use the PoE trade site to search for some cheap gear, especially a couple of weeks into the season. It's going to be very cheap. And if you see weird stuff, fractured items, search for the base item. And don't let people trick you. Don't, if you see the top.
Okay, guys. The question is, what else should we watch?
It's a cursed land.
What can prepare us for the new league?
You'd have to be mad to settle here.
Yeah. Just in general, I have a feeling. To start Perfect Exile, to start it, you should be mad. You should be crazy.
Have hired.
That is probably the most insane ARPG announcements I have ever seen.
We've really innovated with the content in this league, and I'm really excited to see what everyone thinks. So let's just get right into it with the trailer for Path of Exile, Settlers of Kalgur.
Yes.
Rayclast is a cursed land. You'd have to be mad to settle here. And yet, welcome to King's March. It's not much yet, but with your help, we can erect the greatest city Rayclast has ever seen.
Pog.
We'll need resources.
99 mining confirmed.
Savvy planning.
Oh shit, we're like, it's Farmville. We have our own Farmville.
We'll attract settlers.
Dude, so many Facebook moms are gonna love this league.
Fortune seekers. And of course, pirates.
Hell yeah. Let's go, this looks sick.
If we prevail, our ships will be heavy with gold. We hope to achieve the impossible. We hope to build a home.
It's like throwing the miscellanea from OSRS. Oh my god. Currency exchange? Warden Ascendancy class. Wait, hold on, what? Gladiator rework? Gladiator rework. Massive melee rebounds, oh my god!
We're breaking it, yeah?
Game improvements? Melee!
That was the app.
Oh, is that Gamba's? Bro, this is our...
Tax. By the way, we're breaking it. Guys, for the love of God, what do you want to tell me? What do you want to tell me? You want to tell me that we will play Path of Exile? Jesus, you want to tell me that we're going to play Path of Exile?
This doesn't look good for D4. I'm going to say it. Somebody needs to say it.
That was the other people were mentioning.
I'll say it myself. This does not look good for D4. How the can you come back from this? I don't know if they even can. Like, this is a whole new universe. How does this even happen? That's scary.
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games. Welcome to GGG Live.
Hi.
Today, we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of Path of Exile Settlers of Kalgur, which launches next week on July 26th.
Holy shit.
Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so make sure you follow the instructions below in order to claim your Corsair back attachment.
That's actually really cool.
In today's stream, we will take you on a deep dive into the new Settlers of Kalgur Challenge League. We'll cover the league mechanics, its new and revised crafting systems, a new trademark.
We'll watch this first part here.
Some sweeping balance improvements, including 2
What other
ascendancy
devs
class
are doing?
changes,
Audio?
endgame improvements, some further additions to the campaign, and some quality of life features. We'll then talk about our console native port releases and the features that come alongside them. Finally, we'll show you our new supporter packs, ending with a live Q&A session.
Second, guys, second. Yeah.
Spend $480
Path of
again.
Exile's game director, Mark, your questions from Twitch chat. After the live stream, we'll drop the full patch notes. I'll hand over to Mark now to introduce...
Yeah, guys, but Diablo 4 has higher numbers than both Path of Exile and Last Epoch. No, but whoever...
The new league.
Yeah.
We're really innovative with the content in this league. I'm really
everything.
excited to see what everyone thinks.
Let's see it.
So let's just get right into it with the trailer for Path of Exile, Settlers of Kalgur.
$30K words, patch notes. Yeah.
Rayclast is a cursed land. You'd have to be mad to settle here.
This isn't even PoE 2 and it already looks better than
yet-
Diablo 4.
Welcome to King's March.
Jesus.
It's not much yet, but with your help, we can erect the greatest city Rayclast has ever seen.
That I want.
We'll need resources and savvy planning.
Wow.
Soon we'll attract settlers, craftsmen, fortune seekers, and of course, pirates. But if we prevail, our ships will be heavy with gold. We hope to achieve the impossible. We hope to build a home.
Respec with
Get you to create a new character.
currency Bro. No. Melee rebalance? Maybe I play Slam.
So when the pirates like, you can choose to let them kill your town members, pay them off, or fight them. I got it. I should be rich.
This is fucking funny, man. This is really funny.
In Path of Exile Settlers of Kalgur, you will encounter some familiar faces from the Expedition League.
Wow.
Danig, Rog, Tujin, and Gwenin are Kalguran people who are trying to establish trade between Rayclast and their homeland. They have recruited many curious characters from Rayclast, including some you may recognize, but are also seeking help of a powerful exile, like yourself. You will first encounter Johan, the King's Hand and Lionized Watch. He's there recruiting workers, traders, and exiles. Johan, under the command of the King of Kalgur, has been sent here to build a new city called King's March, which intends to become the hub of commerce between Rayclast and Kalgur. Soon, he will bring you to the planned site for King's March, which you'll notice has humble beginnings as just a tavern in a field. But with your help, it won't stay like this for long. It takes a lot to build a town. The Kalgurans will ask you to seek out resources that can be used to begin construction. On your adventures, you might find minerals such as crimson iron, which are veins of iron that have been overrun with corruption, spawning dangerous foes when you approach. Or perhaps
another circular area that spawns mobs, my favorite.
Worshipping it. Petrified amber attracts mindless, blighted enemies, while bismuth has a strong affinity to the elements and causes the area to become unstable.
The Calandra.
If you're lucky, you might find vericium, a material as valuable as it is dangerous, and guarded by very powerful foes. Once you defeat these monsters, the deposit will automatically be tagged for mining.
Maybe this was inspired from No Rest for the Wicked.
Chicken. Yeah, by the way, yeah, he's also saying no rest for the weekend.
This is, of course, a trade expedition, and nothing is free. Miners, along with other workers that the Kalgurans have hired, must be paid in cold, hard gold, which you'll notice is now dropping throughout Rayclast.
So, wait, you're getting gold now?
You will have control about who gets hired into your enterprise. Once you have accumulated some gold, head to the town and talk to the recruiter, Rolf. He's been busy tracking down hardy folk across Rayclast who are looking for
I'm trying to learn how to build a town, guys. I'm just trying to learn how to build a town.
You'll notice each person has their specialties and a wage cost. It'll be up to you to hire and fire as you please. Over the course of the league, you'll be searching for your perfect employees for each job. Once you have them, you'll have to keep them paid, safe, and alive, which we'll get into later. Here we have a prospect who has a specialty in mining. We'll start with that so we can begin to retrieve some of those resources we were talking about earlier. Let's go find some more and put our miner to use.
Oh, jeez.
We found a vein of orichalcum ore. It's guarded by dangerous demons worshipping a strange shrine.
I need to build to kill it.
The shrine buffs the demons, giving them power. But once you defeat them, you can seize that power for yourself. After that, we can tag the ore, and our mining specialist will get to work.
You didn't even need to click it. Did you notice that?
Soon, we encounter a few more deposits, each with a different dangerous encounter. After you have tagged the mineral veins, your miners will get to work collecting resources in real time. They might take a while, but will continue whether you are logged in or not. The work can be sped up by hiring more or better miners, and by upgrading the mining station back in King's March to equip them with advanced pickaxes. Alright, some time has passed and our miners have been able to get the resources back to town. We've also managed to collect some more gold too. We can now upgrade the town and build new structures. There's plenty of options, we just need to decide where to start. I think we'll start with the tavern, the beating heart of King's March. It can be upgraded instantly to improve the recruiter's prospects. And you can find various important NPCs relaxing here. Next, we'll upgrade our mining station. You can upgrade this to improve the efficiency of your miners and allocate our newly hired workers to mining. You will eventually need a smelter.
This is just funny.
Where you can send your ore to turn into more valuable bars.
It's just fucking funny.
We have the Disenchanter, where you can bring your magic, rare, or unique items to be added to a queue to be disenchanted over time.
Wow.
The items will be broken down into thaumaturgic dust, a new resource used for crafting and shipping. We'll get more into that later. And of course, a town needs food. You could invest in farming, where you can select crops to grow and harvest. But don't worry, you won't be manually watering anything. The wonders of delegation. With all these resources piling up, there will be excess that we can spend. Let's talk about rewards in Settlers of Kalgur.
Okay.
Eventually, you can build a harbour, and establish shipping routes between a number of different Kalguran and Karui ports for trade.
Oh my god.
You'll be able to pile your acquired resources onto these ships and send them to a port of your choosing.
Oh my.
Where your traders will haggle for the best deals. Each port will return specific rewards based on what you send them. They accept all types of resources, but will have a preferred type that they'll currently
By
pay
the way,
more for.
low-key world building here?
And you'll want to get onto this.
Holy shit.
Because eventually you could be bringing in shipments like this. This. Or even this.
Go back to the other one. Oh.
3 pages of rewards.
Today, we're going to trade with Kalgur.
Yeah, Asmongold is losing it. He is so losing it.
What? You'll notice that as we send more resources,
what?
He's losing it!
Much like the dangers on the shores of Wrecklast, there are dangers out at sea. Monsters, pirates, environmental hazards. You'll want to try keep your shipment safe. You can do this by hiring workers that specialize in shipping. The more of them you add to the ship, the less risk there will be.
Oh my god.
Like this gentleman, who's famous for fending off even the most dangerous of pirates. Now let's get that shipment going.
Can I
and
pirate
we'll continue
myself?
exploring
I don't
Rayclass
get it.
while we wait for its return. This is the first Path of Exile League that experiments with true, real-time mechanics. You can
How's
send
that?
out shipments, go and have lunch, and come back to your rewards. Many
that's
mechanics
true,
in the
yeah.
league work this way, so you'll always have some ongoing project or outcome to look forward to.
Holy
When your
shit.
shipment has returned, or met its demise, you'll get notified, and at your leisure you can return to the town to collect your rewards. Our shipment returned safely, so let's go see what we got. Ooh, they've sent us a unique item alongside our rewards. Perhaps hoping to secure us as a loyal customer for the future.
That's crazy.
Aside from shipping, the Kalgurans are big on their technology.
Imagine that with a brass dome.
They've hired Isla, a familiar
God,
face
that's
from the
fucking
heist.
crazy. Let's see
She
that.
is an engineer who the Kalgurans have employed for a very exciting purpose.
It's garbage?
You're not the only one who
Okay.
understands how
I think
profitable
it's
running
good.
maps can be. Once at in-game, Isla can help you build a series of Kalguran modified map devices. You can then put a queue of maps into them. If you've hired a few skilled Atlas runners, they will put themselves to work running those maps for you one after another.
Yeah, it is. No, for
more
me, it's
delegation.
Supermine's No Rest for the Weekend.
Once again,
You
you'll
guys,
be
you
notified
probably
when the
saw it in the
rewards
other
are ready
games.
to be collected. You can put lots of maps in the queue, so don't
So
feel
you can
obliged to
put
go
your
back there
reflect
all the
maps in
time.
there.
Be careful though. The difficulty of the map impacts the risk of your workers perishing.
Wait, they're permanently killed?
Try to pick your best workers, or perhaps just ones you don't like. Consider the difficulty too.
This is,
Sometimes
dude.
it's better to just run it yourself.
I
You'll see there are many benefits to having a whole-ass town at your fingertips.
A whole-ass town.
Let's talk about crafting services. You should definitely consider building a runesmithing table. This is operated by Danik himself, using powerful Kalguran blacksmithing arts. He can engrave runic magic onto your weapons using runes. There are many rune types and combinations to choose from, and you can unlock new crafts that can be applied to your weapons as
Garrison
enchantments.
system, Lost Ark system. Yeah,
Our design intention here
games
is to
has
take
it.
powerful effects you would usually only find on unique items,
Yes, very much
like
like
this
Garrison.
butterfire, which you might recognize from Doomfletcher's Prism. Danig can apply it to your two-hand maces.
Oh my fucking god.
There are over 100 different special
What?
crafting outcomes, ranging from ones very easily applied to very difficult.
How quick, like how fast it will be to upgrade your town, I'm wondering.
The rune types can be acquired through trade with Kalgur, or defeating powerful bosses. The Kalguran tech benefits don't end there. We're also bringing back a formerly overpowered crowd favorite, Recombination.
No.
Isla is trying to master this. She just
Bro,
needs you to help her
This
with
was
getting
such
resources.
a good mechanic.
The system isn't as
This
strong
was a
as it used to be,
crazy good
but
mechanic.
it still allows you to combine two items together, hoping to get the best modifiers of each onto a single item.
Wow.
Between running a town, shipping, and exploring, you'll be collecting a lot of extra gold.
Question is,
What do you think?
Two huge new quality of life features that we are putting to test.
Okay, here we go.
Firstly, you can use gold to respec passive points. This is a feature from Path of Exile 2 that we've decided just makes sense to port back.
Thank you.
The higher level you are, the more expensive it gets.
Thank you.
And the next one is absolutely...
This is the feature from also last epoch of Diablo 4. Everyone has it. Respect for
currency
gold.
trade market. The Kalgurans have recruited Faustus, another NPC from the Heist League. He allows you to asynchronously buy and sell currency and most other stackable items with other players without the nuisance of price fixes and people who never respond.
True!
All you need to do is select what currency you want, say what you have,
I'm
and
losing
your
my
ideas
fucking mind.
It works kinda like
I'm
a
actually
real-life
losing
stock
my fucking
market.
mind.
Faustus will make the trade
Someone
happen for you,
called Tasman
so
Gold.
long as there is someone selling on the other end for the same rate or less. You'll be able to go back to blasting monsters while trusty Faustus does the dirty work, notifying you when your currency is ready for collection. All you need to do is pay him a small amount of gold for his time. Cards on the table, there is an experiment to see if this type of asynchronous trading has a place in future Path of Exile releases.
I think it does. I
We're
really
very
do. For
excited to see
currency
how it
only.
goes.
Currency only, not gear. Currency
Now,
only.
Given that Faustus is an expert in black market trade and shady deals, he also provides another service, offering items for gold. The items will generate with random rarity, and on average the modifiers on them are better than normal. This can be a very nice way to get some targeted items during the campaign. For serious crafters, it can be a great starting point for making those 132 in-game items, which perhaps you could take to the runesmith
30 minutes
afterwards.
to get an answer.
It's worth
That's
noting.
beyond.
You talk with people on the internet? For real?
You can invite Faustus to your hideout, where he will always be available for respecking, currency
No, that's
exchange,
That's passive.
and black
T1
market
is like
items.
80.
As your town grows, it will attract more attention, good and bad. Sailors of Kalgur features 3 endgame bosses that will
90?
close in
Yeah.
on your
I mean,
operations,
it's not, I think it's probably 90.
wanting a piece of the pie.
Okay.
They might capture and ransom your workers, even your entire ships.
Wait, what?
You'll have to make some tough decisions. Will
Yeah,
you
wait.
take to the runesmith afterwards?
Blah blah blah. Here should be about the pirates.
It's worth
That's
noting
beyond
that you
T1.
can invite Faustus to your hideout, where he will always be available for respecking, currency
No, that's
exchange,
That's passive.
and black market
T1 is like
items.
80.
As your town grows, it will attract more attention, good and bad. Sailors of Kalgur features 3 endgame bosses that will
90?
close in
Yeah.
on your
I mean,
operations,
it's not, I think it's probably 90.
wanting a piece of the pie.
Okay.
They might capture and ransom your workers, even your entire ships.
Wait, what?
You'll have to make some tough decisions. Will you take them on? Pay them off. One example of a boss is Sasan, the Bandit Lord. You won't stumble across this boss by accident. Instead, this unsavory character can come into your town at night and take your Atlas runners hostage, holding them for ransom. What happens next is up to you. Perhaps you'll refuse to negotiate with bandits,
And you kill
leading
him?
to a fight to defeat Sasan and rescue your workers. If you're not up for the heroics, you might simply pay the ransom
dude
and
can
go.
come and kidnap your workers from your town, and then you need to free them, or pay him, or kill them.
Or perhaps these workers were especially disappointing, and you'll just leave them for dead in true Ray class fashion. They knew what they were signing up for, right? Of course, the heroics might be worth it for other reasons. These bosses can drop new unique items.
Of course. Trigger a socketed elemental
In
spell on
sum,
block.
Settlers of Kalgur is a
0.2.
very experimental league with new mechanics that will complete.
It's a very experimental league, guys. You have to pay them or kill them. So this what sold me. I'm telling you. This is the only thing. No, this is the
change how
thing,
we
not
play
the only one.
the
This is
block.
the
Oh, it's
thing.
10.
We've been sitting on a lot of these ideas for a while and can't wait to share them with you.
I think it's more than 2.
But there's
One,
a
it's
lot
like
more
5.
to this expansion.
It might be
We're
like
Let's
gonna
11.
talk
check
about
Gazium.
balance.
I'm gonna talk with Gazium
Well,
and gonna choose
we're
myself a
finally
beautiful
rebalanced the
necromancer.
gladiator.
My eye gonna freak
It's
out.
been a
Beautiful
long time
necromancer.
coming.
a bunch of minions
Like
and
before,
with no
there are
button
passive
press,
skills that
something
allow
like
you to
this.
invest in bleeding.
How do you think
and
feel
block.
about it?
We've designed new skills replacing some of the old ones.
Yeah, that doesn't make any
Like
sense.
this, War of Attrition, which is very handy for long sustained boss fights.
What are you even talking about?
Further alongside the
Necromancer,
Gladiator, this new passive allows you to
Necromancer.
combine different weapon types while dual wielding to get a variety of powerful bonuses. For example, holding a dagger will give you more critical strike chance,
For like Diablo.
while holding a mace gives you more area of effect. Of course, you could just use Aranastra for all weapon type bonuses.
Oh my god.
And finally, we have a new notable which allows you to invest in the newly added retaliation skills.
One more skill tree.
These are active skills which require you to meet a certain condition in order to use them. Once you meet that
Zoomancer
condition,
would be
you
cool.
can unleash devastation on your foes.
5 minutes in the game, then
Here
because of
we have
having
Eviscerate,
install for
which
play,
requires
we
you
can
to
play
have
Pop
a
Pixel
shield.
to Eric.
Okay.
Let's see
Or for those who like to
Guten
dual wield,
Abend, Guten
Sword Storm,
Abend.
which is great for obliterating bosses.
That's kind of like the one thing that,
Here,
what's his
we
name
have
does?
the Divine
Duresso.
Distribution skill. This one has the condition requiring you to block. You can then unleash a devastating spell, causing lightning bolts to strike the ground in an X shape around your target location, doing huge amounts of damage. And of course, in true Path of Exile fashion, there are many avenues to invest in these mechanics further on the passive tree and a new support gem. You are able to increase the leeway duration after meeting the condition,
Get it an
reduce the
archer or
cooldowns,
Zoomancer,
or
which
just
has-
increase their
I don't
damage.
know, okay guys,
The
by the way,
world's
I don't
your
know
oyster.
for real. I will talk with Kazi and
The
I will
Gladiator
ask and
wasn't
would
the
like
only
watch the
ascendancy
people to
class
play.
we've changed. As we
I don't
develop
care
Path
that
of
much,
Exile
it's
systems,
just like
we often find ourselves reusing
Necromancer
mechanics,
is just my
increasing their
fantasy.
depth,
I'm just thinking if
and
that could
allowing
work with
more
something like a
avenues to
ward
invest
loop.
into them. As such, the Raider Ascendancy class found
What the
itself lacking.
professional will tell me.
With many of its
No, it
passives
wouldn't, because
commonly
it's
available
not damage
elsewhere.
taken, it's a block.
We want our Ascendancy classes to always feel like they're pushing the boundaries, allowing you to change your character in ways that are meaningful and ideally unique. As a result, we've straight up removed the Raider, rest in peace, and we've added a new class in its place, the Warden. This
Just
class is
deleted it.
largely inspired by its predecessor from the Affliction League, with a few changes.
Okay.
It's good, they're
The
homing
Warden now
missiles.
focuses on
It's
elemental
great,
attacks,
but
changing the
it's fine.
behavior
Yeah, I
of
played
shock,
all of them. I played all the Acolyte
enhancing freeze,
versions.
2-second freeze?
and replacing Ignite with Scorch.
That's insane.
There's also a skill that allows you to go ballistic with your elemental damage, periodically. The class also grants Barkskin, which is a skill that can be used to mitigate physical damage from hits. After taking a number of hits, it increases your evasion, making it a
Okay.
great defensive choice.
Sacrifice Necro one shot.
Finally,
Aberon.
the last thing the
Obviously
Warden
not.
can specialize in
Stop,
is
girl.
tinctures.
Someone saw
These are an
Sacrifice Necro
alternative
one
to
shot
flasks
Aberon.
from the Affliction League. We're bringing them back with adjusted
I
mechanics.
only played this a little bit. I didn't play it enough to understand it. Yeah, is that
Tinctures
good?
can be placed
I
in your
didn't play it a
belt,
lot.
replacing flasks.
That's me, guys. Is that good?
You can inherently only have one tincture active at a time, and it requires a melee weapon to use.
But basically,
Lost is a cursed land. You'd have to be mad to settle here.
Hi, Zizrin here with another video, and this is about the 3.25 patch, and wow. Okay, so this might be a long TLDR. Try to keep it as short as I can and just do like cliff notes, but just wow. This is going to be just about the like the video announcement they did. This is not going to be about the patch notes. There will probably be roughly a 40-minute TLDR or a 30-minute TLDR of the patch notes. Because this is, well, an insane patch. So I want to start off just by showing the Bingu sheet I made. I had so many things I wanted to predict that I made a longer one. But we got melee buffs. Every melee skill is massively buffed. Recombinators are back. Everybody said this was my copium sheet, but recombinators are back. Detonate Dead was nerfed massively. The whole, like, you're able to have specters in your corpse pool completely gone. Which is a huge part of its damage, and it's multi-nerfed. It's
yeah, I've
super
seen,
dead.
guys. I
So you
was
can play
watching
under
it back in
gauntlet
the
now,
days.
and there will be a gauntlet
I was
this
watching
week.
his university.
It is a circle mechanic. We do run in circles. Chris Wilson was at the start of the video. Cleave got buffed because every melee skill got buffed. There are new scarabs. Raider is deleted, so we have a new class now. Gladiator, huge rework. There's a boat. New base skills. There's like new retaliate skills. Path of Exile 2 was mentioned because you can sign up to the beta now. Stygian Revenants are nerfed. Melee totem reworked, they're gone. Tier 17s have been reworked and so it's supposed to be easier now. There are 2 new bosses. There are 3 actually. Essence Drain got buffed. It does not look enough to like, really make it worth playing though. Like it'll be a good thing for people that already like it, but I don't know if it's something I'm gonna be like, ooh, ED is back kind of jam, but we'll see. Adoran got nerfed. It is now between 0 and 100% instead of 50 and 150. Settlers of Catan is basically the league, and Bleed got buffed. After going through my bingo sheet, let's talk a little bit about the announcement. We are getting... Okay. They basically said, hey, we heard you like games, so we put a game in your game so you can game while you game. We got a city builder, a huge city builder where you gather resources and you upgrade the town. And there are resources for each settlement. They have different mechanics from previous leagues, like Scourge nodes, Calandra nodes, Blighted nodes. And there's just loads of stuff here. You can send boats to gather for you, send NPCs to farm for you. So this is a huge sink for leftover maps, which I'm really excited for. We use gold to interact with the mechanics, so they are adding gold to the game as a test. And the gold is also going to be used for the auction house that we are getting. It's really cool because I've always said the only way an auction house would work in PoE is if we had gold, and they're not about to introduce gold. Well, here we are. So actually exciting because this is the way I would like to see it, and something I've generally been against because I didn't know how you would do tax in Path of Exile. Well, now you can. And it is auto pickup, and you use this to hire workers in your settlement. It's used for respecs. Now, I'm assuming regrets still work because imagine if you need to respec and you can't buy it off other players. So I'm guessing we have 2 ways to respec now. And the auction house is not something you actually need to do the mechanic to interact with. And you can, anything that is stackable sells on the auction house. There are new resources for crafting and trading, so we can disenchant things. And it seems like the rarer something is, the more stuff we'll get from disenchanting. And that takes time, so it's not like you have to pick up every shitty item to disenchant. And there is a lot of time gating in this. Now, a lot of people have asked me because I've generally been against time gating in most games, but I'm against time gating in games where it's a paid mechanic. The reason I'm so against time gating is because what ends up happening, it's like,
quite often it's really annoying me, guys. Like, oh, you need to upgrade your town, you need to upgrade your building. Okay, you got the resources for upgrading it, and now you need to wait for hours for it because we are building. It's annoying the hell out of me. We will see how it will work out here because this is the game that's like kind of not made. This is not the game that's based around this at all.
Well, you have to wait an hour, or you can pay 50 cents to accelerate it. Whereas in this case, there's no paid mechanic at all because this is Path of Exile, and the only form of monetization that has any pay to win to it is the stash tabs. So here I don't mind, especially because we know that Neon plays so much. I have him added as a friend, and I always end up seeing like he has like crazy amount of challenges early league, and I think this is so healthy for the game. And like he said on the announcement, he was like, yeah, I was getting really frustrated. I was screaming. So I was like, let's just make this better. I was like, oh my God, so refreshing, so nice. Neon is based. And yeah, you also use gold for ships, which you can send them on short missions, on long missions. And it looked like some of the long missions brought back insane amounts of loot. So you kind of get to choose, kind of like scav junk box in, or like sending your scavs out in Tarkov. Kind of cool. Honestly, it's just overwhelming how much stuff we got. For me, this is the best announcement. I think only PoE 2 tops this.
There are definitely find out. There are definitely things that you are either it's upgrading buildings or it is sending people mining, blah blah blah, sending people to do some work, and it's time gated. It's gonna take them a while to do it.
But best PoE 1 announcement. This is better than when we got 10 acts, in my opinion. There's not really many downsides. It just all looks super cool. The only thing I don't like is banners, but we can talk about that during the patch notes. Crafting gets a new rune system, and it's basically reverse legendary potential from last epoch. Instead of being able to put rare items inside uniques, you're able to take certain stats, like 1 stat at a time, from a unique and put it in a rare item. And it is like a curated list, so you can't do anything. Gladiator got a huge rework. Bleed and weapon nodes both look great. Retaliation skills look really interesting for mapping. I don't know how they'll be for bossing. Raider, see ya. Warden is the new class, and it's like a master of elements. As bark skin, tinctures are back and are different. I don't like the look of tinctures, but you know, as with any...
For me, this is insane. You're just in one league, literally changing one of the classes. Yeah, guys. Coming from Diablo 4 to new class, or like class replacement, the fuck? That's big. That's something super, super big. Just out of blue, you're just switching the classes. You're just adding the new class. Explain this to me. What, they had bunch of skills in a pocket and they just blah, 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 we're changing it, or how? How the fuck are they doing this even? But how technically is it gonna use the same skills or what? No one liked Raider anyway. Yeah, I really like it. Let's delete now the druid and just don't have inheritance skills. Oh, thank you. That's the explanation of it, guys. Because if you have like built-in like skills, blah blah blah, it's not that easy to develop this kind of shit.
Anything, we've really got to try it to see how it is.
This I understand. This I get.
I am very worried about tanking on not the left side of the tree, because the main way we would tank before would be converting physical damage taken to elemental, but we can no longer do that, and that is going to be really rough. I think a lot of builds will feel forced to use a lightning coil to make armor more potent, and lightning coil is almost the only case of physical damage conversion we have. So yeah, but obviously having a lightning coil on will double your armor. We might see people doing iron reflexes, but having no evade at all is quite rough. So honestly, I'm a little bit concerned. I do feel a little bit, as a hardcore player, forced to start melee. The main form of defense we're going to have is endurance charge stacking, and that has been buffed because it is actually elemental damage reduction as well. So I do think our defenses are a little more limited this time, which I was a bit surprised at. But honestly, it's just so refreshing that there's so many changes now. Yeah, I think you're going to see a lot of people doing 90 max rest, 10 or 8 endurance charges. Things like on hardcore, +1 endurance charge corruption is going to be huge. And we do get better armor base types now, so we will get access to more armor than before. And also you'll feel less forced to rely on determination, because that is nuked in half. Impale got buffed, Warcries got changed and mostly buffed. I'm not a huge fan of the way new Warcries work. Seismic looked really cool, the Seismic Cry. Huge AoE now. Banners, they're awful. The only usable banner is the War Banner that does damage, because the other banners have conditional defense. Like, oh, you'll gain more block for 6 seconds or however long it is. Or, oh, you'll gain more suppression. But there's no point in the game, whether I was softcore or hardcore, that I want to sit as 50% suppression and go to 100 when I place my banner. You never really want conditional defense in this game. It's, yeah, like, it's one thing to have like a conditional molten shell or something, but yeah. I'm not a big fan of the other banners. This is one of the only things I don't like this league. But,
this is hardcore conversation
so
here
insanely
right
much
now.
positive stuff. I don't really care. Rage has been changed for melee. Now, the huge loss of attack speed across the board is a little bit dangerous. Like, yeah, we have gained a lot of damage and a lot of cool stuff, but the attack speed loss could be really scary. But in general, it does look like a buff for most things. I do think Bone Zone, Karn was saying, was being nerfed, but we'll see how everything ends up in PoE. Bleed is reworked. We now have an aggravated stat, which lets you force monsters to move, which looks really great.
I'm moving like
For the
I
end game,
understand.
Magic Find is gone, and if you've been watching my suggestion videos and things I want to see in Path of Exile, this is something I've put in several of them. I was saying, why don't you just remove Quant and just keep rarity?
yeah.
So I'm so excited about this change. The reason this is a good thing and why people are celebrating it is you often feel forced to do Quant Magic Finding. It's so incredibly potent, and the gear isn't that interesting because it was always on uniques. So this is great. Most people are happy about this. Really, really good. And honestly, so many of these changes were things that I had in suggestion videos. I'm so excited. Like, not saying that they necessarily listen to the videos and did it because of that, but you know, it's things I wanted, so I'm really excited. They also did a 1000 life Combs Heart,
but if you
which
enjoyed
is
the
funny
game
that
enough
I was
to
even
get to the
talking
end game,
the day before. I was like, I'm surprised they haven't made Combs 1K life yet.
Yeah, that's like not that you don't have the startups at all, but
it wouldn't be top 10 best.
It's good like for
chests.
trying.
There are new scarabs, so that is very, very exciting. Gonna be cool to see how they work. A lot of the really OP egregious ones were nerfed, so Good. Very excited for that. We do have a 6-map slot device now. This will give you more access to different forms of scarabs and more combos. Very, very cool. And you'll unlock the 5-map slot device earlier because now you can unlock it at Maven and Tier 17.
People even think
you
that
can
I'm alive,
maps
you know.
to div card swap. So if you have like said, let's say you really want to run Beach, but you want the div card from another map, you can actually do that through the Seer. Not only does he offer unique items, but you can actually move div cards. So that's very cool. Affliction boss is back, but
Guys,
it does not drop that which was taken. It is now
buy to play or whatever.
that which was taken from us.
Games
And
should make
Sentinels show
money.
up in maps. That is not where you get recombinators. That is through the city mechanic. Calandra does show up. They are mirrored, so I don't think they can be recombinated. But you can now either get a random ring and choose
Is he
one,
still talking
or
English? I don't
you
know.
can put in your own and
At
hope
this
that it doesn't
point.
break and goes insane. The amulet from Heist, those are going to be insanely expensive, this thing. There are new chisels that will, change, like, do you want more div cards? Do you want more currency, etc.? So there are new chisels, and they work differently now. They are 20
Not
quality
useful for the
on
new
white
players.
maps,
I have
10
a
quality
feeling.
on
No,
yellow
let's
maps,
like,
and
yeah,
5
it's
quality
like
on
2
red
minutes.
maps. You don't have to
Okay.
roll them while they're
We can
white
survive
anymore.
it.
So that's really cool. Really like that. There's no reason to scare our
Like,
maps
stashed
anymore.
up, we'll
Well,
carry
I mean,
over
you
to
still want to
Exile
scare out.
Yeah.
Tier 17 maps can be
But
rolled
I
with
think
Vols
bunch
and
of things that you
chisels.
got
They
in Puff
can't
Exile
remove
1 will
implicits,
carry
and
over
you can
Puff
still
Exile 2, guys. But for real, I don't know how they're planning to earn money.
roll them with
Shit.
chaos.
No, that's good.
I'm really worried about tier 17 maps because I do feel like we are losing defense and they only got a 30% damage reduction. However, they did say that a lot of the monsters that were insane have been rebalanced, so hopefully that's fine. 30% less damage and like 50% less life. You can now control click stacks of currency into your stash. We could do this into trades before, but we could not do it into our stash. So huge. Like, honestly, they really cooked with this one. I have never been so impressed. I don't know, I feel like there's been quite a lot of, like, interest where I've been like, eh. But now I'm just all on the Pog train. I'm drinking the Kool-Aid. Honestly, maybe it's like they were nagging me with graveyard crafting, and they were like, I really didn't like last league. So, I was primed to be hyped and excited. This looks so fucking good. And I gotta say, watching the $40 expansion presentation from Blizzard right before this, where they spent the 30 minutes of the start just talking about lore and like really things I did not care about, was wild compared to just seeing this presentation where they're like, we did all this stuff, enjoy. Wild, absolutely insane what they can accomplish in such a short time. This is literally a game in your game, so you can game while you game. Either way, let me know what you think. What were you excited for? What were you not excited for? Thanks for watching.
You can't
Sub if you
say
liked the video,
something
but more
against
importantly,
law.
try to die less than I do.
For fuck's sake! You all played those games, Rod. What can I say to you? Okay, now we successfully blamed, I don't know, insult Zisirat. We can go. Guys, I am fucking taxed. So, first of all, the weapons. So the weapons today wasn't fucking planning, was visiting this weekend the city, guys. I don't know, this is the Germany. This is the Germany. We have bunch of small cities. No one knows about them. We also don't know. Germans also don't know about them. It's just more like, not like you live and you want to see things around. And one of the cities that's not that far away from me is called Coburg. And this is like typisch Deutsch. This is a standard German thing. It's like small city, small town. In the middle, it's a really beautiful old town, all those old buildings. Everything is nice. Everything is cool. And also in the middle of it, on the mount, on the hill, there is a castle. And each time you're visiting such places, you're going around this old city, old town. Like it's nice. It's very, very nice. They're cool. There is some little shops, something nice, something beautiful. There are sausages, there are beer. There is like maybe some festival and blah blah blah. And then you are going, like, then you're going to the castle, and you're kind of going upstairs to the castle. And you're going to the castle, because they were always on a hill, yeah? The castle was built on a hill, so it would be harder to attack this shit. It's on the highest point. That's why it's so cool to go there, because then you can, from the point, you can like kind of see the whole area. You can see the town.
And me and my friends, like, that's literally what we did. We fucking climbed. It's a standard tour. Like, we always do this. We climbed the whole, we went. Usually, kind of really, really off. They are free to visit because they are just like the ruins of the castle. Like the walls, maybe something inside, but not that much. Really, really off, they're free to visit. But not this time. This time, the tickets were €9, and me and my friends were like, do we want to pay €9? But on the other hand, we fucking climbed this hill. And we paid, and we went inside, and it was a surprise of our life. Absolutely, because it was a surprise of our lives, because first of all, the castle is in a perfect condition. Second of all, it's like you can live there, to the point that you can live there. But no one is living there. It's a museum. And they had there were a bunch of people dressed in authentic medieval outfits. It was plus 40 probably degrees, not kidding, plus 30, but it was hot. But they were fully dressed, and they were explaining the things about the medieval weaponry, and then about the weapons, and about the guns, later about the guns, and everything. There was a guy who was making the armor, the medieval armor. He was literally sitting there and making, fully dressed as a blacksmith, as an old medieval blacksmith. Insane shit. There were a bunch of kids, and that was like some event. There was some event for the kids. We absolutely had no idea. We were literally on our regular tour. Check mark. We saw in Germany this city. What's like a plan? It's just a normal plan. We need to climb the fucking castle. And then inside they had all of this like really insanely cool weapons. I posted a couple of pictures on my Instagram. High level, next level weapons. Probably will post some more. I posted yesterday some picture on Twitter, and then but then I deleted it. I was too shy. But anyway, there was like the knight fully dressed on a horse knight. Anyway. Yeah, welcome to Germany. The only thing I can say is fucking welcome to Germany. And if you're going to Germany, don't go to the big cities. To the big cities, go like, I don't know, one day, then forget about it. Then go to the smaller cities. You can just Google best places to visit. Not in Germany. A kind of better, if you're going to the area, go to Frankfurt. If you're going to Frankfurt, spend 1 day, maximum 2 days in Frankfurt. And then, like, Google best places. Frankfurt, like, there are 16 parts of Germany, 16 lands in Germany. Google specifically what's best thing to see in this particular area. In Frankfurt is located in Hessen, it's how it's called. And they have like the most incredible, those little small village town, which will be really, really medieval, small center and a castle. And you climb the fucking castle. I'm here just exploring. I'm exploring so far the area. This shit I liked way more than in the area where I live. The really, really famous shit, really, really famous town is called Bamberg. Bamberg, this shit is called. To the point when you're going to the town, it's super, it's literally the first the first thing that's advertised, go visit Bamberg. And when you're going there on the train station, they have the sign, welcome to the like German Rome. To this point, guys, to this, like, we're so that we're German Rome. They're not fucking German Rome. But because of this advertisement, it's beautiful. There are a couple of really beautiful and really special places in Bamberg. But because of this insane advertisement, the city is over, like, there are so many tourists. There are like, it's super crowded. And in comparison with the other small German towns, it's super, like, we are not used here to this. Really not used. Usually it like, there is a bunch of them. There are fucking a bunch of them. And you just don't get so many tourists normally. So yeah, guys, sorry, that was the tutorial. That was the tutorial about the German life here for you. It's the tutorial about the German life. Besides that, people, actually, I'm telling you, the plan for today was that, yeah, we're going to check a little bit D4 news. We're going to check a little bit Path of Exile fucking news. And we would, again, the plan was, and the game was downloaded. The plan was that we're going to play Lost Ark. But, well, turns out, maybe we will be playing Path of Exile. So probably we're gonna continue tomorrow. I have some ultimate YouTube plans. I kind of really like one of my videos. Everyone is watching. The other videos people are watching. I'm super happy, and I want to continue like making YouTube content, but it's still annoying the hell out of me. And but I am like, yeah, trying to do that something. So yeah, that is a little bit the plan. And yeah, we're waiting for the news. YouTube for the win. How I hate this place. I hate YouTube for my soul, with my soul, but it is, you need to do it. You really need to do it. So yeah. Around Bone doesn't take longer than 1 day. I have to skip Gamescom. You won't be able. You won't be able. People who are going for the Gamescom and visiting like Germany for the first time, guys, you will die during the Gamescom. Just be ready. Send you some work later. I'm okay with this. With taking your opinion, with talking your opinion. I don't have the opinion, for fuck's sake. All of this is killed in Russia. Like, you don't have an opinion there. Oh, for the love of God. I am out. We will be back tomorrow shortly. Fucking, by the way, I was working the whole weekend in the stupid, it's hot. And today in the morning I was working, and today's like freaking, tomorrow's the one day when I don't work in the morning. I like it. I really like it. Guys, ultimately amazing evening for you. Let's go to the guy who actually understands what people are talking like about when they speak Path of Exile-ish. He was absolutely so sweet and nice. Drop it. Guys, by the way, Diablo 4 lore is great, and for fuck's sake, it's really important. And Mia! On this note, have an amazing evening. Gonna be back tomorrow.